Yo, what's up, Domo? How are you doing? Oh, I'm doing very good. Oh god, hold on, I need water apparently. Give me a sec. Yes, there we go. Actually, honestly, it doesn't sound much better. Let me just start coughing real quick. Okay, I think I'm doing better. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Shrimp Stream. I'm your host, Shrimp Tom, and today I have my power. We had a bit of a power outage yesterday. I kind of interrupted a bunch of my day. Power was out for a while, so got the power. Now that I have power today, I was able to get some videos out. Got that video about Wizard. It's like half about Wizard and half not about Wizard, but it's fine. It's a Wizard buff. And then also got a so Wizard buff video. Put out the rest of the VODs. Just kind of hung around. And now we're back to content. So I apologize for the delays. I don't know why. Well, I do know why, but there's been a lot more like storms in my region recently. So we kind of screwing up everything. So hopefully that kind of quiets itself down and everything ends up turning out okay. But we'll see as time goes on, as things progress, how that ends up going. Outside of that, I hope everyone's doing good out there in the world. All you guys hanging out, having a good day. I'm doing pretty good, so I'm excited. There's a lot of local storms, hot local storms in my area. True, hot lightning crashing down. Not ideal, not something you want to see, but, ooh, quiver farm. Nice, look at that. People farming 10 quiver farms? Oh, shit, all you have to do is get flagged? Damn, if only I wanted one, which I don't. But if I did, I'd do it, but I don't. Bond 5 and 6, epic. Can't do that. Can't do this. Not a lot of groups going on. Although, I think I'm flagged on one of my epic characters. I could just go do a Von 5 and 6 and then just get some runes. Which is not a terrible idea. But, like, do I really want to do that? Do I need the runes? Probably not, honestly. Anyways, hope you guys are all doing good. I'm feeling great, actually. It's now bright and sunny outside. I've noticed that, something I know about myself is that a good chunk of my mood is actually determined by the weather outside. So like right now, how the weather's like bright and sunny, and so I'm like, oh yeah, nice, everything is good, good attitude, let's go, and I feel great. Versus sometimes where it's not bright and sunny outside, so I don't have the same attitude, but it is what it is. Oh, that's the magic of being alive, eh? Anyways, what else is going on? What's new? Yeah, I unfortunately, disconnected from the internet a little bit, so missed out on a couple different things. I'm excited for the patch coming next week. I'll put up the schedule. Actually, I'll probably just put up the schedule today, end of the day for next week, but everything that's going on, because a lot of new video games and other things coming out. There's the new Path of Exile League, which is releasing, which is exciting for me and many other people who also like Path of Exile. I didn't have any crossbow bolt summon because I'm stupid. And I'm stuck in a corner. Anyway, so there's that. Also, the new Path of Exile League's looking pretty good. We've got a new expansion coming out on Wednesday, which I'm also heavily looking forward to. So I can't wait for the new expansion. We've got the buffs coming on the horizon, and I don't know what exactly I want to play next, given the fact that there's so many cool different buffs. Barbarian looks interesting as a general concept. For those of you that are unaware, they're changing it so that the War Chanter tree can now go off of strength or dexterity, which means you can now play like a really slick dexterity-based Tabaxi Bard as like an actual real melee combatant, and it's kind of cool. It's something you couldn't realistically play before, and now you can, and so yeah, it's kind of awesome. It is a DDO stream, that's right. Look, it's me, Mr. DDO Stream Man. I gotta say, I do wish I did more damage, but, it's not like I don't do a lot of damage. These guys have 2,000 hit points now. Ugh, I wish I was a spellcaster. New expansion? Yeah, the new expansion's level 18 and level, and epic's level 34. So it's 18 and 34. I'm gonna go around the corner so those guys can't shoot me. Yo, what's up, Float? How are you doing? How's your day going? How you feeling? Hopefully good. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it because it makes sense that it's epic or like it's higher level for two reasons. One, the XP values seem to be pretty good, so I think you're going to be able to just run it at level 20 if you want, as opposed to running it at level 18 because the XP should be pretty good. They said the saga is supposed to give higher XP values, except the sagas were bugged on the preview, and so you couldn't actually hand in or increment the sagas. So there was no way to test that if that's true or not. But, you know, we can hope. We can all hope and believe that that's the case. So that's kind of cool. And then what else was there? The actual quests are very high level. They are all dealing with, you know, Vecna, of course. And so Vecna being a god, it would not make a lot of sense to put it at a lower level. A lot of people wanted the expansion to be like level 10 because that's like a level range that would be nice to have new content. And I hope they put new content in level 10 range, but it wouldn't make a whole lot of sense for us to be tackling Vecna's level 10 characters, so I'd rather, you know, leave that for the end game, so it at least feels a little bit more appropriate, if that makes sense. Now, obviously, that's not going to be the case in a lot of different circumstances with, like, the levels not matching up. We talked about the other day where some people are upset about, you know, having to deal with legendary animals. Like, oh, there's a wolf, and it's, like, level 100. You know, it's a level, a CR60 wolf. Why is this wolf so strong? And it's like, yeah, okay, that also doesn't make sense, but, you know, it is what it is. Yeah, they might make a new expansion that takes place at level 10 in the future. I mean, I don't know. That's the thing that's weird about DDO is they can place the content in heroics realistically in whatever level range they want. So they have a lot of flexibility in terms of how exactly they want to arrange the content, which I think is kind of cool. Unlike other MMORPGs where the newest content is always just like at the end game. It's at the end game in DDO, but you can also experience it as a leveling character, which is cool. There's a lot of level 10, but if you don't have Ravenloft, it can be a bit slow. So there actually aren't a lot of level 10 quests. And not only are there not a lot of level 10 quests, a lot of level 10 quests really suck. You gotta do what, the Restless Isles, which is nobody's favorite. You've got to do Black and Blue and Newcomers, which is also nobody's favorite. Oh, we got a melee, nice. Get him, dude. I'll just stand still and then use my diplomacy to get them all off of me. So I don't have to deal with any of the monsters. There we go. I'll heal this guy. I'll heal myself. Hard. Oh, how many crests do I have? I have 1, 2, 3, 4. I got them all. Yo, what's up, Axel? How are you now? How you doing? Saw that raid prep guide you put out. Very cool. Great video. Honestly, just a generally good idea. Because I think being prepared for raids is something that makes a lot of people nervous. And I have no idea if your video is going to actually help people, because a lot of people just like avoid raids because it makes them nervous and they don't like, they don't even want to Google it to get ready. But hey, if it helps at least one person, that's awesome, man. So you like newcomers? Wait, what? Whoa, 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 whoa. You're not allowed to like newcomers, dude. That's like ban-worthy. Was this guy just playing regular alchemist? Nice. Oh, he's playing poison alchemist. Okay, cool. 12 would be a nice update. Yeah, 12 could be a nice update as well.
I got stream the horror. I went back to the Githyanki Crash and I think I made them mad.
Oh, probably. Oh, I guess Githyanki Crash is also probably Act 1. I'll probably have to go do that before I rescue the tieflings. Hopefully, it's not a time limit on rescuing the tieflings. We'll see. Will build up rating to be a huge deal when it isn't. Yeah, because like in other video games, like if you pay attention to other MMORPGs, you got like raid races, and there's all the classic YouTube videos and stuff of people losing their mind. You know, like the the what's that video? The Anixia video. There's like more dots or whatever, where people get like all upset about raiding, and it's got to be super serious. Whereas like I would say nearly 100% of DDO raiding is like super casual. You just show up, you don't even need to know the rules. Other people will do it for you, and then you're done. But yeah, I am invisible on Discord. I'm no longer invisible on Discord. I'm now fully visible. Like, not saying that you shouldn't try. You should try. But, like, if you join a raid train on Arganessen on a Saturday, if you show up, you can go, hey guys, I don't know how to do this raid, and people will explain it. But if you don't feel like doing that, you can just join in and walk around, and it's usually fine. Yeah, exactly. Like, nobody needs to pay too much attention. Yeah, sorry, I was appearing offline to specifically hide specifically from you. I hope that's okay. Oh god, I'm bleeding to death. Didn't work? Damn it! This guy's too good. He sees the lines. More items +1 to animal form. Now you only have aspect of the wild hunt and a shield. Yeah. They also made it so that the items that buff specifically animal forms. So there's like the cloak that gives you +2 damage while in wild shape, as well as the like the bracers from Ravenloft that have you the animal stone shape or whatever. All of those now apply to all elemental forms, which on the one hand sounds, you know, it's like, you're just giving more buffs to Cold Druid, which is true. So I don't know what to tell you about that. But most importantly, it means that there's the few items that give you extra damage based on your natural lore while in wild shape. Those items will now work in elemental form, which means they will work both in Thorn Knight as well as in fire and cold elemental, which means you can actually maybe, possibly make an end game druid build with melee. There's a chest there? Yeah. I disabled the traps for the XP. Video physical servers in the same place? Well, like most video game companies, Dungeons & Dragons Online has like or like the servers are what do you call them? They're not like, they like rent their servers, right? They don't host their own server. They don't do their own server hosting. Oh god. Yeah. And so the servers are in New Jersey. So yeah, there's that. Fire melee with commas? I wasn't thinking fire melee with commas, although that is an interesting idea. I was thinking more dual wield flame blade. The problem is I don't know how you get +1 multi. That's the problem I have always had with every druid build since the dawn of time, is how do you get fire immunity bypass and +1 multi? You don't need the range. The range is fine, but you need the multi. And with scimitars, there's like no way to get it. Now you could go cold druid, and then dual wield the cold scimitar or cold longswords out of Dryad and the Demigod, House of Pain, and then get Knight's Training, but you're still missing one of your multis. So it just still doesn't feel as good. Now you can go 6 levels of fighter, but now you don't have the bypass, and it's like, ugh, my melee damage. It's easy with 17 levels of Druid and Fire Elemental form, but now you only have 3 levels of anything else, and you can't get +1 multi unless you swashbuckle. So you'd have to like be a swashbuckling Druid, but I don't think you can swashbuckle in wild shape. That's actually a great question. Can you swashbuckle in wild shape? Because you can't do it in animal form, but can you do it in elemental form? I actually have no idea. Use Sun Stance? What's Sun Stance? Question mark. Oh, like Sun Stance, but that's only on a 19 or 20. And if you're using a scimitar, getting +1 multi on a 19 or 20 defeats the whole purpose of the scimitar. And that would stack anyway, so there's nothing that would stop you from using Sun Stance in the first place. ×1. It's a lot, yeah. I got back to me about when I start my new job, and I start next week, which is my vacation week, and my grandfather passed away, so I have a good They booked ahead. Quite a roller coaster. Oh, dude. That's a long friggin' week. Well, I can only give you one piece of hopefully salient advice that will help you carry through this experience, which is that no matter what happens this week with all of these different circumstances, and no matter how stressful that it gets, remember that all of these circumstances, while stressful, will end up working out in terms of like everything is going to happen. So even though it may seem stressful now, things are still going to happen, and you can take comfort in the fact that, you know, whether you handle things well or handle things poorly, or stress gets you or stress doesn't, things will still happen. And so you can kind of just like, hopefully that makes you worry a little bit less about what's going to be happening in the future, and or, you know, how one event that is stressful is going to happen another event that may also be stressful at the same time. You might be stressed, but it's okay, because everything works out somehow. But still, sorry to hear that, dude. But yeah, Shroud Elementals should... Yeah, so that's what I'm thinking. I think you can. If you can, then what would you use as a weapon? You'd have to use, like... You couldn't use a Flame Blade. Oh, where's the Fear Reaper? Oh, it's just here. So what weapon would you use? Short sword? You'd have to get, like, the elemental damage, and you could do 17-3. Oh, but then you wouldn't be using, like, Flame Blade is the big problem, and then you couldn't also use Mirana of the Flames? Dude, I don't know. My 4 men in Baldur's Gate? Nice. Baldur's Gate's good. I've also been streaming Baldur's Gate. It's been a lot of fun. I've been doing it in the evenings. So I've been doing DDO during the mainstay of the day, and then doing Baldur's Gate in the evening. And I've been enjoying it quite a bit. It's a very fun video game. It's really good. Oh, good. We almost got exploded by traps. Nice. Good job, team. So close. But yeah. So I'm not sure. Only easily testable in the menu since you need level 20. Yeah, true. Or on a Tiefling Scoundrel, because you'd only need to get like a few extra levels. Die, rats. Level 30 yesterday is Dark Hunter Tempest and 8 trips and other legendary levels, still mostly Fatesinger melee. Not really. I mean, the best part about it is basically if what you're doing works, don't change it. And if you think you want to try something else, then quickly do a respec, run a couple of quests, and see how it feels. Also remember that a lot of different changes up to your stats require also gear changes. So for example, let's say you want to try using Legendary Dreadnought, you want to try using Dire Charge. Dire Charge is a stunning effect, which means you actually need stunning DCs, and if you don't land the stuns with your stunning DCs, because they're not high enough, then it's not going to feel good, regardless. So, and that may not be the fault of Dire Charge. It might be an itemization thing. So just like always keep like in the forefront of your mind about what you want to change or what you're looking for, and then see if you can find that thing. Or if you want assistance with it, try to figure out what it is you don't have that you want, so what it is your character's missing, and then talk to people about it. Myself included. You're always welcome to dump it in chat. Be like, I wish my character did this, and it doesn't. How can I fix that? And then we can kind of go over it. Team. Or benefits pretty strongly from quarterstaff and chalet lag. It's only +1 W on a 1d6 weapon, so it's an extra 3.5 damage. Also, shillelagh is not as good as natural or magic fang, which ends up being better than shillelagh on quarterstaffs. So yeah. Because Shillelagh is plus 3.5 average damage, and Magic Fang is plus 7 damage, and also the hit chance. At first, which are both super valuable. I'm gonna go fire damage then, do like one monk, one favorite soul, get multi from the wolf tree. I don't think the multi applies outside of animal form. I believe it doesn't count in. Wait a minute. Well, does the multi in wolf form count in fire elemental? It shouldn't, but does it? Does it? Also, what's up, Smexy? How you doing? I have your build review to do, now that I'm not just grinding through Baldur's Gate 3. Feels like an actual D&D sessions, role-playing ourselves and doing things that fit your characters more hilarious. Yep, absolutely. Like I said, the only thing you got to be careful of in situations like that is just making sure that everyone's on like a similar page as to how you want to do storyline progression things. Because I have to imagine that if you have one player who kind of just wants to kill all the NPCs and hurt everybody, that would kind of like heavily impact the game experience that you have. Because then, you know, if somebody else on your team is like, man, you know what, it would be cool if we could use a shop, and then you have one player who's just killing every shopkeeper, I imagine that would also be deeply frustrating, so... Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, I'm pretty sure it doesn't, but I don't know, maybe they changed it. It's been a while since I've actually taken a look at that enhancement.
Nobody quits the Dark Lantern, Sora. You're a loose end carrying the spoons, and you're done playing house.
God, I love that Bard lightning strike that comes down. That's supposed to freeze? Oh no, I don't have the freeze yet. I was like, it's supposed to freeze, isn't it? It is. It is supposed to freeze. All I need is the enhancement points that I don't have. What is this imager link? Wow. That's not a rat, is it? That's a very, very big rodent. That's literally like a D&D creature. That's crazy. The freeze counts as hard CC. Yep, it causes helplessness. I just don't have it yet because I don't have the points in it. So the freeze causes helplessness, and the reason why it's cool is because I can then apply it to everyone, because once I buff people with Bardic Inspiration, then all the melees and all the ranged characters, when they attack, they can also proc the freeze, but it uses the damage dealt, uses my spell power. So I just stack up a bunch of spell power, and then I use Endless Fusillade, so my character, or whatever it's called, No Holds Barred. So we're just like, and launching out damage, and then as a result, the damage gets dealt. Do I have spell components? No, I never bought spell components. Whoopsie. And everybody dies. One downside is that... Okay, that's fucking bullshit. Every time someone tells me, oh yeah, ranged characters are actually really good, and then I try to target a guy who's like running back and forth, that if I was melee, I would just hit no matter what. I'm like, oh my god. Every time. Oh, that guy turned to stone. Nice. Get him. Yeah, that's the goal. And then for dealing with situations of like AoE, like I just experienced there, where obviously my attack didn't land, like I couldn't land anything. I actually have a situation for that, or a solution for that in Epics. You get an ability called Tonkin's Thunder Hammer, which deals sonic damage and has no save on it. And since my character needs to scale sonic and lightning spell power to deal damage, then with Tonkin's Thunder Hammer, I can actually use that as an opener to deal a huge amount of damage and cause my freezes to proc, and it's an area of effect. So it's basically like opening up with the free 6,000 damage across the line, and then start shooting into people. Which is kind of sick, because it means that it just makes it easier to clear through stuff. And then obviously when you move into Reaper mode, higher Reapers, that 6,000 damage, or 6 to 10,000 is going to lose some value. But it's actually going to keep a little bit of its value, because then I'm still just applying LGS effects across the entire pack at the beginning of a fight. And I still get the freezes, which holds its own value. So it's interesting. I'm looking forward to how this character is going to function. Plus also when I get Rune Arms. I don't know what Rune Arm to use. I haven't thought about that even for 1 minute, but, you know. Oh god. Oh god. Go away, Plague Reaper. And I also don't know what... Because the thing is, this character doesn't have any spell DCs, but that's okay. It doesn't need spell DCs, because everything on it has no save. So I don't... The issue is just I don't know how to get the... If I was to even want to use a Rune Arm, what would I do? Yeah. I will say breaking the bank is like probably the biggest recipient of a buff. It used to do basically no damage, and now it's like huge. It just crushes everything. It's very cool. Oh god. Oh god. Font guards. Yeah, we're gonna get this character geared out. I don't think the gear on this is like really crazy. Also, I might actually just use Legendary Storm. Maybe. We'll see. Legendary Storm is very cool, and it's an item I already currently have because of all the ADQ running I did. Although I need to run ADQ again today. Probably do that at the end of the day. Just have a character I sit at the gates of ADQ and run it every single time. So I should probably heal this guy. Get some mana back as well. Here we go, have your boofs. But yeah, so it should be a good time. But I need to get to 20 because epic levels give this character such a huge boost from combination of getting the spell, getting an actual, like, getting a couple good attacks onto this build. A whole bunch of stuff. I'm very, very, very looking forward to it. Very much looking forward to it. Melee Ranger, Caster, Artificer when it releases. I'm thinking of going Caster. When it releases? Artificer's in the game already. When what releases? What are you talking about? You can play an Artificer right now. You don't have to wait. The patch? Nothing in the patch is changing Artificer. I'm dead. Oh, I somehow didn't die. So why are you waiting? I'm just confused. So I like Melee and Caster the most, but yeah, I'm dead. It's in the game today, right now. You can play it with it right now. I have it. Right here, it's Macrotech. It's in the game. It's been out for a month. So yeah, you can just get it right now. Yeah, it's right now. Not sure what's happening. Oh, did they both go down to the sea lions? I think they went down to the sea lions. Can I get myself to a shrine? Yes, I can. Let's do that. Oh, does the spell cost reduction not work? Oh, whoops. Whoops. Oh, okay. I guess they all just wanted to go down and not live. Hope they fix it. What's wrong with it? I just haven't heard of about this bug, so I'm curious. Bye. Raised. Blocked. Can't raise. I don't know what's happening to this guy. He's blocked. I'm not sure. Oh, he's alive? Okay, cool. We're good. Doesn't work. No effect at all. Oh, interesting. That sucks. I wasn't planning on using it on this character, but the spell cost reduction is really, really good. So it not working definitely does suck. If you can get the spell cost reduction, 10% from 10% from Macrotech, 10% from Fatesinger, and 15% from Draconic Incarnation, with an extra 10% from item, is 45% spell cost reduction on every character you want to play. And that's pretty good. Wrath of Surakel for this? Yeah, I did end up going with Wrath of Surakel. I have my build set has already been like put out. Or like I already wrote the whole thing down and threw it into Discord. This guy's getting destroyed. Where is he? Where is he at? Oh, there he is. Yeah. I haven't really looked into it too much, actually. I will say that there's so many items right now that even though like I like putting a lot of gear sets together, it takes time to kind of learn the ins and outs. And I just finished getting used to all of the Isle of Dread items and for different gear sets. So trying to put together all of the new ones with the new expansion gear. The new expansion gear is going to be really, really crazy. I don't know if I want to gear out this character with new expansion gear, or maybe save that for the next build so I can at least work on this character, but I'm not going to have it done before next week, so maybe. Yeah, SLA Delayed Blast Fireball would be way, 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 way too good and would be definitely overpowered, but I don't see why they can't just change the number on Arcane Blast and just make it do more damage. I feel like that would just solve all of the problems. But, you know, it is what it is. Process TOE gear. Yeah. You don't need to know most of it. Basically, the sets are okay. So if you want a set, you can use it. And then outside of that, you just don't use any of the TOE gear. Well, and the goggles are good. Plus, the gloves are okay if you're using for gem sets. Big cooldown, maybe? It's too powerful. You don't even get Delayed Blast Fireball until 13, so giving it as an SLA at 12 is a little sus. Given that it's also the second most powerful fire spell in the game. Alright, reach for the sky. There we go. Do I have DDO? Yeah, I do. Good. The most resisted element? Well, yeah, but fire immunity bypass is everywhere. It's extremely common.
Somewhere nearby is the Storm Reach beacon.
Cold immunity bypass is also extremely common.
The beacon will
You can make the argument that, like, oh yeah, but if you're a wizard, then, you know, it becomes an issue. Because you don't have fire immunity bypass usually. I mean, you can take the effect out of Tiefling and be a Tiefling wizard and get fire immunity bypass. But, oh, I didn't buy the ticket. Yeah, how much for a ticket? Give me the ticket. So you'd be like, oh yeah, it's kind of harder to do that, but if you're a wizard, like I said, Archmages get huge universal spell power, so you can just use another ability. Also, fire immunity is in bands, so like, in the early game, from levels like 1 to 10, especially 6 to 10, there are so many creatures that are immune to fire, it's like hilarious. There's so many creatures that have fire immunity. Once you get to like 10, 11, 12, pretty much all the fire immunes go away, and then outside of like demons and golems, pretty much nothing has any fire. Actually, demons aren't even immune to fire. Devils and golems, you don't really have to deal with fire immunity at all, and you can kind of just start waltzing through everything. Like, I think iron golems are the only monster in Sharn that are immune to fire. Same thing with the iron golems in Ravenloft. Like, you kind of don't need to worry about it. So, like, fire damage does have a lot of resistances and immunities in certain level brackets and bands, but not across the entire game. These are the new cosmetics from the most recent Vecna, from the Vecna Unleashed expansion. Don't want bypass for wizards? Oh, no, absolutely. I also don't want bypass for wizards. I'm not saying wizards should get bypass. I'm just saying that fire, like, an ability doing fire damage is not a crutch to the ability. It doesn't make the ability worse. Fire damage is very easy to get immunity bypasses for, and so, like, saying like, oh, but it does fire damage, so therefore it's not as powerful, I was arguing against that concept of, like, fire damage is resisted, so therefore it's not good, which is not true. Because fire damage is resisted, but it's still very, very, very good. Come on, die. Kill this guy. Kill this guy. This guy. This guy. There we good. We discussing Archmage? Kind of. Fiend instead of Cthulhu. They said the Fiend Warlock, you struggle a little bit during the leveling process, but in endgame it's really not that big of a deal. Plus, also, if you happen to play with other players, like, other people have fire immunity bypass all over the place. The true answer, by the way, if you want to play endgame and you want to get bypass everything, and you don't have it on your own character, just play like a Carcerai Storm Warlock, because then you get to endgame, and if you play with a Druid, Alchemist, or Sorcerer, all the immunities are bypassed, so you're in the clear. That's really the secret. That's the secret there. Use all their spells the most so they like the heavy focus on meta magic. Yep, I agree. That's why I like it. Posted an Archmage suggestion today on the suggestion thread. Oh, nice. Force specialist, forces like no resistant DDO. The problem is force spells in DDO. We went through this yesterday, but force spells in DDO are bad. And force damage is a bad damage type, so you end up with a double whammy of the spells are bad, the damage type is bad, and because the developers perceive force damage as being really powerful, they won't make good force spells or basically do anything to help with force damage. So force spells will remain bad for quite a long time. So it's a layered problem. I'm gonna open this door. Now the solution to the immune problem is to toggle their ability to change elemental damage type to one element the target is not immune to. I mean, yeah, but the problem is I don't think the game is programmed like that they can on the fly rewire how some of the spells work. I think that's the main issue. Is like that would be very cool because that's actually an ability in pen and paper D&D called energy substitution. What energy substitution does is you pick the feat energy substitution and then you can make any of your spells deal that damage type instead. So for example, I could pick energy substitution acid and then at any point I can make my spells cast as acid instead of whatever their base damage type is, which is a really, really cool idea, but I really don't think SSG has the tech to do that. Is it Archmage or Archmage? Okay, everyone knows that Archmage is pronounced Archmage.
I imagine you have questions. Oh, yes. The lady in the back.
Alright. Depends on the spell? No, they're not. It doesn't depend on the spell. They're all bad. Yes, Arcane Tempest does a good amount of damage. But does Arcane Tempest deal nearly as much damage as any of the elemental spells? No. Does it deal nearly as much damage as... Does Tactical Detonation do as much damage as Chain Lightning? No. Force damage has the inherent problem of not being affected by magical resistance rating reduction on monsters. And when you get to the level cap, all monsters are taking 50% or more damage from having a negative magic resistance rating. Which obviously is a major problem when it comes to balancing force damage with everything else, because then every other spell is dealing 50% more damage. But force damage applies to everything, except when it doesn't apply to everything, because either monsters have some type of like variable force resistance, like golems and other things, or even if it does apply to everything in the case, so does cold damage, because you just have cold immunity bypass. Basically, Cold Alchemist, Cold Druid, and Cold Sorcerer have shown that elemental damage is so far ahead of force damage, it's insane. You crit with Greater Ruin, and you're like, damn, dude, I did like, 20,000 on the flat Ruin, like the untyped damage, the Bane, but then you hit him for 40,000 with the actual Ruin, like the big one.
Let's not perpetuate baseless accusations when we should be discussing the device's many, many uses instead. Yes.
Archmage, a classic PoE build. It is a classic PoE build.
Lucian Vaughn crumples with a cry.
I was using an example, but it's basically double.
He died as he lived. Spectacularly.
They just have to design force spells to do the same amount of damage as other spells. That's it. That's literally all they have to do. They just need to stop making force spells as, like, bad spells because they deal what is perceived as a premium damage type, which in current game is not a premium damage type, and just replace it by, like, just make it so the spells are good. Just make the spells do the same damage as other spells of the similar level. That's it. That's all they have to do. So, like, make it so Magic Missile actually just generally scales and does a real amount of damage. Make it so Chain Missile actually scales and does a real amount of damage. Just make all these force spells do real amounts of damage. That's it. And then there's no issues. Now, force damage doesn't scale as hard, but it has a general use case of always being able to apply damage, and it has its own niche that it fills. Yeah, top left corner of the Tiefling tree. Maybe not as much damage. If it doesn't do as much damage, force spells will always be garbage, trash, shit tier. absolute shit tier, useless. And anyone that uses force spells should feel bad about wasting the time of their teammates. I know, I've played multiple force builds. They're bad. They just do less damage. You just have to say, okay, I will do half damage. And there's no reason. You just give up half of your damage for no reason. They should absolutely just do as much damage as other spells. It's absolutely silly. I will die on this hill, goddammit! Force spells are cool but useless. There's like a couple, like the reason why people point to the couple of good ones is because there's so few force spells that are actually good. There's so few good ones that you have to point to like the 2 good examples and be like, yeah, but Evar's is really good and Tactical Detonation is really good. It's like, yeah, but Tactical Detonation is good because that is a crowd control that works on every monster in the game, including Reapers, not because of its damage. And Evar's Black Tentacles is good is because monsters can't save against it, so it breaks. It also does pretty good damage. I'm not going to say that it doesn't do pretty good damage. That's also because it doesn't have a proper working maximum cash level like every other spell in the game. Yeah. So yeah, anyway, Sharadi Rune builds are actually solid if you know how to play them. Sharadi Rune builds? What's a Sharadi Rune build? Not a half elf, not a tiefling? Then just play a half elf. Don't worry about it. What wizard wants to use? Yeah. I don't know how to get out of the cell. I always get stuck there. Oh, I got a Shattered Onyx. Nice. I actually don't need another one of these for heroics, so you can have this. Spirit Blade's any good now? No. Spells are Evards and Tempest. And Tactical Detonation. The key strike in that in the Epic Destiny is only good because there's no other force AoE abilities. A quest? No, there's a section where if you go the wrong way, it puts you in a jail cell, and there's like 100 guys standing out to the jail cell that just shoot at you. And you just take a billion damage. And there's nothing you can do about it. You can break out of the jail cell if you have a ranged weapon. There's like a lever on the wall you can shoot, and it opens up, and you can fight your way out. But a lot of people don't know how to do that, so they just get stuck and die. And I don't even know where the jail cell is in the dungeon, so I can't go save them. Okay, Cogs time. With scavenger hunt. Gonna sell quick. Good force spells. Rune and Greater Ruin are trash spells. They are pretty bad, surprisingly. They're only good in the context of do you have the tier 5 Draconic Incarnation. Then they're very, very good. But outside of that, they're not good. A bow, eh? I think I need a bow. I swear there were at-will spells via epic feats or otherwise, but I can't find anything on the wiki. There were not at-will spells. There might have been a time in the past. I'm trying to think of DDO history right now, of like when that might have been the case. But I don't currently think that there are any at-will spells that you can get. Even still, most of them would be not good. I mean, Epic Destinies sort of give you at-will spells, where like you got Macrotech, and then I can just pick up like Tonkin's Hammer right here, or the Epic Strikes, which are like spell-like abilities that are very powerful, but I can't think of something that is like, yeah, like an at-will spell for a feat. And it would be kind of interesting if they decided to do that, maybe like a level 24 feat that is like, you get this spell, heading to the hunt. I mean, that would be kind of interesting, but I'd have to figure out what spells they would actually want to take, and knowing SSG, they would probably put like kind of bad spells. They'd be like, here you go, you can have Searing Light at level 24. You're like, thanks. I'll take my 300 damage spell against my 4,000 hit point monsters. There is Hellball. Hellball, Spirit Blades, Arcane Pulse, Burst of Glacial Wrath. Burst of Glacial Wrath is that Burst of Glacial Wrath, Ruin, Greater Ruin. Burst of Glacial Wrath is the better epic spell. In my opinion, it's the best one, because Burst of Glacial Wrath freezes everything that is corporeal. So it doesn't freeze like wraiths, but it'll freeze oozes and among other things, which is kind of cool. Right. Yeah, Tactical Detonation is a very powerful spell. Very, very good. It works on Reapers. And you can do it at range. So you can open a fight with Tactical Detonation. And if your DCs are high enough for Tactical Detonation, that means you can not only make good use out of Tactical Detonation, but you can also make good use out of Burst of Glacial Wrath. So in a situation like this where I'm surrounded by trash slimes, I'd be able to just like Tactical Detonate everything down and then hit them with the freeze as the follow-up. Yeah, if it did Electric Enforce, that would be better, but it would make less sense because it's a detonation. It needs buffs.
Members of the Dark Gang runs to the refuse. One of the goblins runs off.
Must shoot bastards. This guy's just gonna tank stuff, and I'm just gonna shoot stuff. It's nice. Yeah, exactly. It's an explosive, so it should deal fire damage. Like, yeah, if you play like other video games, you can get like electricity grenades and stuff, which is like really cool. You know, get an EMP, but it's not an EMP. It's a tactical detonation. Great spell name, by the way. I kind of love it. Okay. Do you know where... Basically, from where you come in, you want to go through the northeast hole in the wall, and then you kind of go around the village to get to it. It's hard to describe where it is. I wish you'd said something before I entered into the quest. But yeah, it is the sewer access point on the map. You like kind of go at the northeast hole and then hug the left wall, and then when you get to like there's like the village, you want to like go to the right and stay on the upper cliff, and then you follow along the wall there, and it's a big sewer grate. Yeah, we're already in. That's why I was like, I didn't know you didn't know. Sorry, my bad. I mean, we can just restart. It's fine, so I can show you where it is. We'll just restart the quest. I don't want to, but it's fine. Just Eldritch Blast Fire Pact work with Hellfire, i.e. Fire Piercing. Eldritch Blast Fire Pact work with Hellfire? Wait. What is Eldritch Blast Fire Pact work with Hellfire? What? A fire piercing? Wait, what's Hellfire? I'm confused. I don't know what Hellfire is. That doesn't mean anything to me in this game. Where'd this guy go? What? I'm trying to... Where are you going? You were like running at me and then you disappeared. What the fuck is happening? Wait, what happened to this guy? Did he glitch through the map? I'm gonna go try to find him. I have no fucking clue where he went. Oh, come here. Turn around. Oh, this is supposed to launch you up. There we go. He was like right next to me and he just like fell and disappeared somewhere. You gotta boost all the way up. Nope, you just gotta take that one and boost all the way up. Anyway. Gives you Hellfire Pact Dice. Access skin gives Hellfire. I have to look up what Hellfire is. No, you're jumping. You gotta wait for the air jet. I'm gonna die in this cavern. You are jumping. Don't jump. Let the jet push you to the top. Oh. Okay, let me show you how to do it. I'll come down. Okay, so what you want to do, all right, is just stand here, and then it's gonna push you. Eventually. Don't jump, just like let it push you. And then just hold forward when it pushes you. Once you start going up, just push forward. Huh, it didn't push me all the way up either. That's weird. Did they break the air jets in the most recent patch? It just worked. What the fuck? Did they break the air jets? Oh, it's fine. I can give you jump so you can get out. And then it did that. Well, that's good. Doesn't matter. So bizarre. Anyway, we're good. Could we have completed the quest twice in that time? Yes. Am I bitter about it? Yes. And this is your lesson. If you don't know where to go, just tell people you don't know where to go. People will help you out. Even I'll do it, even though I don't want to.
Familiar sound reverberates
I think there's a Reaper just like last time, just to remind me of what exactly was going on here. Those are above level 6. Yeah, arties could definitely use some more spells as well. They gave Ball Lightning to Stormsingers, and Artificers could also definitely use like Ball Lightning. I've said this before, but my biggest issue with DDO balance in terms of spellcasting is that the higher level spells are all AoE spells, and so that's why higher level spellcasters are so unbelievably powerful in comparison to like melees and ranged characters in terms of clear, because the AoE clear is the same damage as their single target damage for the most part. And to solve the issue, what I would do personally is I would reduce the damage of AoE spells by 50%, literally cut all AoE damage spells in half in terms of their damage, and then add 3 to 4 single target damage spells per spell level to every caster in the entire game. Which would require like adding over 100 spells to the game, but it would make it so that AoE damage spells don't feel as oppressive. Single target spells exist for all of the different spell types, so then casters can specialize and have more specific spells for different circumstances, and you're good. Get a few spell slots? Yeah, but almost every spell in DDO is not good. There's so few good bard spells, I took Mind Fog. Mind Fog, dude. Mind Fog. You think I care about having extra spells on the list? Mind Fog. Because there's nothing else there. Name all the good level 8 sorcerer and wizard spells. I'll wait. There's so many good level 8 sorcerers and wizard spells. There's Arcane Tempest. That's one. Sick. Okay. And the second one, it's nope, hold on. Give me it's gonna be another one. It's like 10 spells. At least one of them's gotta be good. Circle of Death, or Symbol of Death. Nope, that just causes level drain, which is worse than the other level drain spells. Trap the Soul, Greater Shout. Yeah, or Greater Shout's okay if Burst of Glacial Wrath didn't exist. Sunburst is useful in one raid in DDO. In too hot to handle. Trap the Soul is pretty good. Polar Ray can be useful if you're a cold user. But the problem is that if you're not a cold user and you don't have the DCs for Trap the Soul, there's not enough spells to take. Even if you are a cold user, you're still running out of spells. So, like, again, the main issue is that there's not a lot of good spells to choose from, and so There are a lot of really neat situational spells, but like Wizard, the best way to describe it is Wizard has the ability to swap out spells as they play, so that you can change up your spells based on the adventure that you need to go into. And no. The magma must flow. The issue that I had with, so you can like swap out your spells as Wizard and Cleric. Real question. How many times when you play Wizards or Clerics do you swap out your spells? Instead of just sticking with the same spell list and using it all the time. In Dungeons & Dragons Online, the game we're talking about, with the whole spell problem. As somebody who semi-sparingly plays Wizards and Sorcerers and all that, I like never swap out my spells.
Everyone in the workshop rushed out, desperate to escape.
Dark Boston not enjoying it? Yeah, I'm an Inquisitive. Don't even use all the spell slots. Yeah. And that's the general experience, is you don't really need to swap. Because yeah, once you get to level 30, you go and you change out your spells to the good spells and then you're done. Right? And so that's why I'm saying they could use more spells. There isn't really a lot of thinking. Yeah. So carry me to TR? That is correct. Inquisitive is how a lot of tanks will level, is they will just level using the Inquisitive tree, because you actually can play Inquisitive with none of the feats. And it's pretty fine.
The foreman turns and opens the door. Railton's disappearance could only mean trouble. Please find it and figure out what's got the magma running cold while you're at it. For countless years, these sweltering caves have served as a comfortable home for the fiery beasts that inhabit them. But whatever is happening to the magma has left the
Guy needs healing. Here we go. More slots, to be honest, but I also don't swap spells because it's too much effort. Yeah, because like you don't really need to think about it. So again, if there were more spells in the game that you could actually consider wanting to swap in, then that would be good. My point is, there are just two, because all the AoE damage spells are the high level spells that do the highest amount of damage are also AoE spells. Now you're right, Wizard and Sorcerer do get Thunderstroke and Iceberg, which are perfect examples as to how there should be high-level spells, good for single target. Those two classes, those two spells do exist. But for Sorcerer, sorry, not Sorcerer, Alchemist and Druid don't even have single target spells. Alchemist doesn't have single target spells, and Druid gets, what's their single target spell? It's just, Word of Balance. And outside of that, you know, you don't really have to think about it at all. It's just spam all your AoEs as fast as you can. And so as a result, their single target damage and their AoE target damage is intrinsically linked. If you reduce AoE target damage because you feel like spellcasters are doing too much AoE and they're too oppressive, then you automatically gut their single target damage and make casters even worse in single target and even worse in raid scenarios. And if you don't do anything, or like if you want to make any adjustment, you're like, oh, we want to raise the single target damage, well then inherently you also have to raise the AoE damage, because all these classes don't even have single target spells. So that's why I'm like, just reduce the damage of AoE spells and then also add in a whole lot of single target spells to give players the option if that's something they want to do. Yeah, bards. So stormsingers also get Iceberg and Thunderstroke, which actually just goes further to proving my point that one of the biggest issues that bard has is they also don't have any single target spells. They only have AoE spells, and they get so much better when you actually add in single target damage to the mix. Bards have never really struggled with dealing AoE damage. Even in R10, a bard has a very high amount of burst AoE damage, which is good. The issue is when they get into level, you know, they're trying to do things in R10 and they get to a boss and they can't do anything. Yeah, so I want more spells. More spells, god damn it. Also, I need more coffee.
Well then, it seems that
Also, dots and DDO suck. They feel so bad. I don't know why SSG needs to have every dot stack up to 3 times to make them good. I would love it if dot spells just did the amount of damage they did at 3 stacks. And they just tripled the mana cost. That'd make the spells so much better.
But the whirring device continues to freeze the lava flow.
SFL, which is really good AoE. It is, yep.
The device, halting the flow of frosty air. You can feel warmth seeping back into the cave, a sign that things are returning to normal.
Security detail. Make sure this guy's following me. He doesn't have a mount. Okay. You gotta get mounts in DDO, they're pretty good. Would recommend. Oh, he does have a mount. I don't know what's happening anymore. Anyway. Video games are confusing. The Forge Wraith Wisps, by the way, are insanely dangerous. People die in hardcore here all the time. You gotta be really careful about all these monsters. They are very, very dangerous. Get them out of here. People die in this area on hardcore every single hardcore league. They just run through thinking everything is cool, and then the Forge Wraith Wisp hit them for 200 with the delayed blast fireball, and they're like, oh shit. This even happens in epics too. I've seen people die in epics to this area on hardcore. Because they only have like 1,000 hit points, and all it takes is 3 spells to rip them around. Around your computer died. Just got a new one. Hoping to reinstall DDO. And I hope you find the username again because there's a bunch of numbers and letters. I hope you can find your username again. Also, what's up, Xenosage? I hope you're doing very well. Damn, man. That sucks. I'm sorry to hear that your computer died. That's terrible. You might just have to scroll through your memory for it, or if you use a web browser like Chrome or Firefox, or pretty much any web browser, I'm pretty sure, they all save your login details, and you might be able to log into myaccount.standingstonegames.com or whatever, and then see if possibly your login information is saved in the website, so your account name should be there. That would be a good place to check. Because, like, for me, I use Chrome, and so between my phone and my computer, all my stuff is shared. So if I have to log into a website on my computer and then I gotta log in on my phone, it's all the same thing, so it's easy. Yeah, and if you have access to the email, you can also do that, most likely. Yeah, that's correct. So customer service might be able to help you. So basically, all of these things should be fine. Now, if you don't have access to the email you used to set up the account, now that's going to be a bit of a problem. That's not really something I can help you with, unfortunately. I mean, that does happen to some people sometimes, where they like don't have access to that information, and it is what it is. Get him out of here. This guy's getting destroyed. There you go. Yeah, credit card information works as well. Yep. But yeah, they just need to verify stuff, because I think that, you know, there's been probably a few occasions where people have tried to steal other people's account information. Using something like customer service, which is why they try to verify stuff, which is, to my understanding, one of the reasons why they're trying to get multi-factor authentication added in. That way you don't have to deal with that. I cannot wait until we have multi-factor authentication. Also, Fenris, welcome back to the stream team. Appreciate the support. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Glad to have you here. Thank you so much for tuning in. 18 months is a long time. Cheers! Yeah, it's one of the reasons why I'm looking for multi-factor authentication to be added to Dungeons & Dragons Online and Lord of the Rings Online. Please. Yeah, I've had situations where I didn't have access to an account. So when I was a kid, I wanted to play PlayStation 3 on the computer. The problem is I bought my PlayStation 3 when I was 17 because I got a job working as a dishwasher, and I worked for months, and then I saved up enough money so I could buy it, and because I wanted to play Call of Duty with my friends. So I saved up the money, right? and I had to make an account to do PlayStation Online. The problem is you needed to be 18 or older to have like an account or whatever. And I was like, oh, shit. Well, I'm not 18. So I just didn't type in my own birthday when I made the account, which I didn't think would be an issue. However, when I ended up, I had an issue with like my PlayStation. I had to factory reset, and then I had to log back in. When I wanted to log back in, I couldn't remember the password that I used. So I was like, no problem. I'll just like, I can easily verify this because I can just like, you know, just get it to run through the email. Whoopsie. The email that I put in was an older email, and I don't have that email anymore. That's a bit of a problem. Like, the email got, like, shut down because it was, like, an older email. I'd switched over to using like, a different email service. And I was like, oh, well, I can't just recover through my email. That's not going to work. So I phoned up Sony, and they actually had a help support line. They were like, oh, yeah, no problem. If you don't have your email, we just need to verify you are who you are. So can I start with your date of birth? And I was like, yeah, it's this? And they were like, yeah, no, that's not your date of birth on file. And I was like, oh no, what am I going to do? I can't get access to my account because I put in the wrong date of birth and I don't have access to the email anymore. So I'm like, oh shit, what do I do? And I was like, well, thank you for your help. So I couldn't figure out what to do and I had no idea. The answer, the solution, 1 second, roll call, double recall to town, and then talk to the guy to go to the raid staging area. Anyway, so what I did is I made a brand new email account that was my old email account. I just went to the website and remade it. Then I hit account recover, and boom, it got the email. At which point, I then logged in and changed my email information. And everything was fine. And then I also changed my birthday to my date of birth to my proper birthday. We're going this door here. Yep. Then, just making sure we're all good. Nice. Your parents? That's actually really smart, and I did not think about that. Gives you a buff and a special vendor while you have multi-factor authentication. Yep, World of Warcraft gives you 5 extra item slots. A lot of people were really upset about it too, because when they had a thing where if you have multi-factor authentication, you get 5 extra item slots, and that would also affect you if you were playing WoW Classic. And a bunch of the like WoW Classic, like, you know, purists were like, oh, this is bullshit, it's pay to win. You know, you have to sign up for this service or whatever, so that way you get extra 5 slots. It's not vanilla. It is, you know, the game sucks or whatever. Which, like, I agree with the game sucks, but anyway, I just thought it was really funny because 1, 5 item slots is not that big of a deal, and 2, you should be using multi-factor authentication. The fact that so many people don't do it is like the reason why Blizzard has to, like, you know, put in all that information in the first place to be like, hey, by the way, here's your incentive to do it. Video game companies shouldn't need to incentivize people to use multi-factor authentication because it's really, really good. But yeah. Oh, did you get lost? Okay, so I'm not sure where you are, but you need to go. It's the southest point of the map. There's like a ramp. It goes up.
You teleport the hapless student?
It's on the floor. So you just take the floor, and then you just go south. It's a darker area, so it's harder to see. No, you learn how good multi-factor authentication is. Yes. Yeah, that's what you're looking for. Oh, you got it.
Back to the entrance.
Yeah, sorry, you were like right behind me, so I thought you were gonna make it in. Yeah, this one's a 3-dimensional maze, so Simon of never knowing when you'll be hacked. True. hack your recently linked and web backed up authenticator app. There you go. You have to get lost inside? Yeah. I actually don't get lost inside this quest. I find roll calls really easy to navigate, but I'm also a maniac. For me, I would attribute the fact that I can remember maps quickly in video games to Call of Duty, because whenever a new Call of Duty would come out, like the maps come out, right? And so you have to find your way around the maps at as fast as possible. Guys getting dumpster. You go see if I can find them. So like, because you got to know where all the places to hide are, all the secret doors.
The oppressive heat in this corridor radiates from the sealed room.
Oh yeah, that's definitely the wrong way. I'll come find you. Give me a sec. You might don't use Twitter. How am I stopping the owner of my phone to create bad tunes and playing on my bad account? There's no way to do that, unfortunately. This works. I'm assuming you can get back up. Here we go. Mr. Google Authenticator app, backing up initial secrets to the web. Yeah, like I said, for me, like I said, I think multi-factor authentication, especially as a content creator and somebody who like has had people try to break into my accounts on multiple occasions, it's just too valuable to have all of that directly go to you. It happens way too often during the day where like I look at my phone and it'll be like, hey, so are you trying to access your account from Singapore? And I'm like, you know what? I'm not trying to access my account from Singapore. Isn't that crazy? And then I say no. And I figure out what that account is, and I deal with the password or my security or whatever then. Because whenever I get like a flag, I will then go and check the password immediately. Then it's like, there's probably something. Because like the other issue is if you're like me, you'll have a lot of like old accounts on a lot of old websites using passwords that are definitely probably not as robust because you made them 10 years ago thinking that everything was good. So multi-factor authentication is good for that. The only one that is the exception is Steam. Dude, I've changed my password so many times. I keep getting emails on Steam of like, so-and-so has tried to log into your account. And I changed my password and so-and-so has tried to log into your account from like different areas, usually in Eastern Europe. And I'm like, it is what it is. Get into my Steam account if you want kids. Going to be broken into that you know of. This is why you need multi-factor authentication. Because with multi-factor authentication, you actually just get to know.
A massive shield guardian protects the holding cell. The student waves at you from behind the magic barrier. Thank the host, he cries.
So yeah. Bad MFA is better than no? Yeah, that's why I'm hoping that SSG will have multi-factor authentication soonish. Because you're right. Any amount of account security is going to be good. Not to sound like one of those like account security like programs or whatever. Protect your account security today. Download whatever thing. But like actually it is kind of important. Because like if somebody wants to rob your house, they got to figure that shit out. They got to case the joint. Hey, we are at the very end of roll call if you want to come in. But it's like the last, like we're just doing the puzzle. Everything is dead. This person stepped in. Nice. That's good. Your password is ShrimTom1. I wouldn't use ShrimTom1. You think that little of me? So I never turned on precision. So maybe you should think that little of me. Might have been reason a reasonable password because brute force and computing wasn't nearly this fast. Yeah, nowadays it's crazy. Like I said, someone's gonna break into your house, they gotta plan it, they gotta case the joint, they gotta do a whole bunch of shit. Whereas in modern times, if somebody wants to break into your accounts or what have you, they just buy a list from somewhere for pennies on the dollar that's full of all sorts of account information, complete or incomplete, then run it through a bot that just checks everything and tries to get into every single piece of information that's there, and then they get what they can, they lose what they lose, and then they just sell that list to another person. It's crazy. Nice. And that is Sharn done. That's the last quest in Sharn. Oh, baby. I'm gonna turn this off for a second. I'm gonna check my sagas. I don't know what sagas I did and didn't take. This is gonna be the old saga check. Yeah. Correct horse battery staple. Yeah, get writing complicated or complex passwords. We've talked about this before, but there's all sorts of good tips you can use and tricks to write passwords that are both complicated but easy to understand and remember. And phrases are really, really good. So, I have several passwords that I can easily remember and hold upstairs because they are just things I'm very familiar with, and or phrases that are easy to remember. They just don't disappear that easily. Okay. I think I picked up all my sagas, but honestly, I'm not sure. I gotta go check. Who's pinging me in Discord? Why am I being pinged? That guy's gone. RIP. Okay, I did get Ravenloft. Did I get Giant Hold? I don't know. How do we get to the ship? Airship. What spells do you enjoy the most? Arcane or Divine? So I like Arcane conceptually because I like the color purple. But I usually end up enjoying Divine spells more. Because I like charisma-based classes. Although Clerics not using charisma in 5 really like gets in the way of all of that. Alright. Sane Asylum. Next. There's that. 20 coming. I'm very close. I need 50,000 XP. Arcane Spell Failure is like a non-problem in DDO, but in pen and paper, yeah, it's a huge issue. It's one of the reasons why I've always liked classes that can like wear some amounts of armor, but then ignore Arcane Spell Failure. Warlocks, Bards, your Maguses, your War Mages, your multi-classes that can, or your Prestige classes that can do it. You voted with +3 weapon attacks the kobold with AC of -5, but the kobold is surprised. When does it roll to hit? Answer that, you earn, if you can answer that, you earn my account. And it's like, wait, armor class of -5? What? I have no idea what the stats are of the final boss of Baldur's Gate 2. I should probably look that up. I'm curious. Alright. If you don't know how to do Sane Asylum, please stay at the start. If you do, follow me. The reason with Sane Asylum is because at the beginning, or like, there's a trigger basically that makes the quest start a different path. There's basically 2 paths through the quest. The path that I'm taking is the very fast path. It only takes a few minutes. If you just walk forward at the beginning, you get locked into the slow path that makes the quest take like 15 to 20. And so I just don't want to deal with that, and I'd rather just go the fast path, if I'm being honest. Yeah, could you imagine actually giving people a test on 2nd edition? The password is impregnable. No one knows anything about 2nd edition. Who's with me? Barbarian? 1,800 hit point Barbarian? Oh my god. That's a lot of hit points on the Barbarian. Jeez Louise. There's a feat in Baldur's Gate 2 that makes it so you get all your hit points back on short rest. And my brain is like, oh, that would be so good for Karlach, who has like so many hit points And then you get all of them back on short rest. Oh. What the fuck? Why is this thing going behind me? Okay, there we go. Oh, my charisma, that's my damage, you jerk. Well, sort this out when we get there. I have to wait for this guy to come into the room. So just chill. There, we're good. Yeah, this quest is like, again, it's not super complicated. That's not true. This is a little bit more complicated of a quest. But it's not terrible. I don't think so anyway. I used to think this quest was hard, and then I just followed somebody who showed me like who was doing it the fast way, and I was like, oh, that's cool. And then I just did it the fast way. And then problem solved. The hardest part, in my opinion, about this one is the puzzle. Good. Bypass the little wall there, because the wall appears if you shoot on one side. The problem is the guy leashes when you hit the wall, so you want to be able to kill him before that happens. And then we're done right at the end. So now if somebody comes in late and just screws up the whole thing, I don't even care. Puzzle is bottom, like straight lines here. Also, I'm not good at turning the bottom tiles to turn the top ones, because my brain just like struggles with getting that sorted. Where are we going? Oh yeah, this way. Oh fuck! How did I do that twice? I'm free. So you get your treasure chest. Then obviously you give him, Fred, what are you doing here? And you can talk all this thing to Fred and say all this nonsense. Again, this is why I'm thinking a Fred-focused expansion would be great. It's like not focused on him, but he's like the catalyst that brings us somewhere else. Because he's like, yo, I got my own nautiloid. We're going to fly across space and time. And you're like, yeah, man, let's do it. You go on an adventure. And he's got like one of the many quests.
Nurse Ratchet falls to the ground, and the haze of madness begins to fade.
Computer only has 16 gigs, so I hope it was good enough to run DDO smoothly. Other was 32. I have to do better graphics card now. 16 gigs of RAM? You should be fine. I don't know how many gigs of RAM you need. Then, come here. Give me a hug, big guy. Don't leave me with your dignity. This is unbecoming. Enough. I'll give him a hug. Nice. I need 6k or 7k XP. Page, let's go. Gigabytes is fine for a single client. Yeah, I don't know anything about RAM. Somebody in the chat might know about RAM. I have way too much RAM now, so it's good. And flying on Warforged Titan Doris? Yeah, let's do it. What do we do here? What do we do? 7,000 XP. 7,000 XP. My brain is stalling. I don't know what quest to do. Let's do Palace of Stone. Fun. That's a great quest. We'll do Palace of Stone. Claim a saga? I don't have any sagas. I used them all. Just relog. It's fine for sessions of 8+ hours. There you go. Alright. I love Palace of Stone. Stone. 18. Palace of Stone. There we go. It's like easily one of my favorite quests in the game. It's level 20 as well. Nice. I haven't done this quest in Heroics in a very long time. I've only done this quest really in epics. I guess I can give full buffs. There you go. Have buffs.
Come down and join the party.
There. Everybody's buffed up.
Now that you're here, we
Need a saga attached to them? I don't know. I don't know if everything needs to have a saga. I'm okay with like the expansion quests coming with a saga. It makes them like more desirable to run. They're more cohesive storylines. A lot of areas don't have quest lines of more than like 3 or 4 quests.
Now I must leave you. The seat of the Lord of Eyes. Swallow him.
Yeah, the Madness Chain is like a whole saga. That's true. That is true. It is its own thing.
We'll catch up then.
The insane Dalkia vanishes, leaving
Because you've got like Palace of Stone and or all the delirium, terminal delirium, acute delirium, Palace of Stone, Fashion Madness, the Lord of Eyes chain. Like they're all good quests, and they're also all connected. So yeah, there could be like a Madness saga if they wanted to add that into the game. I wouldn't hate that. That'd be cool. Acolyted Skin is pretty cool. I actually really like Acolyted Skin. It does way more damage in the early game. It does the same damage as 20, but you get way more damage up front in Acolyted Skin. It's much better. Kopesh build? Any longsword build can be a Kopesh build for the most part. Type of Super Saga? Do you mean Super Mario RPG Superstar Saga?
Setting yourself up to be blindsided.
Which is a video game that's getting a remaster? Are you guys as excited as I am about that remaster? Oh my god. That shit's gonna be crazy. The only problem is I'm like kind of worried that with the remake, that it might be in a similar vein where it's like they're not going to add any more content to it, and so the game is just going to be good, but like it's going to be like this short burst of fun. And so because I'm familiar with it, like I played the game like I don't know how many times I've played Super Mario RPG, but man,
An experienced person
it's been quite a few
such as
times.
yourself, on the other hand, is wise enough to benefit from the reputation of peace and serenity that holds.
No, I didn't put on Death Ward because I suck. And I don't have Greater Resto Scrolls because I suck. It's fine. I don't need Greater Resto. We'll just deal with the consequences of my actions. Beautiful. Get this guy. Reward is an option. Oh, amber hair dye? I see. That's so dead. Yeah, I can pick myself up. I have a black blade of Jack Gibbers. Wait, dude, I got you. You're healed. Get that health back. Oh. Guess there must be like so few quests that other people are doing. Oh, oops. How do I get this door open? This one. God, oh god, there's so many buttons that are on fire. Oh, I died a second time. I don't know where the shrine is in here. So, and this guy is dying to I don't know what. Oh, he has 17 stacks of fear. That's why he's dying. Oh, there's the Fear Reapers up on the wall. The Fear Reaper was here. Oh, it's on the wall. Oh no. The cleric might not have raised dead. Well, they're a bow cleric, so they'll figure it out. Where do you get the crest? Yeah. If you have Shadow Strike from the Shadow Dancer tree, do you ever need to keep Death Ward on you? I have a few potions, so I'm not sure if I'm essentially immune. Death Ward still prevents you from taking negative damage. So you don't get level drained, but you can still take negative damage. Yeah, this is what killed us. That guy, the Barbarian had 17 stacks. That's hilarious. Yeah, I'm on Argonism. Okay, they'll get me eventually. It's a harder adventure, so you know it is what it is. Ah, thank you. Perfect. I go over here and take this. I'm alive. I can heal myself because I'm not technically in combat yet. Yay! Also, I somehow have less negative levels. They're too busy admiring the place. I have no problem with that. This place is beautiful. Palace of Stone is not only a fantastic adventure, but it's a great place to go take your whole family for vacation. Okay. Okay, none of them turned themselves to stone. I was really thinking at least one would turn itself to stone, but apparently not. Have your D&D group do this quest? The problem is my D&D group's next adventure is Tuesday. It's in person, and they are stepping in to fight the final antagonist of the campaign, who is the Devourer of Dreams. Well, I can't undo it now, so yeah. Turn each other to stone. They don't turn each other to stone, but if you push them into, you open a mirror, so there's mirrors here, while they're like breathing or whatever, or using their eye beam, they turn to stone. You accidentally left your guild? Well, they're not gonna like that, because leaving your guild causes them to lose guild renown. Unless you didn't earn a lot of guild renown, then I guess it's not really that big of a deal, but no, it might matter to some. Maybe on bad terms, and then you left on bad terms. There is no shrine here. Oh, interesting. Okay, where's the shrine then? I thought there would have been a shrine here. Oh, there's a shrine here. Ha 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 ha. Fat fingered enter when checking. There you go. Like you'll just have but just click through your term prompt, just crash your client. It doesn't actually process the guild leave until after that point. Oh, interesting. There we go. Back to full. Okay, so where are we going? We did that way. So let's go this way now. Palace door with the optional. Yeah, that sounds about right.
I must confess, it is my favorite place in the entire palace. You really do have
this place is also my favorite spot in the entire palace.
Welcome to the Museum of Stone, devoted to stone in all its many forms.
I took the time
Its history,
for leaving.
its
Yeah.
variety, its ecology, its social habits and customs.
Yeah, the guild on hardcore was actually not too hard to manage, and it worked really well. So obviously that's from my perspective as leader. I think we did a pretty good job of making sure people got in, and people always had the ability to get back into the guild. So if you had a good time and you will get kicked, that's good. There'll be a new guild next season. It's not going to be named You Will Get Kicked. I'm not telling you the guild name ahead of time, because if I tell you it, someone's going to snipe it on day one. Or if I do tell you it, just know it's a decoy name. If I ever say it at some point to be like, oh, by the way, the guild name is going to be like blank, and I give you a name, it's a decoy so that somebody can snipe having a bad guild name. Have any hissy fits? Nothing noteworthy. There was always like a few people that complained, but almost everybody that complained was like, oh, actually what you said makes a lot of sense. I had one person message me about how I was being, or like how it was like really selfish the way I was treating the guild and everybody in it and stuff. And I got called an elitist. And anyway, and then I called that, so then after somebody called me an elitist, I just called them an idiot and put them on ignore. So that was it. There was no like, but that was about it. There was just one person who like took the time to direct message me and tell me that I was an elitist for kicking people out for playtime. And then I explained to them that it's the only way to make sure it's totally fair and everybody gets in. They told me that I was lying about it, and they were like, yeah, that's not true. You know, justify it however you want. Whatever you're saying isn't true. And I'm like, I'm not going to go through my backlog of hours of video footage showing how it works because you're too stupid to look into it and do the research yourself. Also, you're not welcome in my guild, so go away. It's good. It's really easy. All I want is for people to have a good time, to be able to log in and play the game and enjoy themselves. And then they can get their guild buffs whenever they need. I feel like it's totally fair. I mean, it's probably better for SSG if we don't do that, because then instead there can be more guilds, which means there's more ships purchased, which means SSG makes more money. So they probably wouldn't appreciate it if that was the case instead, but it is what it is. Yeah. Well, the better method is for there to be more hardcore guilds with full ships. But the thing is, like, I managed to convince several people that it's fun to run the entire game 1 to 20 in a single day, to then farm out gold so they can give me the gold so we can buy everything on the ship. So we're consistently the ship with the most guild buffs on the server in the fastest period of time. We don't get to the highest level, but, you know, I just try to make it as easy as possible for as many people by getting the guild buffs as fast as we physically can. Get them up as quick as we can. That's the goal. And again, this is not like a dig at any other guilds or anything like that on the server, because it's not really a competition. It's more so just like I subject people to a lot of questionably fun game activities for the benefit of everybody on the server at the same time, or at least all the people that are in the guild, and it works out. But I also wouldn't fault anybody for not doing that either. Yeah, the ABCU was pretty good. I don't know what we're gonna name the guild this season. There's probably a lot of good names out there. Baby Core sounds kind of good because it's the next hardcore league will be end of the year, and it's gonna be +2 lives, and +2 lives is pretty easy. So we may end up using the name Baby Core. I'm not sure. Yo, what's up, Ludicrous? 2 weeks, 2 lives, let's go.
We should speak.
That's fine.
Now ascend, brave and
We'll just take it. Oh, everything I'm talking about is a decoy, don't worry.
dedicated to those
At level 8 and level 16, you get an extra life. So if you die, you don't. You know, like in Mario, where like you have like a bunch of lives, so if you fall in a pit, it doesn't kick you back to like the main title screen. It like puts you back at the beginning of the level or whatever. Does that make sense? It's like that, but in like DDO, so you get like an extra life. So if you die, you get resurrected once. Dark Hunter range build. There you go. Oh, you'll find another guild. It's not a big deal, I'm sure. I wonder if they have to deal with that. I don't know why anyone would do that and screw with them, but yeah. I'm capped. There we go. People equal shit. True. That is true. Thanks, team. Smiley face. Right click. Leave party. I got cap. You say capped? That's what I said. Don't wear it out. All right. So now we go find the bard trainer, and we hit level cap as a bard. Oh, yeah. Level cap is Bard. Let's go. 5 extra skill points. So many skill points in a haggle. Oh, I get an extra bad spell. Give me... I don't know. Hero's Feast. And an extra bad spell. I'll take Glitter Dust. Why not? Now I get to level up as Bard again. Charisma. Perfect. And I get another bad spell. I'll take Remove Curse. No, Dispel Magic. That might come in handy. Yes. Now I get 9 more points. So now I can take the capstone. So I go with Ride the Lightning because it's cool. Makes my weapon a spellcasting implement, which is neat. Enhanced Bolt 3. And then Arresting Assault seems kind of okay because I have really high diplomacy. So I kind of like the idea of getting +2 accuracy Arresting Assault and then Master Inquisitive. And then boom. So Master Inquisitive is huge because it grants me +2 to all ability scores, 10 range power, and imbue dice, and I knock targets down, which is kind of sweet. And then I also get the hit chance, and now my bolt freezes targets with no save. Also, my main hand weapon counts as a spell casting implement, so it gives me even more spell power, which is kind of cool. Yeah. And I get 20 points to start. Did I have to unlock the macro tech? I actually don't know. The DDO just killing their sentence and understanding playback. It says none. So what I've been told is that the cause of that is if you let the game load while you don't have the thing highlighted. So if the game loads while it's not highlighted, you don't have that problem. Okay, I already got it. Okay, we're good. Yeah, it's like if you alt-tab while it's loading. This is what people have told me. I don't know how true that is exactly, but this is what I've heard. All right, so we got Charade. We got... Fate Singer. Okay, so Shrine Champion. You gotta get Prism, because it's good. And then Search and Spot is kind of good. Mana is also kind of good. So go with Search and Spot. And this, and then I get the sonic damage on hit, which is important. Then, so I'm going to say yes. I want to get Tonkin's Hammer, which is great. No fail reflex saves on a 1 is also kind of great. So I'm going to go with that. Grab Spellcasting UMD, and then we grab Tonkin's Thunderhammer. And then we go Fate Singer, grab the Harmonic Resonance, as well as Pluck of a String, which works with Inquisitive. So now... I have the mantle, so I do extra damage on hit, and a bunch of that damage is sonic damage. It scales with my imbue dice, of which I currently have 6, so I need more. And then I'm going to pick up more imbue dice here, because I get 3 out of this. And then I also get Harmonic Resonance, so monsters take more sonic damage when I shoot them, which scales this. It also scales my Tonkin's Thunderhammer, which has a 10-second cooldown and has no save on it, so it just deals a bunch of damage. And then I also have Pluck of a String, which deals a bunch of damage on shot. And if I need to stun, I will be taking Arrow of Discord later, which scales off of Charisma and Stunning DCs, which normally would be an issue for a ranged character, because you don't get Stunning DCs on a ranged character, but I do because I'm a Divine Might build. So I actually do get a bunch of Stunning DCs from my Charisma stacking on top of that, like double stacks. Okay, so, what do we take? So, Arresting Assault, I want to have on my bar here. I don't know where. Imbue with Shadow is fine. I don't need to hit the streets. Everything is good. And then other Epic Destiny, I have Tonkin's, Pluck a String, and Prism. So Prism is a stance, that's a passive. Pluck a String is an attack, so I want to have that active all of the time. Can do this, so then I can just like drop my Tonkins and be like and blast people with this. And we can maximize. Actually, I have Maximize and Quicken turned on all the time, so I actually don't need to do that. And the reason why Maximize is turned on all the time is because it doesn't cost that much extra because I took the cheaper Maximize, so I can just keep it active, and then I can get Maximize on like my cures. This costs 37. This costs 42. What heals more? This does, right? Yeah, Cure Critical heals more for sure, and this is the AoE heal. My cure critical is 300, and this is 229, which is fine. And then I gotta get some spell power items, and I should be good. Then I have one more thing to adjust here, which I'm very, very excited about. So hopefully this works. The 12. And then I have to look at gear and get all my level 20 items and yada, yada, yada. So there's like things going on, but... Kickoff Friday, World Champion event in Pokemon Go? Oh, Pessimian is coming out to Pokemon Go, and there's different spawns for the weekend. I don't care about any of these spawns. Oh, but there's Shiny Scraggy of Legendary Rituals. Whoopsie. And, oh, but there's Sandshrew. I like Sandshrew. I don't need this. Thank you. And now we have the Altar of Epic Rituals, which will load everything. And then I'm going to upgrade my Storm into a Epic Storm. So, thanks to my Dust and my tokens, I have just a little extra. My Storm becomes an Epic Storm. So Storm is, like, pretty good. But Epic Storm is even better. Now, the reason why it's better is the numbers are a little bit better. So better Shocking Blast, better Screeching, better Thunderstorm, and all that other stuff. But most importantly, this crossbow is a ×2, and this crossbow is a ×3, just built in. How cool is that? Plus 2 D12s base damage. So I'm going to get the Epic Storm, and now I have one of the coolest crossbows in the game.
Brian here. Got this mace from near the creche. It's pretty good. I'd suggest going there.
I probably will. So now I have a ×16 to 20 ×4 on the crossbow. And I've also got Shoot Later, which turns into a 14 to 20 ×5 shot. But I shoot twice, so it's... And then I also got the Pluck a String, which is pretty good as well. So I'm looking forward to this. Tonkins. Oh my god. Oh my god. So hopefully the character functions as I think it's going to function, but I don't know. It's weird to think about. It's a weird build. It does weird things. Weird characters that do weird things. Okay. So now... Oh, that's why my XP was lower. I never put on my goggles again. That gave me... I repaired my goggles. And I never put them back on. Well, I'm an idiot. I just had my Voice of the Master off for like half of the day yesterday. Or last time I played. And the entire day today. Whoops. Is that a tome? Is what a tome? These tomes? Or... somewhere? Oh, in my bag? Do I have a tome in my bag? I don't think so. No, I don't have a tome in my bag, so I'm not sure. Bag 1, lower left? Oh, no, this is a hireling folder. Lets you put hirelings in a box. Good old hireling folder. Okay, I don't want anything here. Okay, so let's go to this. We'll grab the level 20 stuff first. Okay, so... Alluring Cloak of Dodge. Charisma, Insightful Charisma, Dodge 9. Pretty good. I'll take that. That's kind of good. This ring is pretty good. Insightful Con's pretty good. Epic Bloodstone, Seeker, Deception, Accuracy, Deadly, Melee Power, Swiftness. I mean, that's just a good item. It's going to be a little bit better than this. That can go back in there. I don't need Nullification. I already have something in my necklace. I don't really need the necklace anymore, so I could replace it. But yeah, this is pretty good. So I like this. What do I have in here? Anything interesting? I never checked my gear, so I didn't really upgrade anything during the leveling process, which probably would have helped out. I like Hallowed Castigators. So I'm going to throw these on. These are pretty good. Get these in here. Do I have any armor piece? I want light armor, right? So... the Wildwood's pretty good, so I'll grab the Wildwood. I like that. Oh, not the Wildwood. I need the do I have the light armor one? Oh. This is cloth. Well, it gives me more dodge, so I guess that's fine. I guess that's okay. Don't worry about it. I like having dodge. Dodge is fine. My helmet, I can get wisdom of spell sight. Oh, but I don't need wisdom. And I already have wisdom here that I don't need, so this is already gone and useless to me. So I can put that away. I can put this away. I get the Bronze Dragon Scale Belt, which just gives me Life Shield. I actually don't think I have Death Block anywhere, so that's convenient. And yeah, that's about it. I guess I could wear this for spell saves 8, but this is fine. And then Memories of Kindness is just quality sheltering, mythic sheltering, which is not terrible. It's extra 6 sheltering. I don't think I have a better helmet, though. In fact, I don't think I have any other helmets in here. Do I have a 1 to 9 helmet? What is it? Helmet slot? Head? I have a Dino Bone helmet. That's cool. Crown of Fireflies, Crown of Snow, with a Reaper bonus, Crown of Leaves, Profane Well-Rounded, and it's got a Reaper PRR. Meh. I'll keep my helmet as it is. Oh, apparently I have the Tiara of Madness, which gives me Exceptional Skill 7, and also Intelligence 7, with the Cowl of the Devotee. I actually like the Tiara of Madness here, because I don't really have anything that's boosting up my my skills too much. All I have is the leather gloves of the snake, which actually, now that I think about it, do I have a key lock ring? Probably. What boots do I have? I don't even know. Dude, I gotta look through my gear and actually organize stuff. Chamber boots are just strictly better than my boots, so I'm gonna put these on because they give me more intelligence. I'm gonna put those in. Nope. Flyfoot Greaves. Flyfoot Greaves are not better, surprisingly. And none of these boots are better. Okay, that's fine. And then lastly, I think it's rings is what I was talking about. Finger, 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 hands, feet. Rings? Rings. There it is. Somehow I don't have one. I have a Ring of Prowess, which would give me 2 range power. That's fine. I think my skills are probably good. What happens if in a Palemaster Shroud and I have Contract Essence in the Shroud? The Shroud supersedes it. That is correct. Yeah. The Shroud overwrites all of your healing. So you can be a Warforged Palemaster, but you can't be healed by Repair and Negative at the same time unless somebody uses the Converter on you. If somebody uses the Converter on you, then that's a different story. Cool. So now my character has 18 dodge, which is nice. And my rogue skills, disable device, with all my buffs on. Oh, search 75, 79, disable device 71. Okay, I'm good. I'm good for leveling. Everything is fine. It's all good. My hit chance is way higher. Thank you, Epic Bloodstone. God, this item is so dumb. If you don't have one of these, it's really not that hard to get, and I would highly recommend making exactly this. Anyway, I'll be right back. I use the bathroom. I get some water. Converter ally only? Yes, you cannot converter yourself, unfortunately. That'd be cool, though. I'm gonna crack the window here, you know? Crack the old window. Ooh, that's a nice breeze. Alchemist has the Life Salve and Death Salve, which is the same thing, but for positive and negative energy, which is kind of interesting. I have never used Life Salve or Death Salve. I don't even know if they work.
I think it would be pretty funny if someone made a perfected version of the Bloodstone, but that is just a joke. No one would ever waste a nebula fragment on that. Am I right, guys? Clueless.
Yep, that is correct. It's a great item, though. It's really cool. The epic one, the legendary one, is not as good because every stat on it can be augmented. Now you might be like, yeah, but you can't augment Seeker and Deception until next patch when you can, because there'll be Seeker and Deception augments coming with the Vecna. The Vecna expansion, by the way, is coming with a lot of really good gear, so I'm very excited about it. Oh, Vault of Night, Epic, R2, feel free to join. I need a person who knows voice. Oh, I know how to do this quest. Did I flag for this? I think I did. I don't think they can do R2, but I don't know what level the raid is. Vecna? Yeah, there's a whole bunch of really good ones. It's gonna be good, man. It's gonna be good. What's the level cap on R2? This quest is level what on epics? Vault Knight is 22, so it's 26, 28 is the cap? 6 levels over in epics, right? Yeah, 28. Okay, that makes sense. I do. Okay, I'm just making sure. I'm flagged. I hand this in, hand this in. Oh, this guy's a quest for me? I think I'm good. I think we're good. What some of the perfected items is? Like, why does perfected bloodstone exist? It just kind of sucks. Yeah, not all the perfected items are created equal, unfortunately. It is what it is. Yep, assassinate, armor piercing, vitality. Oh, the armor piercing augment is so cool. The action boost augment, also very cool. So, huge fan. I'm fairly certain there was, but I could be wrong about that, but I remember there being something like that on there. Maybe I'm thinking of the... No, I think I actually am wrong. I think I was thinking of the armor piercing augment and how it frees up space for other augments. It's probably just me being wrong, if I'm being honest. I'm tired. It's early in the day. It's only 3 p.m. Ah, shit. Whoops. Oh, they had a deception augment? Because, like, I remember there being an augment for deception, but if they removed it, that sounds right. Put it in the raid loot table? Maybe that's why they removed it. Maybe they're going to make a deception and seeker augment for the raid. It's one augment that does both stats. That would be sick. Does your character look like that? Look like what? Look like this? With my cool, wiggly, wavy cosmetic? Do you like my wiggly, wavy cosmetic combined with my horse? Get out of the way. It also has wiggly, wavy cosmetics on it? Is that what you're wondering? Near South, I'll tell you. All you gotta do is spend $100 on the Vecna expansion, and you too can look like this. That's right. That's right. Ooh. Ooh. Og Seeker Deception, if you count Dino Bone stuff as Ogs? Yeah, Dino Bone can, yeah. So impulse control? Yeah, the Vecna expansion is $20. But this ain't no $20 cosmetic. This is the $100 cosmetic. Wait, does that look cool with Bark Cinder Stones? I don't know. Fire from Spider from a crappy kid's grade school play. Amazing. That's really funny. Sure. Are we in a raid group? Or is our LFM still up? He wants to do R2. Let's go.
You emerge into the vault's central shaft, already secured by the laughing hound.
Okay, bump up all this stuff.
Stand ready to offer you their assistance.
Admittedly, I actually think that the tier 2 cosmetics look better. But that's just me. Like, I think that the cosmetics you get for the second tier, or like the collector's edition, look better. For $100? True! You can. Okay. Can I have your voice, please? Thank you.
Now destroyed workshop. The Drow Empress Veil stands here, talking and ready for action. The glyph on the portal reads.
Alright, I have this now. I forgot, I have like attacks that I cast now. So I gotta make sure I remember to use those while I'm attacking stuff.
The dormant sentinels behind the walls of force make no move.
I got it. Okay, can I get through this chunk without dying? That's the real question. Jump. Holy fuck. The answer is barely. Yes, I can get through without dying, but barely. Like either horse? Yeah, the other horse, it's a Lotro horse, so there's only so much you can do about that. What's the split for the class? This is a 18 Bard, 1 Arty, 1 Favored Soul Sonic Boomer. The idea is that I do sonic damage and lightning damage on all of my attacks. So you're gonna see a lot of sonic and a lot of lightning showing up. And yeah, it's kind of cool. Like boom, I just hit this guy with my sonic hammer. Okay, so I don't open locks. Oops. The only thing I can't do is I don't open locks. Fortunately. Now you might be like, that's stupid. How come your artificer doesn't open locks? I didn't want to spend the points in it when I was leveling up, so I just didn't. So I have no points in open lock, so I can't open locks. Which, yeah, like, in hindsight, is not the smartest thing I've ever done, but, like, I don't know. I've done stupider things, too. So I don't care too much. Are there any AoE ranged classes? Nope. Ranged characters cannot deal area of effect damage. If you want to do ranged or AoE damage and be a ranged character or, like, be at a distance, you gotta play as a caster. If you're a crossbow user, bow user, or anything else, they do not have area of effect in DDO. Get him out of here. We're gonna have super fast attacks in Warlock. You cannot change the attack speed on Warlock. The speed that it is the speed that it is. Go, my dodge. Save me. I mean, I like it, but yeah. I'm enjoying this anyway. Cross promo horses. Well, it's a Lotro horse in the sense that it uses the same design they use for all the Lotro horses. He's taking extra damage from Sonic. Get him. Missing? Plus 100. It's not terrible. Okay, I got the ring, so we're good. Again, I've got the Thunder Hammer for doing extra AoE damage, which is nice. Here we go. Maybe I'll be able to do the scales for ranged characters. Yeah, it's Fan of Knives from Vistani. The problem with Fan of Knives is that Fan of Knives has a, yeah, it just has a cooldown, so you have to deal with that. Okay, so Now we have to do the north. Did we get all the traps out here? Or did somebody get all the traps?
The corridor is divided by
Oh, nice. He's doing it. Sick.
line with deadly looking traps on both sides. A complex set of controls.
That's good. I don't think there's any more traps here. I don't know where all the traps are in this one, if I'm being honest. I don't do this often enough. I also, while I do have no fail reflex saves on a 1, I also only have 57 on my reflex save. So it's not perfect.
Traps crack and sizzle, filling the
Anyway, we should be good. Do I have strength? Yeah, do I have this? Okay. Alright, do you guys have ranged on the right side? Alright. 3, 2, 1, pull! Looks like we didn't get it. We'll try again. Alright. 3, 2, 1, pull! Yeah, we got it. Nice. Jumping for lever is ranged. Look, man. I just want to make sure I get clean line of sight. That's all it is. There we go, he froze. Get lightning strike for freezing stuff on purpose. Yeah, the Underdark armor's gone, yeah. They only sold it for like 2 weeks. The lightning doesn't freeze? It doesn't freeze, dude. It doesn't freeze. Fuck. If the lightning strikes off a weapon, it doesn't apply the freeze. Are you kidding me? Oh, that's so annoying. I hate that that's the reality that I live in. Because I can Thunder Hammer him, and if the Lightning Strike goes off, it freezes, but the Lightning Strike from the basic attack doesn't freeze. My build doesn't work. Well, I'm glad I figured that out at this time. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Cosmetic sales like the Underdark armor? They probably should. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm sure. You notice how you can see the lightning strike? It's blue lightning, guys. If you see the blue lightning, that means that's the one. That's very annoying. It still works on my AoE attacks. It just doesn't work on my actual individual attack. Ugh. They did not try out Sacred Fist Razor Claw. Well, in theory, this should actually function. Like, there's no reason for it not to work, so. Ooh, the hit chance. The hit chance. Centered, which would apply to regular shift shouldn't uncenter you. There's the ability in the tier 5 that uncenters you, right? Is that what you're talking about? Well, at least I get that lighting doing something. Yeah, it doesn't cause the freeze. I just saw the blue lightning go down and no one got frozen. My ability doesn't work as I thought. That's fine, I guess. I wish I could just stop missing. That'd be nice. We don't have a lockpick guy, but I'm a lockpick guy, so it's fine. Break Druidic Oath. Yeah, then you can have the Bear Artificer. Yep, that blue lighting just went down. There was no freeze. Oh! I definitely should have tested this on Hardcore League. Or not Hardcore League, on Lemania, but yeah. I got the fast nightmare on hardcore server on a dice roll. It doesn't transfer over to the main server. It's not a cool. It's not a bug. The mounts are based off of the server that you're on. So if you get a special mount and then you eat it on the server, it doesn't transfer to the other servers. Also, they wipe the server every single league. So unfortunately, your mount is now gone. But it is cool still for the time that you had it. But yeah, that's. I don't. They should definitely put out something in the FAQ like, don't get a mount just for hardcore league, because you're not going to have it next time. DPS Razor? Yeah, I might just do the Razor Claw. Man, that's so depressing. No, my whole build doesn't work. Well, anyway, at least I can bug report it. And maybe it'll get fixed for the next person that plays this character. God damn it. It's like back to back, man. Back to back. I'm like so dead. Get him out of here. The polar rays suck. Oh, God. It's fine. I was really like, man, your character's really struggling in this section. Yeah, this is Reaper 2. I'm level 20, so I'm doing my best. Oh, thank God. Oh, that guy took the mana. Damn it. Alright. 3, 4. Extremely generous talking to start. You could try to submit a ticket with support. I don't think that would work, but I mean, it's better than doing nothing. Yeah, I also got to take everything off of the hardcore server, which I haven't done yet because I've been lazy about it. Freeze. Freeze. Like, the build doesn't do terrible damage. It's just, like, the effect that it was banking on working for, like, the whole... Like, the whole point is the synergy between the stormsinger tree and the attacks with the effect. And that entire concept doesn't work, and it makes me upsetty spaghetti. Okay. Hello. I am Auto Knucklebones. Do that. Hello, I am Auto Knucklebones. Do that.
Portal conduit blazes with channeled energy. Moments later, two loud crackling noises
Okay,
echo.
so they got... Oh, I'm doing this? Okay, I'm doing this. Oh! I forgot to pull the lever. Oh, we didn't pull the lever before we jumped down. Oh, no. Oh, fuck me. I forgot to do that.
A sturdy lever stands next to the
Oh, and I can't really kill these golems either. And all the people that were here left. Oh, God. No, we're on the right side. I got distracted. Yeah. If you have a dash, you can get back up. I don't have a dash, so I can't climb either, unfortunately. So, because usually if you have a dash, you can just dash over to one of these platforms, but I don't. So, it do be like that. Alright, they got it, I guess. I hope they have a dash. I can't do it. Anyway. Oh, right, I forgot about this. Oh, right. I got a shrine. I have, like, no resources. Anyway. Blast Drive, Epic Strike, now doing this thing. Judges you. SLA stuck. What do you want, Sneaky Wink? What's that? What's that? What's that, boy? Lassie's stuck in a well? What are you asking me about? There's my Kenneth boots. They're actually in the bank. I was looking at them a couple minutes ago. It was literally something I was just staring at. Okay, got him. We're almost there. Knocked down. Yes, get this guy. So close. Okay. Okay, we go down here. And we got this. Hello. My name is Otto Knucklebones. Yes, do the thing. Thank you. Woo! Alright, we're good. Yeah, with the blast drive on the preview, the blast drive was not giving you the movement speed. So when you used it with the lightning strike thing, if that's what you're referring to, then yeah, that is broken. Or at least it was broken when I was looking at it on the preview. Okay, good, I got it. Good, good, good.
Clanking and ratcheting noises echo along this long corridor.
Oh, okay, we're good.
Below must still be active. This bridge is strongly reinforced. The free flow of power through the north portal conduit has been restored.
Wait, we didn't do this yet? They're all just AFK? Fuck. Oh, nobody got the coffer. Oh, alright. There's just like 30 people standing there AFK. It's like, what? Oh, let's go get it. Oh, got the coffer? Oh, okay. To be fair, a lot of people don't know how this raid works because they just join and then everything else happens. I just wish it was faster. If I had like double the damage, that'd be great. They're already super duper good. Well, they're like buffing them minorly. The DC is going to go up by like a small amount. It's more that it's just less points to spend in the tree to get some of this stuff. And also you can now use strength or dex, which is more cool than anything else. It's more cool than necessary. You notice mostly, okay, that's most raids in DDO. Is you have like 4 people doing the raid, and then everyone else is just kind of AFK. Or just attacking the boss. Depending on whether it's one of these big explory raids. Again, it's also another reason why the raids in DDO, where they probably don't do these like big raids anymore, is because the big raids tend to have exactly what I just said. You have like a few people actually doing stuff, and most people doing nothing. Because it's actually hard to make it so everybody is invested and engaged, because you do make a raid that has everybody being like requiring attention during all segments of a raid, then you make a raid that is very difficult to short man, which is not usually the best. Dude, the lag is brutal. Okay. I'm just gonna do this. Thank you, Arresting Assault. This Arresting Assault is an ability that I never really focused on or paid attention to, and it is definitely better than I thought. Oh, what am I doing here? I can leave. See, bastards.
Orphne looks exhausted, but she manages a shy smile of welcome. A unique system of porcelain.
In short man Vaughn with 4 people to use? Yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying. Like, you only really need, like, 4 people to actually pay attention to do the raid. We have 4. We'll sleep on Melee Bard. Hopefully the patch will fix that, because Melee Bard rocks. It's pretty good. It's just, the Melee Bard just doesn't do as much damage as everything else. Just solo the raid. It's a good idea. Can I take it? I got it. Also, you want me to stand up? Fine. I will stand up.
Hey bucko, doing nothing for 25 to 30 minutes is hard work. I don't just walk in and give it a half-ass effort. If you have me in the raid, I'm 100% committed to piking.
which is good. Okay, I believe that's all of the levers, so we should be good. Everyone's good to go. We're all set. Worthless capstones. They are buffing the capstone if it's any consolation. The War Chanter one. Here we go. There we go. I'm standing up. I have risen. I need to get like a mat for going under my... Whoa, whoa, this is a bad room. This is a bad room. Oh, I'm so dead. Oh, I'm good. I don't know why I went up there first. I'm so dumb. I should have waited. Not to multi-class? Oh, no, it's definitely still not a good ability. Absolutely. But it is better than it was before. I'm definitely of the mindset that if SSG wants to make small incremental changes to buff things, if, you know, that can indeed be the case, where they want to make small incremental changes to the game to buff stuff, where it might not always make something meta-defining, but it's at least better than it was before, then I'm okay with that, because it just makes things feel better for people that are using it. 2 imbue dice? Yeah, maybe. Like I said, small buffs, it feels good. I don't have evasion, so I'm just gonna watch. Nice. I think we're all in. We're good. Let's do it. Okay. I don't think I have an immunity bypass for the sonic damage that I deal. And something that I do heals it. Yeah, I have no way to bypass the sonic damage, so I'm just gonna shoot it and deal physical. Apparently I can hit him with lightning, which is kind of cool. Go, my lightning strikes. Go! Deal marginal amounts of damage. Oh, and he's immune to the imbue. That makes sense, actually. Evasion from Shadow Dancer? Nah, I'm gonna use Macrotech, Shirati, and Fatesinger. Macrotech gives me the Thunderhammer to kind of have the synergy with the Sonic and stuff. And I can also get the imbue dice, as well as the double shot, and then I can also get a Rune Arm as well. Oh, playing tonight. Let's see. Archmage desperately needed this. Felt so bad. They just need to fix the bolt or whatever. Yeah, I agree. Please don't compare DDO to League of Legends. League of Legends makes me depressed and I hate the community. DDO makes me happy and I love the community. I mean, you know. Every video game is different. Buff everybody with the Bard buff. I'm trying to buff people, it just takes me a long time. No. Well, I will buff who I can. So I don't even know if I can do anything else. But yeah. For the DDO community, if I love it. Yeah, the DDO forums are unfortunately a part of the DDO community. It is what it is, as they say. Yes, I froze this guy. Let's go. Okay. Do we have anybody going to base 3? We have a couple people going to base 3. Alright. Can I deal damage to this killer? Oh, no, I can't. Oh, shit. I need melee. I have a base. Shit. I'm going at full speed, dude. Got it. Woo! Hell yeah. They don't really care too much about range damage, so. And I can't get bludgeoning on ranged, unfortunately, because I don't have there's a repeating crossbow that I can get proficiency with, but I don't have it. That comes out of the Servants of the Overlord, and then there is also there's a repeating crossbow, and then there is the purifying quiver, but it's the epic purifying quiver, not the heroic one. So what are you gonna do? There is a quiver, but it's only the epic version does it. The heroic one doesn't do that. New comment, didn't have to say anything. Yeah, like I said, when it comes to the forum PvP, some people just have like no chill whatsoever. I've said this before and I'll say it again. It is totally acceptable to like have disagreements with the devs and what they are doing with the game. That is totally cool. You know, we all play the video game for fun, and if a change is coming through and you don't like it, you need to make sure you let your voice be heard and you advocate for yourself and the things you're interested in. Yeah, some people had no chill. But that's going to be the DDO forums in a nutshell. My diplomacy is not really working. I guess I'm going to attack these. Actually, it reminds me, I got to get out of this. Okay, we're good. Shoot the boss. Shoot the dragon boss. Get him. I'm missing so much. Not high enough for the DDO forms? Yeah. The patch of the warlock changes? I mean, hey man. Warlocks could still use a buff. I didn't get tilted by any of the messages that were on there. If you didn't know, you can dodge the fire by getting behind the dragon eggs. I believe it is over. I believe we win. Yes, yes we did. Woo! Blood for the blood god. True, you can still PvP. Guy's alive. Alright, let's get him. But it was the people that were upset about the monk changes, but not upset about the monk changes from the perspective of like, hey, this is bad, but from the perspective of like, where they're like, man, the devs just keep trying to ruin monk, when it's very obvious it's a misunderstanding. Now, if the devs don't actually make any adjustments and leave it as is, that'll probably still make those people mad, and maybe they aren't listening. I don't know. But it is what it is. Oh, somebody got the Helm of the Red Dragon? Nice. Sick. And the Silver Necklace of Prophecy, is this good? No, it's not. People do enjoy bitching. Wait, Arc Ricochet does bludgeoning damage? Really? It does do bludgeoning damage. Oh, it has blunt ammunition. I didn't know that. How does a shuriken deal bludgeoning damage? Whatever, it's fine. It's more just funny than anything else. Oh, the old hammer of life. Classic move. Alright, well that was a good 300,000 XP. Alright, anyway, I just gotta write these bugs down. Bugs. Thanks, all. Fun raid. And then we leave. Okay, so. Stormsinger's inspiration. Lightning strike does not apply the fifth core stun when the lightning strike hits. So unfortunately this ability does not work, which is unfortunate, but it is what it is. And now we know. Hammer of Life ever good? I don't know if it was ever good, ever. If I'm being honest, I don't think that there was ever a time where the Hammer of Life would have been good. It's possible, but I don't think so. There are a lot of reasons why the Hammer of Life is bad. It's a +4 weapon in a time where people were using +5s. It has restoration on it. I don't know what it used to have initially. I don't think it had greater restoration because that wouldn't have been in the game. It might have had resurrection as a clicky because clickies were like a day 1 DDO thing. So that may have been part of it, but honestly, I'm really not sure what it had initially. It may have had the bonus to heal, but I don't think it was 12. I think it was lower than 12. Anyone got an old DDO wiki entry from the weapon? It's a great question. Let's see. Hammer of Life DDO. So Hammer of Life. And now we go to the earliest version of the page, which is in 2008. At which it had heal 10, repair 10, restoration, and natural armor 2. So no, it was not very good. Heal 10, repair 10, restoration once a day. And natural armor 2. Which is not a very good item. But what are you going to do? Yep, everyone was before changes to Hawks and changes adding the Fenzers. Yep. But like nowadays there's no chance, considering that the legendary Hammer of Life is going to be worse than Epic Hammer of Life, than the legendary Hammer of Life. And the legendary Hammer of Life is heal mass, which takes 1,000,000 years to cast. It's not even cash level 25, so there's no point. Heal and repair, and then it has disruption and greater disruption guard, which is interesting, but you'd probably rather just have the consistent damage dealing of like a Morning Lord's weapon, if I'm being honest. So yeah, it's not an amazing item. I can't click it. But yeah, the Shadow Blades are really good. It's nice because they get to level 30 before level 30 because of caster. Sweet. How early can you get this? On an Archmage, you get a level 21 at 18. And you get a level 31 at 26. It's kind of cool. I don't know how else you get bonus to force spell caster levels. I think that's pretty much it. And it's also a charisma and damage weapon, which also limits it. So you can't really use it on Archmage. Anyway, what was I doing? Oh yeah, I gotta... Oh, double shot. Flat double shot's really good. Flat double shot, a rune arm. I really like rune arm use. I don't know if I have a rune arm. I might. Let's go find one. An event, Hammer of Life is a raid item. Yeah, both of them are bad because neither of them are Tremor. And then there's also that other mall that you can get that's basically better Hammer of Life from the Sharn Docks chain. It's like, what does it give? It gives like, it's pretty much just the Hammer of Life again. The Absolute Judgment or something. Yeah, and then Dinosaur Bone makes everything just straight up better, so it is what it is. Okay, do I have a rune arm? Rune arm. I don't know what rune arms I even have. Okay, I got Whirling Words, which is not terrible because quality potency is cool. And it also gives me quality magical sheltering and insightful spell resistance, which I don't super need, but it gives me Rune Arm Imbue. What else do I have? That's it. That's all my Rune Arms that I've got stored here. Well, I'll just put it on, because it's not a bad item. There we go. So I have a Rune Arm. Which is funny, because I'm an Artificer, but I actually can't use Rune Arms from being an Artificer. Now, knowing what I know now, that I actually don't need this ability on Stormsinger means I probably need way less investment into the tree, and I could have changed up my levels and done things differently. Because this effect doesn't work on my attacks, which is disappointing and depressing. Make me angry. But it's fine. Anyway, so I'm going to use the bathroom. And then, Smexy, if you're here, I can do your build review. Because you're physically here, and I got to do build reviews. So, if that works. But if not, I don't know. I'm going to go to the bathroom, though, real quick. Because it's warm and I'm sweaty and all that stuff. Okay, I'm back. Also, it just occurred to me, I don't know if I have the newest version of Matrix Builder. No, I don't. So you have to give me a second. I just gotta re-download that. When I ran True Tempest and with Bard because the 18 investments seemed pretty steep. Good to know I didn't miss out on anything. Yeah, you didn't miss out on anything, which is good. Using V2. That's always possible. What? What? I'm so confused. Sorry, my builder just didn't let me extract. DDO builder. There we go. And we'll get that loaded. Crashes a lot and doesn't have a notes section. Yeah, it crashes a ton. It crashes a ton. It's not noticeably faster. If anything, it's like arguably noticeably slower. There's some cool features in it, but yeah, the crashing is a bit of an annoying one. Also, what's up, Kentos? How are you doing? How are you now? Alright, well, this is going to take forever to recopy all the files over. I'm just going to download this to make sure I have your build. That there. All set. Some Magic the Gathering. Damn. Magic the Gathering, eh? In person? Like, you got a deck of cards, and you found other people who had a deck of cards, and you played card games against them? Oh, that's crazy, dude. What's happening here? What do we got? Also, what's up, Gwen? How are you doing? Only 17 double shot, eh? I love that. Who's following me? Oh, no, you're not following me. That is weird. To do gear, so I might go back to the light builder. It's not a bad time. Like I said, okay, replace these files. Here we go. The problem is it just goes so slow. Where it's like, go. Replace those files. You can do it. So I should have set this up ahead of time. I mean, it's not terrible. It is working. Yeah, to my knowledge is that version 2 pulls data directly from the wiki, so items are updated directly from there. I am gonna go to cap, I think, but I don't know if I'm actually gonna use it at cap, because it turns out that the core idea behind the build was to have the Stormsinger Lightning Strike, which causes a freeze, go off on my attacks. Then I can shoot stuff, and then the freeze happens, and it's like kind of like this super fast attacking thing where the freeze happens, and it's really cool. Except turns out that shit doesn't work. So you gotta move on to something else. I will find all the obscure bugs in this video game. 50k worth of packs on open session. We just get drunk and draft with some friends in this apartment. Very fun time. Would explain my friends working for Google again. Damn, dude, that's crazy. 50 grand worth of unopened packs, and you guys play actual draft where you actually open new magic packs? And not just like you take a bunch of cards, shuffle them, and then, you know, make your own packs of cards? That's crazy. I mean, I guess it's like the idea. I like the idea of a draft format from the perspective of Magic the Gathering. Like, if I was, I do it all the time, but it's an expensive hobby. Well, I was just thinking, like, imagine you're an MTG executive. You're working at Wizards of the Coast. And you're like, man, we got to get people to sell more packs. What are we gonna do? And they're like, what if we encourage this draft format where people have to buy like 30 packs and make a deck out of the packs every single time they want to play a new draft? It's like, oh, it's genius. Then they have to buy the packs every time. Of course. Yep. 50k per the packs feel like a peasant? You should be. That's how you're supposed to feel. Okay, things installed. Give me a moment, please. It's loading. Play hunt. I can't remember to drink more water. Okay, but I drank lots of water, but fine, I'll drink a little more. Alright, let's do it. Okay, I'm just gonna move my camera and also you guys. Where's chat? Chat. Let's get you guys over here. Move me somewhere over here. Sounds good. There we go. Something like that. Seems pretty good. I don't think there's anything else popping up. It is part 23 degrees and partly sunny, apparently. It's not bad. I'll take 23 degrees. Okay, so this is a build that was submitted by Smexy. And he says, this is my Warforged Maverick Hunter Warforged Artificer. I want to utilize some of the new Epic Destinies for my alt and utilize some spell DCs and electric spell power. There's a gear list, which is relevant for build reviews. Not the best gear list, but it is what I wanted to use. Gear subject to change upon the release of Vecna Unleashed, which is going to be the case for a lot of people because the hybrid gear in Vecna is really, really, really good. So, yeah. So we'll see exactly how that goes. So, let's take a look at, this build here. So, being the Maverick Hunter build, pure Artificer, you kind of got to do that because you are required to take the Capstone, a Battle Engineer to get +1 to your critical multi. I wish they would just move that into here, but then you'd never take the capstone anymore, and they'd have to replace it with something good, and then they'd buff Artificer, and we can't have that. So we're going to ignore that for now. Anyways, so this character is a single weapon, two-handed weapon character, where you take single weapon fighting all the way through, and then you take two-handed fighting specialty here. Nothing really special about this. That's pretty standard and straightforward. This character also picks up power attack as opposed to precision. I'm more of a precision guy than a power attack guy. I don't... does power attack give you 10 damage if you're using a bastard sword? I actually don't know if that's true. I'm not sure. But I would usually take precision over power attack here, especially considering you also don't take the things that require power attack, like power critical, or anything else. So I would definitely take precision here, especially considering that hit chance is hard to come by. We're at 230 damage. That's so much damage. Oh my god. Actually, this might know. Power attack 5 versus attack bonus 138, which is pretty low. And so sacrificing the damage and going the other way is what I would do, but again, we'll see there. Also, when it comes to the base starting hit points and all that other stuff, most of this doesn't really matter in terms of the constitution, dex, strength. All of this is probably fine. I was weapon focused, but yeah. Anyways, single weapon fighting, bastard sword proficiency, insight for reflexes, maximize quicken, all of this is perfectly fine. Empower is fine. Your main issue is going to be spell DCs, because you have no spell DCs here anywhere. Sign of Arborea is also fine, because this character will use Imbue Dice, will use the +2 enhancements, will use the spell power and the melee power, so I actually prefer this to other alternatives. Harbinger of Chaos, obviously good for the Imbue Dice. And then you went with Dodge, Mobility, and Whirlwind Attack. I actually don't hate Dodge and Mobility and Whirlwind Attack on a character that doesn't really get a lot of AoE, and Whirlwind Attack is very good with fast attackers. This character being a fast attacker, of course, does help out with that tremendously. Again, it's more a worry of the spell DCs. Crush Weakness is good, Perfect Single Weapon Fighting is good. You also don't take Double Strike, although I don't know where the Double Strike ends up on a character like this, where the answer is 60%. Now, granted, that means you can use the Reaper Double Strike, so it's not terrible, it just means you have like a burst window, basically. Which is another thing instead you got to think about. But yeah, so as I said, for me, I would go with precision over power attack, but we'll take a look at what else you're doing. Everything else here looks good. I don't really have any issues with this. Maybe like feat order a little bit, but that's the other problem with Artificers. You have to wait on single weapon fighting and improve single weapon fighting and all that. I would say if you have past lives, actually, because this is also Artificer bonus feat, so you can't really avoid this. If you had past lives, I would probably go like Dodge, Mobility, Whirlwind Attack, and then move the other stuff later, just because Whirlwind Attack for leveling is great, and it makes your leveling that much faster. Probably faster than anything else. So I would probably do that sooner, and just take the Adamantine Body and other crap later down the line, instead of worrying about it. Also, I don't think you need Empower at all, which means you could probably shove Adamantine Body into here, so take Adamantine Body at like 16 instead, and then you even reclaim a feedback, which is probably what I would do. Yeah, so that's what I would do. So I would do like Dodge, and then I would go Mobility, and then I would go replace Empower with Adamantine Body. And then I would move improved single weapon fighting down here instead. So just shoving some of the feats down. And leave precision for epics. So go with like improved single weapon fighting. I don't think it's going to let me take it. It's not, which is annoying. Oh, just have to tear this whole thing apart, which makes me sad. Anyway. Then we go Whirlwind Attack. It's going to rip out a bunch of feats. And then it's going to be upset. And then we go with improved single weapon fighting. And then you go with greater single weapon fighting. G for greater. You still have offhand versatility and everything else. And then you're still going to take precision, because precision good. Oh god. Oh god. Precision, because precision good. And then you grab... I cut out 2 feats. What's the other feat that I cut out? Cut out Empower, and this has improved and greater. Oh, Insight for Reflexes, because again, that's more like endgame shit if you're going to leave your character in endgame. So Insight for Reflexes, throw that in here, which is a good feat, definitely do like it. And then since you have an extra feat slot, you can throw in spring attack as well. And spring attack is great, especially on an artificer, because artificers are the slow plodding around sort of guys. So having spring attack is just nice to have, so I like it. This build does have overwhelming critical. It's all in there. So yeah, adding spring attack is good. So which is something I like. Alternatively, if you actually did want to go for DCs, there's that. Use Mithril as opposed to Adamantine. Mithril is the worst feat in the game. What are you going to do with 5 dodge versus 2 dodge? I guess you get evasion, but just take the hits. I would never do that, and I can't, in good conscience, recommend anyone use Mithril plating. As an artificer, you get a lot of extra hit points, so it's usually going to be better. Now, there is something that... No, you get this, so you're good. Like, yeah, I guess you would get evasion, but I don't see evasion being as useful. You do take the 15 melee power here, which is good. You get the Healer's Friend here. You can't take Great Weapon Aptitude, which is unfortunate. You do get all the cores. You get this. You get this. That's good. Battle Engineer, 1-pointer, 1-pointer. These are both great 1-pointers. You take all of this. And you have the Thaumaturgical Conduits. Depending on where you get your DCs, you may need more Sunder DCs, but that's going to be neither here nor there. Also, I don't really like Weapon Attachment, because it's a button you have to press that adds such a small amount of damage. But it does add damage, so I would say, is this worth it versus 1 Sunder DC? That's going to depend. But I like all of this. I have no issues here. Harper Agent for Know the Angles. This is a standard. Renegade Mastermaker, 6 points is great because it gives you the extra repair amp. You get the extra PRR, and you get the extra alchemical body. So that one's great, plus the hit points. And then we have Falconry, where you're going Falconry for Coordinated Cleave and No Mercy. Now, the problem I have with this is these attacks are never going to land, ever. So I wouldn't even take these, like, at all. You have a 6 wisdom. Like, none of these are going to hit, unless there's a bug I don't know about. I guess the answer is Expose Weakness to reduce target fortification by 50%, and having these attacks is not terrible, because that does function. But I would probably only use one of these, I guess, because it does reduce fortification, and it does last for a bit. Mostly for the helpless damage. Yeah, I know you want the helpless damage. It's just like, my brain is, with hit chance being an issue, I would probably drop, like, the Assassinate and the Diving Attack Strike and grab Practiced Accuracy instead. Which is what we're going to do. I don't remember what bird you had. I'm so sorry. Grab the Intelligence. The Healing Amp is fine. Action Boost Sprint. I believe that is Go for the Eyes has a shorter cooldown. So you can still keep Go for the Eyes because it's got a shorter cooldown for Exposed Weakness. I actually think Exposed Weakness is quite good, so I don't have an issue with this, conceptually. And, or because it gives you the extra fortification bypass. And then also, if you're already here, Coordinated Strikes is not bad because it does this in AoE. This is very low cost, and you can use this to drop everything by 50%. So I don't hate that either. So it's not a bad combination if you're trying to get up to No Mercy. Do I like No Mercy, where you spend a lot of points to get 30% helpless, versus picking up 10, 60 hit points, extra +2 maximum dex bonus, +3 maximum dex bonus, and 6 constitution and 15 MRR? Oh, it's a tough one. It's a very tough call. In my opinion, I really do like all the extra defensive stats. You get out of Renegade Mastermaker instead, especially since you can also pick up just Kinetic Discharge as an extra cleave as well, Mighty Slam as a single target stun, which is a pretty good attack. So again, a little tough. If you're going the more damage-oriented route, though, your character is already going to be fairly tanky because you are an Artificer, you are a Warforged, so there's that. But yeah, you kind of got to go back and forth on that. Because again, I really like the extra 5 max dex bonus, plus you get the extra hit points, so it can be pretty good. But this is also 30% helpless. It's not nothing. So that is a lot of this is a lot of damage. And nothing in here gives you any damage. So going for the damage, this is good for damage. This is a lot of stats. So I really like that. Extra hit chance is always good. So if you are keen on the damage, then obviously keep with the Falconry. The way I would build it, and the way I have built it in the past, is by grabbing Embed Component, and then also Constructive Conduit, because you end up getting way more defense. But again, it all depends on what you need. As a character who has +8 tomes, and probably quite a few past lives, I mean, you're at 3,800 hit points over here, so you don't really need to be tankier. I didn't check the past lives, but you don't need extra tank on top of this. So that's where you got to make the executive decision to drop some hit points. So then instead you can go and grab the falconry points instead. All right, and last but not least, let's look at the epic destinies. Dreadnought, Macrotech, Shadow Dancer. Shadow Dancer is fairly straightforward. You grab all the good stuff here, so all of this makes sense. Macrotech, you're going for the armored augmentation. You get the extra exceptional bonus to armor class. Rune arm shots now factor in bonuses from legendary and knowledge feats, which is very cool. And you have all your meta magics applying to rune arms. That's an argument to keep in power if you wanted to do that. The issue is your rune arm DCs. Right now, your character is landing at 99 intelligence, which is fairly respectable. And then your magical breakdown, your spell school DCs, your evocation is 26, which is about 20 lower than where it needs to be to land. So your rune arm is definitely going to be more excess damage than anything else, because you don't really get to pick up a lot of extra rune arm DCs either, because there aren't a lot of places that give you specifically rune arm DCs. But you get the imbue dice. Stormcore gives extra rune arm DCs. Again, I don't know if they have a rune arm DC tracker in here, but it's pretty low compared to the stuff. Also, Blue Phoenix, what's up? Welcome back. Appreciate the support. Hope you're doing super good. Well, glad to have you here. Yeah, I'm just looking at other stuff in here. You don't need Arcane Spell Failure, so you don't experience Arcane Spell Failure on this character. I mean, technically you do, if you're not playing as a Battle Engineer, but Battle Engineers get rid of all the Arcane Spell Failure they have anyway. So that's just free points to reclaim back. And since that's 2, that's just 4% double strike right there. Remember that the Battle Engineer does get Arcane Spell Failure reduction here and Arcane Spell Failure reduction here. Now, technically, there will be examples of where you still have to deal with Arcane Spell Failure, which would, the only example I can think of would be Greater Heroism Scrolls. But outside of Greater Heroism Scrolls, it's not a problem, and you can augment Greater Heroism, and there's almost always an augment for that. So, yeah, I definitely wouldn't do that as well. I have so many builds to review. Oh man, people are excited. Well, we got the queue then. I got a really big queue now. I have 13 in the queue. Nobody does any build review for a month, and then I play Baldur's Gate for a week, and then build reviews. Guys, you're supposed to be playing Baldur's Gate. What's up with that? Anyway, so what was I looking at? Okay, so sprockets, this is fine. We got Tinker, Tailoring. So again, the issue is the rune arm DCs and actually getting them to land. I don't know how you're going to do that on this character. And you're going to land it. Because this is always going to work. Legendary Dreadnought. Again, this is everything good out of Dreadnought, so this is fine. Shadow Dancer's everything good. It's the Macrotech. It's getting the rune arm DCs. Because even with all the DCs that you've got, 3 plus 26 plus the intelligence. Now, granted, rune arms do actually still have scaling DCs on their shots, so they do get a higher DC based on your Artificer level, or they factor in the Artificer level into the DC, which is pretty nice. But it's still going to be a little tough to get there, especially considering you don't have rune arm DCs on Tovin's prototype, and I don't think you get rune arm DCs from any of these filigree sets either. The only one that gives rune arm DCs, I believe, is Technomage. And Technomage is not the best. You get rune arm charge rate, but you can go rune arm DCs 2 pairs or 2 of them for 4. But yeah, it's a little rough. Fridays at 4. Yeah, I'm just in the middle of something, you guys, and then we'll take a look at Fridays at 4. Oh, and this Epic Destiny feat left. Whoopsie. Perfect two-handed. Get that in there. Not perfect two-handed. Two-handed specialty. That's it. So yeah, that's the main issue is the rune arm DCs. If you wanted to try to include rune arm DCs, you're kind of like really out of luck because you don't really get any DCs in Renegade, and Arcanotech also doesn't really do it. Basically, it's just gearing for evocation DCs. There's no other way to get the rune arms up. So right now, you're at 10 plus what is it? It's like half Artificer level, so like 10 plus 10, so it's like 20 plus Intelligence plus Evocation and Rune Arm. So you're going to be ending with like 92 to 95 on this. Anything else? So So we'll have to look into that. But yeah, I don't know. Should be 100. Yeah, it's missing somewhere. I'm not sure. I didn't change anything. It was 99 when I like turned this on. So, if you wanted to get more Rune Arm DCs and use it into the build, you do have the charge rate. You have all the charge rate in here. You have the charge rate and the stable charge tier, which makes it good. Plus, you also have a good Rune Arm out of Tovens. The only way I would do that is you'd probably drop either double strike and double shot or imbued dice, and instead pick up evocation DCs here, which gives you a little bit more offense. But again, it's a really tough call, and you can't drop anything out of Shadow Dancer because Shadow Striker is really good. And it's actually better than dropping 2 points of this because this is 4% and this is 5%. But you could always go here and grab more evocation DCs if you need. I also don't know if there's specifically with the filigrees that you're using, if what you would do, because you've got Voltaic Experiment, you have Prowess 5-piece, which makes sense. You have Long Shadow, which gives the extra imbue dice. You have double Eye of the Beholder and double Zarigans, which makes sense. And then Purity of Grace and Purity and Touch of Grace. Oh, yeah. I would definitely, if you're going to do anything with the Rune Arm DCs, that's what I would do. I would drop these because you don't really need the 40 healing amp because who cares? Healing is overpowered anyway. And just grab 2 Technomage DCs, which gives you 4 extra DCs onto your Rune Arms, which will bring you 90 with the changes that I just made, 97, 98, something like that, which is not ideal, but it's closer than you were before, and you don't really need the healing amp on a build like this, but yeah. That's pretty much all I can think of. Because other than that, honestly, in my opinion, I think the Rune Arm's kind of useless in this build, and doesn't really do a whole lot. So if I was you, I would not use the Rune Arm as a focus. Probably just charge it whenever I see it charging up. So like wait till it's at tier 4 and then just blast it out whenever you feel like it, because you already have the tier 4, and then just do something else with the points instead. You want the healing amp more than the Rune Arm DCs? What is your healing amp anyway? Healing amp is 145. Yeah, this minus 50 penalty is not accurate. But yeah. Anyway, if you want the healing amp, then keep the healing amp. I'm just giving you my my thought process there behind that. I wouldn't do this though. Like I said, we do different things. Anyway, that's pretty much all I got. I don't know what you're going on with the gear here. It's a lot of really specific stuff. Crafted gear, this, ring tumbleweed all by itself. I have no idea. But the rest of the build, that's pretty much all I can think of that I would change it around. Like I said, Empower seems unnecessary. I like Spring Attack more. I would change things so you get Whirlwind Attack earlier because it gives you better leveling speed, which is going to be better for you. Moving around just a couple things in Falconry. Seems like it's going to be a little bit better. And again, the Macro Attack, if you don't care about the DCs, then just go with the Double Strike here. If you do care about the DCs, you're going to want to pick up the DCs here. But that's pretty much it. I don't really have anything else to really say about it. Also, I've always liked Tonkin's Hammer. Or, not always liked it, but ever since they revealed this one, I've liked it. And I'm going to continue to like it in the future. Anyways, there you go. That's the build. So thank you for submitting this. It's very cool. I like the more endgame focused take of this character. As I said, I also put in precision because your hit chance is rough. 145 is kind of low, and so I prefer precision over power attack. But some people are going to prefer power attack over precision. I didn't even turn this on here. So you went from like 136 to 152. It's almost a 20-point gain, so something like that. It's not bad. But yeah. Anyways, that's what I got. All I could tell, they were reading the patch notes. We got there via beta. Nothing else, but it was a few minutes late. Yeah, I don't know. Playing Baldur's Gate 3, got some urges to run Waylune. So, I will say, the new stuff in that's going on in DDO, not Baldur's Gate 3, but the expansion, Vecna Unleashed, is coming out next week. If you're somebody who hated the Codex of Infinite Planes storyline, it is being it's the best Vecna wallpaper ever. Yeah, I mean, I could have gone to it. I forgot about Fridays at 4, so I was busy. But yeah, we'll check it out in a second here. The new expansion's coming out. I said if you like the storyline, or if you dislike the storyline of the Codex of Infinite Planes, it's going away. So that should hopefully be good for all the people that dislike that. I didn't make a button for that. That's my mistake. Hold on, I'm getting the button. Button. There we go. I don't know what we're supposed to be looking at here, but hopefully it's cool stuff. It's loud, though. It's loud. It's just music? The music's really good, by the way. Their Planes is going away? Yes. This is the last piece of content we're ever going to have with the Codex of Infinite Planes, because the storyline is done. I've already played all of it, because it was on Lamania, so I did all the quests. But yeah. Are they just playing music now? And no information? Oh, okay. Well, let's listen to the music then. Music. Your news is apparently over. Ah, okay. Well, there's nothing new, so we're good. And if the wallpaper was that good, one of you guys would have taken a screenshot of it. And you didn't take a screenshot, therefore it's not that good. Easy clap. The music is really good, though. So, I don't have a complaint there. Like, they, yeah, it's really, really cool. Big hand over the cultists. Isn't that the thing they already posted on their, that's on the website? Like, isn't that the thing that's, are you guys talking about this? This animated lightning? Is this what we're talking about? On the website? Yeah, I don't think I missed a whole lot, but thank you for looking out for me, you guys. I appreciate that one. Anyway, this is on the website. You can go look at it. Yeah. I always thought of the Codex page DDO's way of loosely tying content together that isn't normally related. So you would think so, but this expansion literally ties together all of the loose ends for the past, like, 7 years of storytelling. Again, they did a really good job with the quests and the story. That's all I'm going to say. It's very, very good, and presumably there's going to be something entirely new coming afterwards, but we don't know exactly what. But it's cool. So I'm looking forward to it. That's coming out next week. What else is new in DDO? There's buffs to Wizard coming out next week, and several other classes. We got the Macro Tech is in the game, the new Epic Destiny. I don't know if you were here for the last set of archetypes that came out, but they're there. Yeah, Archmage is getting a buff. I played around with it on the preview yesterday, or on Wednesday, and it was very, very fun. It was very good. I made a YouTube video about it in the event that anybody is interested about my thoughts about things that are coming out. And yeah, it's pretty good though. Yeah, Archmage. So Archmage, as I said, it's not going to be like #1 top build in the game, but it is. They said that the idea they wanted to implement here is a future where they can just do, or they wanted to ask us people of the opinion of doing smaller buffs as opposed to full reworks. And for me, I'm a huge fan of this. I'm not saying I don't like full reworks, but like, I would much rather have a patch that has some buffs and then another patch that has some reworks. So that way, lots of classes don't feel like they have been untouched in actually like 7 years, which was the case with some of the classes, specifically like Archmage, which hadn't been touched in like 7 years. So yeah. The old Strahdi Missile Spammer, that build died. That build died when they changed this number to 7%. You haven't watched much streaming? Yeah, dude, it's all good. Everyone's got to take breaks. I'm a huge believer in take breaks. It's very healthy to take breaks from that stuff. If they want to do small buffs, they have to do it consistently. Well, they just have to have every once in a while have a patch with a bunch of small buffs. I don't think they have to do it like every single patch that releases. They can do like, you know, one patch, release an archetype, next patch, a handful of buffs, next patch, rework a class, next patch, do whatever. A lot of time between changes. I mean, it depends on that. That's a subjective. What does in by your definition of long time mean? DDO gets about 4 updates a year, right? So if we get a handful of like class balance changes, presumably that would be like once a year, which is better than 0 times a year. Pretty good. I mean, the class finished Archmage's meta magic. Yeah. And basically, they reduce the cost of the tree by 17 points. It's crazy how many more points you have to spend in the tree now. I can't do any of these quest chains. So it looks like we're going to be doing other stuff. Leveling. 20 to 24, I think. Is it 24 or 25? I think it's 25. R1 and Vault of Night 1 to 4 is pretty good. Let's just go do that. Force Surge and Fireball from the tree get updated. Not in the patch, unfortunately. That was a suggestion that I made, was like, hey, just up the damage on the ability, and that was not updated. But on the flip side, so I was leveling with it, and I found, because the points were so cheap, I could actually take the Efficient Maximize and Efficient Quicken, and then just use Efficient Maximize and Efficient Quicken during the leveling process. And I blew everything up, and I didn't run out of mana on my first lifer, which means that if you're somebody who has a multi-life wizard, it's going to feel so much better. You'll feel like a mana god. I was admittedly also using Fate Arc Illusionist for the extra 100 spell points that you get out of that tree. But, man, it felt good. I'm not scaling with everything else. It does have that problem. But it has 2 problems. It doesn't scale, and the DC is 14 plus intelligence. Nothing else. So that's also a problem. See, against monsters I'm actually supposed to fight, not raid monsters. It's not bad. Your mana issues in Reacher because mobs might not die in one shot. Well, yeah. But my character only had mana issues in like a couple adventures on the first life with no gear. So if you have past lives and gear, in theory, your like evocation DCs and other DCs will be like 6 to 7 points higher than mine. So it shouldn't be harder. If anything, it should be easier. Yes, freeze them. But again, this is all like a big should. Like it should to do this, but it might not.
From the first 10 minutes of Fridays at 4, he basically went over the release notes. They are still going for the release date and it has not changed poppies.
Nice,
there is
good.
a plus 25% guild renown bonus until August 13th. Okay.
Yeah.
Voodoo is also doing a giveaway this weekend and next weekend for 4,000 DDO store point codes.
That's very cool.
Would have been really cool if there was another guy or something that had codes at one point and distributed them to the community thonk. But that's just a thought though.
I don't have any DDO point codes. But thank you for filling me in on what's going on. Yeah, I saw the post on the forums from Voodoo about he's like celebrating his 5th anniversary of live streaming, which is very cool. Yeah, I'm playing ranged because I had this idea of making a character that I'm calling the Sonic Boomer. It's a bard that does a whole bunch of sonic damage through attacks and also uses a stormsinger enhanced bolt to freeze targets, where basically whenever you cast a spell, you can get a bolt that hits people, and then the inspiration makes it so that my shots can also shoot the lightning bolt. That's that blue lightning bolt, which is a really cool idea, except it turns out that that doesn't work because even though the lightning bolt goes down and it hits the ground, the shot itself, for whatever reason, only freezes if you actually cast it from the spell, making it dramatically worse than I thought it was, which I think is just a bug. But, yeah. I mean, the build is still quite strong. It's just in terms of just, you know, blowing the people up. Just not as good as I thought it was going to be. I'm still able to blow these people up at range, which is not bad. Vecna codes at point that you didn't get because you forgot about it and they didn't work. I did not have any Vecna Unleash codes to give away. SSG gave me a Vecna Unleash code, but I did not have any extras to give away. Well, if it makes you feel any better, last time I tried to play range, which was the build before this, was Bow Paladin. And I wanted to play Bow Paladin because I thought it was cool, and I thought I could do a cool thing with the build. And then I learned that range Smite Evil doesn't work at all, which is a problem. So I don't know if they're gonna fix it for the next patch, but yeah, that shit doesn't work. So until they fix that, that build's also dead. So yeah. So what are you gonna do? Sometimes life be that way. I'm just gonna keep playing characters where I find a game-breaking bug within them, and then it gets fixed, and then you guys can play it. So I can put out a YouTube video that's like, hey, this build didn't work when I played it, but it will for you. Here you go.
Ready, room 1. Inside, scarred and muscular trolls wait restlessly.
The one downside to this build is I don't have any extra action boosts. And it's hard to get extra action boosts here. So I don't exactly know how to solve this problem, because I don't get any action boosts anywhere. So I just have my 6 no-holds barred. I didn't take the right multi-classes. Yeah, but then what do I have to give up for Legendary Dreadnought? Because if I give up Legendary Dreadnought, or if I take Legendary Dreadnought, I'd have to give up Macro Tech, so I don't have the Thunderhammer, and I don't get Rune Arms, which are pretty good. Or I lose Fatesinger, and I lose Pluck of String, which is insanely good. And Harmonic Resonance, which is also insanely good. Or I have to give up Sharati, and I'm not doing that. Ranged Fighter when? I played Ranged Fighter. That was the bow build I did before... before the bow build that I just did. Not to use action boosts? Yes, that is correct. That is the solution, unfortunately. Get him out of here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Welcome. Yeah, not using action boost does actually solve my problem, but as I said, this character does a reasonable amount of damage now that I'm in Apex. So Pluck of String does a bunch of sonic damage, and it's very, very powerful because my character shoots twice every time I shoot. So it actually does double the damage it's supposed to. Doesn't work when the monster's moving, apparently, but, you know, it's an extra, like, you know, 800 sonic damage, something like that. Need to kill it twice? Yep. It's actually not too bad. Again, this character has good single target damage. It doesn't have an AoE spread, but the single target damage is still fine. That's why I think I might still take it all the way to Cat and just complain about the fact that it's bugged and shit doesn't work. But still play it at Cap anyway because it looks fun.
This should be the shortest fight we've ever seen. Let the slaughter begin.
So we'll see. Wait, where'd the Minotaurs go? Where'd the Minotaurs? I'm like waiting for the Minotaurs to come out. I don't see them. Did they just not aggro? I hate when this happens. Hey, come out, Minotaurs. And you want to go in here, and the reason you go in here is because sometimes the door closes and they don't come out. So you want to get in here so you can get them. Okay, we're good. See, because that guy didn't come in. We're all set.
Who could imagine such a disaster? So many great gladiators slaughtered in their prime.
Woo! You're looking, what's the bug? Oh, so Stormsinger says, your Bardic Inspiration now grants allies a chance to have your Lightning Strike when they make a melee range attack, and my Lightning Strike freezes enemies with no save, but it doesn't freeze enemies with no save when my Lightning Strike goes off. You bother taking improved precise shot nowadays? Depends on the build. So like on the Bow Paladin, I would consider it, because the Bow Paladin can make really good use out of it. since you can do an instant kill in like a full line on people. Damn, the damage is so good. Is it a chance to freeze? If the lightning strike goes off, it does freeze. It just doesn't do that effect on the attacks. It does it on the spell. So when I cast the spell, it freezes, and I get it. But if I attack somebody and the strike goes down, it does not freeze. You check melee? Yeah. So see that blue lightning bolt? That's what I'm talking about. And the ranged bug? It's not a ranged bug. It's just the ability doesn't do what it says. This says one thing, and it doesn't do this. It says your lightning strike, and my lightning strike does this, and it does not do that. So, what it means, I bug reported it, so hopefully it gets fixed.
With the strength and cruelty to avenge the fallen heroes of Farashkarina.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. It is sad. It is a sad time. You know, it is what it is. Sometimes sad things happen. Get him out of here. Not the entire build, but it is very depressing. That, like, it is a cornerstone of the build. It is a whole piece that I'm really invested in.
Your enemies lie scattered and broken at your feet. Now as you
We're heading to
proceed
Von
the
Tooth.
axe.
Oop. Oh, Horse, gifted us some to need more chai. That's very kind of you, dude. Thank you so much for the support. I hope you're doing well. You got a hyper sad emote? Somebody would have to find it and then put it in. So they have to, like, you know, do the searching. Find the source. Oh, this guy needs help. Don't worry, I got it. Got them all dead, dude. Some people without a sub? Yep. Which I'm very, very grateful for. Oh, there we go. Welcome. We just finished Vaughn 1 on Vaughn 2 now. There we go. Gotta let them all know. Not contract errors running stormsinger with the same enhancements you are, and I believe that missing increases his barbell double check tonight. Yeah, if you want to. It might be my character is bugged. So, which is also possible. But I've had both myself and other people in my party proc it, and I have the effect. Maybe I have to relog. I don't know, because I haven't relogged since it's on. So it could be my character is bugged.
A beautiful elf maiden sits by the fountain, lost in thought.
But, like I said, it definitely goes off and just does the damage. It could be a bug for ranged weapons, yeah. Entirely possible.
War, hungry for slaughter and ready for a blow.
Yeah, so like I said, if it's just a bug with my character, then whatever, it is what it is. Well, I just can't get the, I can't produce anything else. So yeah. Yeah, I'll relog after this and see if it fixes it. The guy's going that way. Yeah. Because like I said, I get the freeze on my spell attacks. So if I use Tonkine's Thunderhammer, I get the freeze. So the freeze is definitely working on my character. Yeah, exactly. Do the swim in the crucible while jogging on a treadmill. Yeah, the problem is the treadmill part. Treadmills are, like, expensive. I've thought about the idea of a tread desk, but the main problem I have with a tread desk is that I don't use my standing desk often enough to justify getting a tread desk. Because I'm currently standing right now, because I put up a redeem on Twitch for standing, which is good. Gets me to actually use my standing desk, which is great. But it was a product that I thought I was going to use a lot more than I ended up using it. So yeah. I feel like actually having a tread desk is, like, not a great idea, but anyway. I think it's one of those things that sounds really smart, but then it ends up not feeling as good. Because I bob up and down a lot when I walk as well, so I don't know if that would be good for me. Perhaps the buff's not translating the bolt? Yeah. I mean, I could get a melee weapon and actually just go test it out and just go melee some crap until I eventually get the lightning strike to go off and see if it works. Oh, did we get through? Are we done? Nice, we got it. Let's go, dude. Expensive appliances. Look at the cost of a drawer microwave. 2,000 freedoms for a microwave. What's a drawer microwave? Question mark. Rayleigh kind of kills the point. Yeah, like my character's still done, right? So my build still doesn't work. But I'd at least know that it's a problem with my build, at least currently, and not like the entire effect doesn't function. Yeah, exactly.
Stolt's pets won't be causing you any more trouble.
Right. They have 2 at a client's house I work at. Wait, what's a drawer microwave? What is that? Something that just like you draw it and pull it out? Your dog just ran away? Like in real life, your pet dog just escaped your house and ran? Yeah, that sounds like a real pet dog. Well, you know, these things happen. That's what happens when you live in a rural area. Dog captures chickens. If you don't live in a rural area and your dog got a chicken, that means that's somebody's chicken. So I would be careful about how you investigate that. Yeah, that means that your dog attacked somebody's chicken. So assuming that the chicken is okay, you can probably return it to the owner. If the chicken is not okay, you may not want to tell anyone about that, because then they're probably going to come after you. Because that's probably what I would do if a neighbor's pet attacked my animal. I would come the hell after them. Got a lawsuit, bitch! Or at least small claims court. Yeah, I don't have the dagger. Yeah, exactly. That's the whole idea. The fact that it doesn't work as I thought it did is fine. It is what it is. Sometimes things don't work as you think they are. The lawyer tree. The rules lawyer? Yeah. They did say there's a new universal tree coming out this year. I'm banking on Revenant, which would be a way to turn yourself undead as any class, which would be sick. I would love that, but I don't think we'll actually get that. Hold on, 3. We can't do this one on this difficulty? Yeah. Played Rune recently, do you know? And weapon fighting War Chanter is not good, but it's been fun to level. It's the highest damage version of War Chanter you can make. The single weapon fighting allows you to use swashbuckling, so you can actually do a reasonable amount of damage. Because realistically, two-handed War Chanter is mostly just for applying debuffs, unless you have something else that combos with it. Oh, right, these things are weak. What am I actually doing anything? Different things to broken people suit against. Honestly, you could definitely have a lawyer, some type of litigation-based character in DDO, because it could be something about like bound contracts, basically. It's like somebody says individual words and they like agree into a contract or something as like the thematicness of the character. It's like magic. That is actually the there's a quest in the new expansion that deals directly with that contract magic. So I don't want to say any more. I don't want to spoil it for people that haven't done it yet. Again, the new quests are really, really good. But yeah.
You can use the cave entrance to
Does it seem fun? Oh yeah. Yeah, and then when you hit the point where you're like, yeah, you're playing the bard because it's fun, and then, which is good. It's good that I'm glad that you're doing that. And you're like, oh, but this doesn't feel like it's the highest damage, and that is why people don't play bard for DPS at endgame. Bards are really cool, and they're very fun. But damn, are they not fighters. My teammates and it heals and does damage. I know! I love that ability. It's so good. It's one of my favorite things to do with my my Spellsinger Bard when I'm doing like R10s and stuff, is you just stand behind people, and it's like, oh, there's no healer, no problem. And you start spamming out all your shouts to heal. Deck Swash was the build and how it was overwhelming. Yep. And Deck Swashbuckler is back now. Break. 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 Yeah, the heals are fantastic. I love it. It's such a cool ability. It was really funny because it initially did 30% and not 10% healing. So when they first, like, on the preview, they posted it, they were like, yeah, this effect, it heals for like 30% of the damage you deal. And I made a video about it, and I'm like, this shit is crazy overpowered, and they need to nerf it down to like 10%. And all of these people that were like commenting the video and stuff, they're like, dude, advocating for nerfs, no, you're gonna ruin the game, it's too weak, it's too weak. And I'm like, at 30%, I'm healing people for 15,000 with Shout. What do you mean it's too weak? I think healing people for 5,000 with Shout is perfectly acceptable. Do you know what I mean? I think it's already pretty good. Like, whenever I greater Shout, depending on the person, it's 3,000 to 5,000 every Shout. I think it's good. My class adds nausea to monster's headache around the table. They could definitely add more spells. I think that would be kind of cool if they did like a patch that added a whole bunch of new spells. People were talking about like, you know, what content's going to be next up on the board. And my thought process is, let's just say they do like a new exploration to a new place. So say they, Pen and Paper did the Strixhaven stuff. Based off of Magic the Gathering. Imagine if they did something like that in DDO, where they added like a new magic school. Not like an actual school of magic, but like it took place at like a magical college from another dimension. And then they used that as an opportunity to add new spells to every class as part of like the feature of the expansion. Time to one-shot either way. Yeah. You see, when the freeze goes off when I get the spellcast. Can't stop a one-hit KO? Well, maybe you can't. Yeah, it'd be kind of cool. Yeah, wild magic is just a different idea than what I was talking about, but a lot of people do like wild magic. I actually don't like wild magic, and I actually think wild magic would be very bad in DDO. Because this is a game that actually needs to have some amount of balance in terms of like things being good and bad. Things being very good randomly or very bad randomly would mean that it would either be too good sometimes, at which point it becomes like very unfun to play because either you get the wild magic effects you need or you don't, and then, you know, sometimes your spells work and sometimes they don't, which would be not as satisfying. Or to prevent it from having too much RNG, where sometimes it feels amazing and sometimes it feels like garbage, like you're not even there. They make the effects really muted, so they don't really matter, and then your character doesn't feel like a wild mage. And to me, I just see like wild magic as like a lose-lose for the players in a game like an MMORPG. You can do something different in like an actual tabletop RPG, or in a game like Baldur's Gate, where, you know, there are specific events that are taking place, and you're not casting spells all the time, so the wild magic effects can do something crazy to your game, and it'll have like a big impact. But in a game like DDO, where, you know, again, everything has to reset to 0, that would be the issue with that. Yeah, the shouts and healing people is great. I'm a huge fan of the heals. I think it's just one of the coolest abilities I've had in DDO in a long time. NK hand? Hey man, the The block is a hard key on the keyboard. I don't even know where it is. I don't care. Yeah. Some people don't. But not game breaking? Yeah, but then that's just unsatisfying. You know what I mean? That's the main problem. That's why I say it's a lose-lose. Because they could add wild magic as small buffs, but then it just feels unsatisfying to what wild magic is. Like, if you don't know, if you're, some of you guys might be unfamiliar with wild magic, in 5e, wild magic does stuff like you age like 5 years, or you de-age 5 years, or your hair changes color, or you cast a spell at a certain location, or you know, all of a sudden don't need to eat anymore, or you get a spell back, or like all sorts of stuff can happen. But a lot of them are like RP based effects, which is why wild mages are like unpredictable and weird, because you never know if they're going to cast a spell and explode, or if they're going to cast a spell and teleport themselves to another dimension.
The locked gate ahead marks the outer boundaries of the Drow encampment. You have entered a new section.
Well, the thing about Colors of the Queen as well, as like imagine if a whole class was based like Colors of the Queen. You might be like, yeah, that sounds kind of cool, except remember that Colors of the Queen doesn't do anything most of the time. Like, most of the time when you attack something or you get a Colors of the Queen proc, like, nothing happens. And it's maybe once every, like, 4 quests, you get a proc that's like, oh, clear the whole room or do something. But, like, if your entire character class is do something once every 4 quests, I don't know, I'd rather play, like, just Sorcerer, you know what I mean? It kind of sucks. I'll take Savant, please. Who swallowed a Wand of Wonder? Yeah, that could work. As I said, that's like the core issue I have with like wild magic in a MMORPG implementation, is that it's just gonna feel unsatisfying most of the time for most of the players. Because either it's gonna be too weak for the people that actually want to have like big wild magic strikes, or it's gonna be too powerful sometimes, and therefore it's gonna be unfun. Because every single time it's too powerful, but you yeah, it's like too powerful, but you miss, like, or it's like it feels really, really good, and then you go to a dungeon and you can't beat the dungeon because you ran out of mana because your abilities don't function properly. Like, that would suck. You ever do your wand-based build? Nah, because Yasukai did it, and it was horrible. I just watched him do it. And it was an absolute nightmare. I can't believe he did it. He then followed that up with the trap-only build, where he only used things that were traps. So he used the craftable traps you can make at the device workstation, as well as the traps from, like, the mechanic tree and stuff. No attacks, only traps. Which also took him, like, a month. So, like most people my age, I do hate myself, but I don't hate myself that much. This guy's armor class is insane. I didn't die, though. That was good. So I've just been doing more effective things. Although still a lot of meme builds.
That's some noob hate. Got a bump that hates up.
True. True.
From a lost age, Vale chose a dramatic battleground for her last stand against the inevitable.
I believe we're good. Oh no, I'm out of no holds barred. No. Oh well. Okay, stay away. Stay away. I'm not dangerous. Other people do more damage than me. Yes. Yes, go hit that guy. I don't do that much damage. No. No, I'm not #1 DPS. Go away. Go away. Escape. This is why we have improved uncanny dodge. Dodge! Taking a hit. Dodge. 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 Woo! God, do I love improved uncanny dodge. Okay. Vaughn 4. What do I even take when I level up? I don't even know anymore. Give me a sec. I gotta actually load up my own build. I have no clue. But yeah, so the one base build, it's an idea, but it's rough around the edges. As I said, most of my builds that I've done recently have just been like a little bit more fun. Also, the latest Hardcore League definitely got in the way in terms of like some of the goofball builds I wanted to do. And then also Baldur's Gate 3 is eating up a lot of my time. And that's also a big issue. I've been enjoying Baldur's Gate 3. Really, really fun video game. But like, I haven't even hit, I'm still in Act 1. And I'm like 50 hours deep. So like, I don't know, man. How far am I in? I got to the Light's Hope Inn, I believe it's called, in the Shadow area. Am I in Act 2? Well, everyone told me that when you go to Act 2, you can't go back to the areas from Act 1, and I can go back to the areas from Act 1. Or like I can go through the whole Underdark, and I can go back to the Druid Grove and all that. So yeah. Okay, that's in Act 2? Okay.
The lever locks into place and the gate open. A warforged worker beckons to you from inside the foundry.
The Shadow Area Moonrise Towers? I have not gone into Moonrise Towers.
The gate crashes shut.
Oh yeah, I have the achievement. Yeah, that's true.
No expense in keeping
So I have not gone into Moonrise Towers. But yeah. And like I said, my experience with the game is definitely different than I think a lot of other people's experiences with the game, because my experience with Baldur's Gate 3 has been, there's been some trials, you know what I mean? I did the Underdark, I didn't do the Mountain Pass. I didn't realize you could do both until the young Howie Doin told me to do both. I was like, okay, well maybe I gotta do both then. Ride the lightning. Here we go, everyone's in. We need to walk forward and reopen it. Do I want the optional XP? Alright, I'll shoot him. Excuse me. There we go. Give me the XP. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, you guys say nice weapon, but I think my weapon is too good. I don't think I'm ever going to replace Shadowheart's weapon ever. Ever, ever, ever. I think it's the best weapon in the game, and you will be hard-pressed to convince me otherwise. You're a game that a lot of people don't want big spoilers? Yeah. I don't want to discuss all the details of it, because I do think that Baldur's Gate 3 is at least so big that even if you talk about the idea of like spoilers in the game, it's difficult because there's so much stuff in it that I could talk about something that somebody else might not have even seen. So yeah. Like they've already passed it and they haven't seen it. Like when I found Bual, and then other people were like, whoa, I never found this. What the heck is going on? Because I just found a place. There's so many secrets. Yeah, so I'm going to do my best to not talk about the spoilers of the game, like, yeah, main story stuff, when I'm not playing Baldur's Gate 3. If I am playing Baldur's Gate 3, it is what it is. Wait, you never got Will? Oh, you wouldn't have Will. Yeah, you wouldn't have Will. You killed everyone in the Druid Grove. So, you probably can't get them. Yeah. Because it was really simplified compared. Been a blast and amazing all the options you have. Yeah. I still think the storytelling in Baldur's Gate 2 is better than Baldur's Gate 3. Just gonna put that out there. I do think that the storytelling in Baldur's Gate 2 is better than Baldur's Gate 3. I've gotten way more grift in the Baldur's Gate 2 story than Baldur's Gate 3. Is the story in Baldur's Gate 3 bad? No. Are the environments and the details way better in Baldur's Gate 3? Yes. Or is the fact that everything voice acted good? Yes. Is the voice acting good? Yes. But Baldur's Gate 2, just, again, this is just the nature of how the game is designed. As I said, because every written word of dialogue has to be spoken, as opposed to just told to you, the player, there's not a lot of reading, you end up with the problem of every single piece of dialogue, which is now expensive because it has to be paid for. It has to go through, you know, a voice actor and everything else. It has to, everything that's said has to serve a utility. You don't just get like random meandering stuff about characters. You know, a lot of times you're just going to talk to somebody and they're just going to tell you, hey, small detail, and then that's it. Like, oh, I love living in this place, and that's all you get, and there isn't like a actual conversation with even like random individuals or characters. Now, again, sometimes that's not the case, but again, it was just going from Baldur's Gate 2 to 3. It is a noticeable difference in the type of writing there is. As I said, the writing in Baldur's Gate 3 is very efficient, and the characters definitely are a little bit more expository dialogue hoses, where you walk up to them and they say things really clearly and directly to your face, which is a little bit different. But also, to be fair, you know, Baldur's Gate 3 delivers in ways that Baldur's Gate 2 did not. Number one, readability. You can actually understand what's happening in Baldur's Gate 2 because you can, or 3, because you can examine monsters and see what their stats are and see what their immunities are and all sorts of stuff like that, which is great. So, big fan of that. I really like that. And the spells are a little bit clearer in their description. They're not fully clear. In fact, I would argue personally that I think the spells are of equal levels of clarity between Baldur's Gate 2 and Baldur's Gate 3. Where both video games just don't tell you everything that the spells do. They give you like a hint, and then you cast and you go, oh, and you figure out how it works. Oh, that's already been done. Okay, we're good. Nice. Nice. Which is a Baldur's Gate 3L, but it is what it is. Maybe they'll add better descriptions as they go further in the game. Importance feels solid from the beginning. Yeah. As I said, I don't think either game is bad. I think Baldur's Gate 3 and Baldur's Gate 2 are both very good video games. They are going to be different. Like, also, Baldur's Gate 3, I've only seen one fight that felt like it was some crazy bullshit, where they felt like there was nothing you could do in the circumstance. Whereas in Baldur's Gate 2, that was like every second room. Every second room, you walk into the room, and then, especially once every single spellcaster starts having like 2 contingencies and 2 spell sequencers, it gets absurd. Whereas there's none of that in Baldur's Gate 3, which is nice. But yeah, that was a mess. Beaten by the game so badly as a child? Yeah. See some parts of those are stupid difficult? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if you saw it, Blue, but I did play through the entirety of Baldur's Gate 2, 1 and 2 on stream. And I put it all on my VODs channel. I have like a new VODs channel where I just post all the streams afterwards. And so if you ever wanted to see how I dealt with some of those bullcrap situations, it's all there. It is, and so it's all accessible. It's in its own. I've separated all the games I do into different playlists, so it's easy to access. Oh, whoops! I did this wrong. I'm stupid. I'm dumb. I'm stupid and dumb. I'm stupider and dumberer. Okay, good. Okay, we're good. Everything's fine. It's also a big point of contention that my levels were not great. Where my levels are not great. So, that was rough. How many to bring? Yes. Having only one spellcaster is obviously a big problem. I had a bard and a mage, which made it easier. The problem is, most of my characters were level 22 to 23, and the only character that was higher level was my bard, Peter Pipega, who was level 27, going into the final boss fight of the game, which was absolutely not the smartest level to be at. That was a bad level range, I gotta say. I really wish I was 10 levels higher. Because damn, I needed to be 10 levels higher. Oh my god.
A toneless voice echoes through the foundry. This complex will self-destruct in 5 minutes. Please evacuate immediately.
Especially when 2 of the bosses at the end of the game, I'm saying thrown a ball. Yeah. Yeah, when I got to the end, and I realized not only were there too many things being summoned per turn that I could kill, but also the boss casts 4 blade barriers per round, and is immune to time stop, and chain cast time stop. Oh, that was rough. That was brutal. You know, most of my characters having less than 100 hit points. Oh my god. Yeah, the finality of Baldur's Gate 2, where I beat up John Irenicus, was very easy. John Irenicus went down very quickly and easily. I thought it was going to be harder than it was. But it turns out that having a Githyanki Vorpal Blade makes short work of all the Balors that he summoned, and it was no problem. And then, you know, fight was over. Actually, I think I just straight up killed the Balors. Any of the optional bosses, like specific Lich? I tried. The thing is, I wanted to get Baldur's Gate 2 done before Baldur's Gate 3 released. And I finished Baldur's Gate 2 the night before Baldur's Gate 3 came out. So I definitely did skip a lot of content. But I did all of the content that I found, which is what I will say. Every time I got a quest, I did it. I just didn't search everywhere. So I actually never went to the Bridge District in Baldur's Gate 2. Whoops. And I never went to the Temple District in Baldur's Gate 2. Whoops. I skipped a ton of Baldur's Gate 2. You killed Demogorgon? No, I couldn't figure out how. Oh, and I didn't do the circus? Yeah. That one, though, was intentional. That was an intentional skip, because I went in, got a bunch of puzzles that were really annoying to figure out, and then in the next room, this lady goes, you have to help me. You have to be careful, because everything's an illusion here, but some of the illusions are actually real. And I was like, oh, yeah, I'm not doing this. And I left. This is too hard. Pay somebody else. I'm good. I did the first floor of Watcher's Keep, and I said if I could finish Throne of Ball in time, like with enough time to spare, I would try Watcher's Keep. But I did not finish Watcher's Keep. I only did the first floor, which was quite hard. Nice. Taking 21 and then doing mummy guy, Rayum, and Watcher's Keep is Demogorgon. Oh, no, I don't care. You can spoil anything you want in Baldur's Gate 2. Okay, so that makes sense. I thought that there's a statue that I found in the Underdark. That was a statue of Demogorgon, and I had to make a sacrifice to it, and I couldn't figure out how to do that. And I wasn't sure if it was because I was missing something, like I was missing an item or whatever. Because don't worry about, like, spoiling something like that. I'm gonna replay Baldur's Gate 2 again, but after, like, enough time has passed, so I don't remember all the details. So then I can just have, like, a blast and just push my way through it, which should be fun. Okay, so combat archery or overwhelming critical. Combat archery is +1W, which is an extra d12 of damage, and overwhelming critical is overwhelming critical. Well, I know which one I'm taking. The Secret City Council in Baldur's Gate 2? I don't believe so, no. That doesn't ring a bell to me. I think I actually pretty much full cleared the Underdark, which was good. Mimic. But yeah. Oh, Fridays at 4G Myth anything? No. Cordovan just, like, read the patch notes, basically. Which, like, they're good patch notes. No complaints here, but... Okay, Arrow of Discord now, I want. And then Double Strike, or Double Shot, I want. And I want Arrow of Discord, so I'm gonna put Arrow of Discord here. I don't need this anymore. Stop asking about your playthrough, I can watch the VOD. No, you can keep asking. I had a lot of fun. Like I said, I actually really enjoyed Baldur's Gate 2. I thought, because Baldur's Gate 1, it's a fine game. But you can definitely tell that it was BioWare. They're cutting their teeth, right? They're figuring out how to make this style of game. Most of the NPCs are super flat, those sorts of stuff. But the Baldur's Gate 2 is so unbelievably good by comparison. It's crazy how much better Baldur's Gate 2 is. and nearly rage quit. I literally had to go. I came back though. Yeah, getting to the dragon that was also immune to time stop that I couldn't even visibly damage was amazing. And then finding out that all I had to do was get him with a feeble mind and the fight was over, which I did. I didn't know that feeble mind lasted forever. And it basically disables your character. Those are two things I didn't know. So finding out that you just feeble mind him and then you win a fight is interesting. So yeah, it worked great. Once I got it off, it was fantastic. Oh, and then also the fact that because he was feeble-minded, I couldn't finish the fight because he needs to be able to, he doesn't die, he goes to 0, and then I had to dispel the magic off of him so I could actually finish the fight because he was too stupid to do the dialogue, which is incredible attention to detail in terms of how the game mechanics interact with the characters.
This impressive structure houses the tomb.
I think that's actually so cool that that was like a mechanic. Once. Well, feeble mind lasts forever. It's really good.
You enter the tomb's antechamber, only to find it out.
This guy dead. This guy's dead. He made a save. Really? My DC on this 62. That guy made 2 saves. So the reason why arresting assault is good is not because it's like super effective against anything, but just stopping the monsters from moving for a sec so I can just start hitting them is great. Yes, that was pretty fun. Oh yeah, and then of course I ended the story like anybody would, where at the end they're like, okay, do you want to become a god? And Peter Pepega said the only thing he's wanted to say all game. No thanks. I'd like to get off this roller coaster, please. I described his experiences going through Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 as he's like, he got on a roller coaster, and then there was like some high teenager who had like the controls of the roller coaster in hand. And the whole time he's like, okay, I want to get off, please. I'd like to get off. And the guy's like, what? Go again? And like pulled it again, and he keeps riding the roller coaster around. And every time he can make an attempt, he tries to get out of it, but he can't. So when he finally gets faced with the Solar at the end, it's like, okay, ball spawn. You may now ascend. What would you like to do? And he's like, no thanks.
Gnolls are no longer a threat.
Oh, my hit chance is full.
Hurry, for the Wizard King awaits.
Every 30 days? Damn, I gotta get a few points. How much has changed? I mean, Feeble Mind seems like a good spell.
King Ryum calls out to you.
Oh,
Welcome,
okay.
traveler. You will learn to call this place home as I have.
Yeah, we got this guy. I was writing if it was buff was the whole bit of the Shadow Thieves using you. I mean, I'm at the sharpest of the shed, but I knew from the beginning it wasn't much of a reveal. Well, yeah, well, actually for me, it was the fact that I was being used by the... Because I didn't join with the Shadow Thieves, so I joined with Bodhi. And also, again, the same thing. I agree. I also knew that Bodhi was not a good character and was going to double-cross me somehow. Did I know that Bodhi was, you know, John and Rennicus's sister? No, I did not know this. But you finished Baldur's Gate 3? Nice, dude. There you go. Now you're done. Couldn't even finish it on the weekend it came out? Jeez Louise. Quitter talk right there. Yeah, I would judge the fact that he, you know, beat the game quickly, but also, on more than one occasion in the past week, I would see him in the Discord even though it's very obviously the following day, where he's getting like 2 hours of sleep before he's got time to go to work. Finish Baldur's Gate 3 after Act 3. Did you get the Act 2 ending? Beat the game in Act 2? Oh, I don't know. I did not beat the game in Act 2, because I am still playing the game. So I got like 50 hours deep. I'm doing like a few hours every day, here and there. Just kind of like filling it in. I'm not like speedrunning my way through the game. Oh, shit! That's sick. Oh god, I'm being attacked. Get the trap, please. Very spoilery, not spoilery discussion you guys are having. Yeah, if you want to keep talking about spoilers to Baldur's Gate 3, please take it to the DMs. Or, risk a permanent ban from the channel. It's up to you. You know, you can figure out what you want to do.
A genie blocks your path.
The ball is in your court. Not saying anything? That's what you think. Being speedrun is oath-breaking? True! Yeah, I can't keep my oath to save my life. Oh, poor John DeVere Pipega. He'll save his oath eventually. He'll get his oath and maintain it for a long time, hopefully. Maybe at some point, eventually. He does his best, okay? He's trying his best to maintain his oath. I'm okay with you guys if you want to talk about, like, you're enjoying the game and stuff like that, but, like, the specificity of, like, some of that, you know, I want to leave some of it a mystery. Like, for example, I now know that there is, in fact, one antagonist. When the game hasn't made it clear who the antagonist is. So I don't even know that there's an antagonist, and now I know that there is, in fact, a final boss. That is represented multiple with parts through the campaign. So it's kind of a spoiler. I didn't know that was going to be a part of it. I thought the story was really branching out, but knowing that it has a finite point is, oh, I gotta get out of here. Detour. It's a bit spoilery, but I guess it is what it is. 2. I want my tokens. Damn it. Only 3 acts is a spoiler? Yeah. For a series of 3 days. What is this? New World tried to put a patch down. The game status has been postponed to due to last minute. To be fair, though, DDO also does this as well.
Crumbling stone.
Yeah, I also don't care too much. It's just, you know, there's a lot of people that are still working their way through the game. Like, it's a 100-hour video game that just came out, so, you know, give people some time. Like, I usually give people 2 weeks before I talk about spoilers to movies. And movies are like 2 hours long. I hope I didn't spoil Oppenheimer for you guys. Dear players, the team is currently aware of the stability issues they're looking to further update as soon as they get more time. Yeah, as I said, I'm pretty sure that New World is going to get abandoned sooner rather than later, but the numbers are good. You see it, worth it? Oppenheimer was great. It was a very, very entertaining movie. So I will say this. There are benefits to seeing it in the theater because they make a very, very good use of sound and surround sound in this film. So if you have nice surround sound, I would definitely watch it at home because they need to give you a time to put a bathroom. You need a bathroom break in this movie. It's 3 hours long. there was definitely time for a bathroom break in the film. That's what I'll say. But it was very good. It was very entertaining. I liked the story. The characters, the portrayal was good. They had so many. For those of you that don't know, the subject matter of the film is the creation of the atomic bombs. So it's got some pretty heavy subject matter, and they do a pretty good job of casting a lot of shades of gray over a lot of people, and it's good. I enjoyed it. So I really liked the movie. But I also did the Barbenheimer thing that people were doing, so after seeing Oppenheimer, we got lunch and then dinner, I guess, and then we went and saw Barbie. And I will say, also a very, very good movie. So I was entertained heavily by both, but they're very different. You see these two movies for different reasons. But yeah, it was good. I enjoyed myself quite a bit. Yeah, Oppenheimer is also heavy, so if you're not in for a heavy movie, I wouldn't sit down to watch it because it's not a light movie. So yeah. Yeah, I would recommend Oppenheimer for sure. Yeah, it was good. Also, I got to learn a lot about a lot of things I didn't know, which is very good. Because apparently the movie is fairly accurate, so it's cool. Also, there's some scenes that are just awesome. Like there's this scene where Oppenheimer, the main character of the film, meets with the president, and it's awesome. It's such a good scene. D&D movie, I liked it. Really felt like a tabletop game. I found it didn't feel as much like a tabletop game, but I felt like it was just a good movie. It had all the pieces you need. The only issue I really had with it was that the pacing was kind of off. Where the first, like, 45 to 50 minutes of the movie were just a little too fast. Where they kind of kept going from one idea to the next a little too quickly. And then the last 40 minutes was really, really good. President's such an asshole? Yeah, it's awesome. It was so good. It was such a great scene. It was this fantastic contrast. Oh yeah, I can see that. Got Netflix or Prime next year. Oppenheimer? Oh, dude, it's gonna be... Give it like a couple weeks. It's coming out of theaters. Oh, true. Also, you're in Europe, so I don't know how they do movie releases in Europe. Yeah. I was about to say, yep, Europe. Yeah, like I said, I like the D&D movie. But I saw both the D&D movie and also, and the Mario movie, like, pretty close together. And I gotta say, the Mario movie is a better movie. Mario movie, definitely a better movie. I really like the Mario movie. It was great. Now, granted, it's hard to say it's a better movie simply because if you don't know anything about Mario, you probably won't find it as entertaining. What is this? Yeah. No motivations other than Rar, I'm an owlbear. Yeah, well, it's not just that. Every character has a really clearly defined character arc in the D&D movie. They all have this thing where, you know, they either have a preconception they need to fight against, or they need to change and grow in some way, because they're all, like, you know, especially the people at the beginning, so they're, like, living in the past. Pretty much everybody is, like, living, or you have the bard, the main character guy, and also the barbarian, who are like literally just living in the shadows, in their own shadows, in their own histories. And then you have the sorcerer, who's like afraid to, like, you know, commit and he, you know, he doesn't have enough self-confidence, doesn't believe in himself. And then you have, and that's a big part of charisma, confidence. And then you have, oh, you need help. The druid, who is self-confident, very powerful, intelligent, and doesn't really change. So maybe they'll make a sequel where they'll expand upon the druid's character, but yeah, they didn't do that. Shadowheart will be on Spirit Guardian duty. Yeah, I didn't use Spirit Guardian. I haven't cast that spell yet. I'll cast it eventually. The problem is, like, Bless, though. Even all humans are bad? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I just thought that's the only thing, is I wish there was, like, just more development of her character, but they already had a lot going on. The ground, they're straight up a ripoff of looking Avatar or Avengers. Yeah, it was. It was literally a ripoff of Avengers. I will say, all of the characters fighting the Red Wizard at the same time, where at one point it goes like top down for a second, and you see them all fighting the wizard, and I'm like, it's just like tabletop when all your characters like dogpile into one monster and you're all attacking it to try to kill it and take it down. Oh, I'm a rogue. You know, literally me when I'm trying to fight, like a boss. I'm trying to fight a boss in Baldur's Gate 2. Also, Brian Rasmussen, welcome back to the stream team. Or not, well, you gifted a sub. So thank you so much for gifting a sub to FA. Appreciate the support. Hope you're doing well. I can't read. My brain is stupid. I'm stupid. I got bored of my next indie game after only 29 hours and have 4 days still before the expansion. What could you do? Find something to do? Okay. Tough call. I don't know what you should do. I've been playing Baldur's Gate 3, so you could replay Baldur's Gate 2. It's a good game. You could probably get a mod. I'm sure there's probably Baldur's Gate 2 mods that exist out there. It's a fun game. What else could you do? Oh, you haven't finished it? Bro, it's so good! Oh, it's so good.
High above the scar, this narrow bridge is an ideal.
If you can get past the fact that it's, like, really ugly, man, it's so good, dude. Yeah, I'm gonna believe that. Yeah, like I said, I like the D&D movie. I like a lot of movies. BG3 patch notes? Oh, are they patching the game? Are they making it work? Is it gonna function? That'd be cool. If Baldur's Gate 3 actually functioned, that'd be sick. I know it's a lot to ask of developers to make games that work. Hashtag I love Dungeons and Dragons Online. Anyway. Oh. Update queued. Just download this update and then read the patch. I'm in the mood for RPGs. Then go play Deep Rock Galactic. Where's the patch? Where are the patch notes? Patch notes. Hotfix 3 now live. It's probably a lot of later game patches where they're like patching it for other people.
Golden vessel atop it. You slip the offering into your
Maybe I was going to the same engine. Just a short, very story, more hack and slash type. Yeah, I've wanted to play Icewind Dale. I actually have Icewind Dale, but Baldur's Gate 3 is the big thing, so it'll be in the future. A lot of people want me to play Planescape Torment as well on stream, which is a maybe thing. After I finish Baldur's Gate 3 on stream, I'm going to be playing through Remnant 2. I didn't play Remnant 1, so I'm just going to have to watch the 10-minute YouTube video that explains what happened in Remnant 1. Or maybe I'll just start playing it and have people in chat tell me what's going on. Beside a video game? Well, that's what I've heard, is that there's a lot of reading in it. Yeah, so that's why I'm probably gonna just do Remnant 2. Bye. Fix an issue where spell slots will prevent you from leveling up while multiclassing, preventing you from initiating a long rest, cross-save issue and a crash, Multiplayer problems. Let's use the hide action outside of your turn in combat. Increased Isabel's AC to restore the intended balance. Oh yeah, Isabel. A lot of people complained about getting Isabel dying instantly in their fight. All I did is one turn kill the Flamin' Fist dude. Or whatever the guy's name is. Jared or something? I don't know. I just one turn killed him. He spawned and then died. Like, huge mistake in spawning. I don't know what he was thinking was gonna happen. Die. Give him the old self-defense. Good old John DeVere. The more coherent story? Oh, so you mean garbage then? Wait, a Souls game with a coherent story? You mean trash? Is that what we're talking about? If I can understand what's happening and I can understand my extremely violent actions, that sounds horrifying. I'd rather just make all my incredibly overly violent actions a complete mystery, so then I don't have to feel bad. Barbarian, grave mistake? 100%, yeah. My barbarian did so much damage. I disappeared and couldn't return, so I had to reload previous save and then it never happened again. Yeah, I've had a lot of bugs. It's been so many. I've had so many bugs. I've definitely had more bugs than functioning interactions so far. Now, to be fair, a lot of people are shocked because people will join my stream and see a bug and be like, damn, I didn't have that happen. So I don't know if I'm just like a magnet for this stuff, but it's been like unrelenting. Like the fact that my Lazel romance just straight up broke and didn't work. So I couldn't romance Lazel. That was cool. Among other things. That was like one of the bigger bugs. And there's also just the stuff that bugs me. So like as an example, there was the God. I'm just stone dead, aren't I? Oh, there's a Fear Reaper somewhere. Where is it? Where's the Fear Reaper? Oh, I don't know where it is. Oh, there it is. Please, don't die. Oh, there's another Reaper. It's fine. Everything's good. Just keep shooting. Keep shooting. We got the bridge down? Nice. Okay. Ooh, get him, dude. Oh, okay, we're good. Life is pain, but we made it. Woo! Also, the water thing where I couldn't throw the water bottle in combat because clicking the water bottle causes it to equip to your hand, so you can't actually use it as an action. We just lost. Oh, no! Our guild renown went down. No, shit.
Hey Strim, this is the Canadian Police Department.
Yo, what's up?
Thanks for letting us know that you are a magnet. As you know, we have been having power outages recently. You could have said something.
Why would the police want to know about that? Wouldn't like Hydro or something want to know about the outages? Yeah, so apologies for my power being out yesterday, so that's why I didn't stream. We had a major storm, and unfortunately there was also a Hydro workers strike going on right now. And so, because this is essential service, they do restore power, but they prioritize things based on, you know, direct need, and so I just didn't have power for a while.
Gloom of the spiral gives way to fresh air and sunlight. Find Calyx.
Water not power? Hydro? Hydroelectric? That's like the majority of the power grid is hydroelectric. Ontario's power is almost exclusively hydroelectric and nuclear.
Hey Strim, this is the Canadian Police Department again.
Yeah,
the
what's up?
reason for our interest is none of your concern. Please move on from it.
Okay, sounds good. I will. Thank you for letting me know. Thank you, Canadian Police Department. Red Fens, Claw of Volur, and Fathom the Depths. Did they also run the power lines? Hydro, yes. Hydro Ottawa is the name of the company. They manage the power, the lines, and also the, you know, the whole dealy doing around the planet thing. Oh, bugs not easy to figure out. If you play Bard, go from level 9 to 10, you will still have... Man, you've been machine gunning through this game. Level 10? Holy moly, I'm level 6, I think. Yeah, you're really pushing it through. You will select everything, and then it will let you proceed, and that's because you have to select class and assign your two new skill points. Oh, that makes sense, yeah. That makes sense. I gotcha. I have a Bard, but I don't think that's going to be a problem for me. This specific circumstance, I think I'm going to be fine. All this power stuff is public. Ah, makes sense. But yeah, so I have a Paladin Bard. So John DeVere Pipega is currently a 1 Bard, 5 Paladin. And I think he's going to end as a 4 Bard, 8 Paladin, I think. I was also tempted to maybe go like 2 Bard, 5 Paladin, 5 Warlock, which also seemed interesting, but I don't know. Last night, so not much farther ahead than you. I mean, you're 4 levels ahead than me, so you're a little farther ahead. Like, my character's just got level 6. But also, like, I'm definitely both taking my time, and also it's just the nature of live streaming content, where I'm not, like, not even, like, machine gunning through it, but I'm, like, taking breaks to talk to chat and discuss stuff. I've been trying to use the chat option where people can vote on what my character says, which basically hasn't been working. Yeah, we don't do the coal thing. The Ontario government has also been trying to figure out whether they want to build another nuclear power plant. The answer is yes, they should do that.
Now show that this marks the beginning of the Fire Giant's territory.
So hopefully they do that. But the Ontario government also sucks. They like suck a lot, so they're probably not going to, which is stupid. Like, build a power plant to invest in the future, or don't. Yo, what's up, Agu? How you doing? Who are you now? How's it hanging?
Taking breaks to bitch at Paladin Oaths. Taking breaks to send Dryder to his death with no lantern.
Mm-hmm. That's me. That's absolutely what I did. Dual hand crossbows and buffing the real folks. Oh, yeah. All my characters are very, very effective in combat. I like it. Should give my kiddos a tour of Twitch since she wants to get into streaming. Nice. Streaming's fun. It's like one of the most fulfilling things to do during the day, because you get to hang out with like a bunch of people who, assuming you build your community in a way where you basically just like be yourself, then you get to spend time with other people who your interests generally align, and you get to hang out with people who you find interesting. Some people will start streaming and they'll play like a persona basically on stream, and then you get a bunch of people who interact with that persona, and then that can be difficult because you might get people whose interests don't align with you, they align with your persona, especially if you play a character. Some people also can't separate those things. But fortunately for me, I don't have any talent or ability to like play somebody other than myself, which is the same reason why every single D&D character I play is just me on paper, and it makes it easier. So that way I never have to worry about changing, becoming a different or better person. Anyway, yeah, live streaming good. It's very fun. It's a lot of fire damage. Woo-hoo. There we go. Already having a nuclear power plant build and then have people successfully campaign for it to be shuttered. That is expensive. That would be very expensive.
Let my staff show you the way.
Yeah, we definitely need more nuclear power. Please build the plants. Did not come across Viconia. Well, probably not, because Viconia died, dude. Spoiler alert. But when I finished Baldur's Gate 2, at the end, Peter Pipega and Viconia got married. After they got married, they had a kid, who was John DeVere Pipega. And John, of course, being named after John Irenicus, because Peter was not that smart. Anyway, and then Viconia was assassinated, so therefore she's dead. In Baldur's Gate 3, she's alive? No. That's a clone and an imposter. In Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, you deal with a lot of doppelgangers. It's actually one of the main enemies you fight in Baldur's Gate 1. And it's just a doppelganger, you guys. If you think she's real, you're getting bamboozled by the doppelgangers.
Iona whispers.
Don't die? Nope. It's doppelganger. I'm telling you. I know what I'm talking about.
Iona whispers.
His name sucks quite badly? Yeah, I can see that.
From my kiddo.
Oh, thanks for the bits! Appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. I hope your journey, if you're interested in streaming, goes good. And, just remember that, you know, if you're gonna get started and you want to live stream, it is hard for everybody starting out, and you just gotta push through that. It's basically hard for everybody, except for people that like get insanely lucky breaks, where like you know, they're like the son or daughter of somebody who's like wicked famous, or you know, or like their parents like pay for them to be in some like multimedia organization, and then they get propped up with some type of like fake amount of fame that they can then transition to a real amount of fame, but then it also screws up your life, you know, like child actors and stuff. But outside of those people, except it's also probably really hard for those people as well. But yeah, it's just hard. So don't get discouraged, and if it's something you like, keep trying. 99% doppelgangers? It is. Assumes the latter ending? No, Brian, you're not listening. I'm playing my version of Baldur's Gate 3. In my version of Baldur's Gate 3, I'm playing as John DeVere Pipega. There might be a canon story inside of what the writers decided to think is what they should do. But I'm just saying it's not relevant to my playthrough. Because it doesn't line up with my story. Which means if there is a copy somewhere, then that means they're absolutely a doppelganger. Streamers can play new games and also stream and watch other stuff. Yeah, it's tough. I don't know. The problem with new games is you really want to be like heavily focused on the experience of it, because video games are fun and new games are complicated. So you want to be like really in with like what's happening on screen, what's happening on camera, but you just can't. It's really hard to do that when you're like playing a new game. It's when I started playing Guild Wars 2 for like a week, which I'm still playing off stream, but anyway, when I was playing Guild Wars 2 for a week, it was hard because people would see me playing, they'd ask me questions about the game. I don't have the answers, and I can't move through the content at a good pace because I just don't know enough about what I'm actually doing, so I really got to soak it in and just read everything. And then watching somebody sit there and read all the text in an MMORPG is probably not the most fun thing to watch in the world. Guild Wars 2 mentioned, she said thanks for the advice. You're welcome.
The toadstools have grown to a gigantic size, feeding on the rich swamp soil.
Good stuff. I'm afraid you'll miss something. Oh, I just do miss stuff. That's the solution I've learned, is I just miss things. Figure out dinner. Yo, take care of you. Have fun at dinner. Enjoy yourself. It's Friday, so do pizza. Pizza Friday. It's a classic move. I just figured out dinner for you. Holy crap. That's the reason why it's legally Pizza Friday, because you just eat pizza on Friday. Problem solved. Boom. What's that? Allergic to cheese? Because you're lactose intolerant? No problem. Just eat it anyway. It's not going to kill you, it's just going to make you uncomfortable. What's that? You're gluten-free? And you're a vegetarian? I don't know, dude.
Giant magical barriers
you'll figure it out.
This space,
Eating pizza ain't that hard.
The barriers is filled with seawater. The Sahagin have made themselves at home.
Your personal story? Since Baldur's Gate 3 has come out? Not really. I haven't really had any time for like video games off stream, if I'm being honest. Because I've been streaming like 12 hours a day. Take care, Brian. Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Patch notes, they have spoilers? Oh, the patch notes on Steam are nice because they come with, like, spoiler tags, which is good. So I can just look at it, and I don't have to put my mouse over the little spoiler tags. Milk, no cheese diet. I'm very happy I can eat gluten. Otherwise, just kill yourself. I mean, I don't know what I would do if I found out I couldn't eat cheese anymore. It'd be upsetting for sure. That would definitely be upsetting. Because I do like cheese. I mean, that is like a non-fact about me. You know, I love cheese. It's like, yeah, of course, everybody likes cheese. Yeah, it depends on what part of it you're allergic to. Yeah, it depends on how bad it is. Yeah, exactly. Fix the bug ran into. This US seems disappearing when the game thinks the characters in dialogue, which would happen with dialogue in the middle of combat. Oh, interesting. That does sound like the bug you ran into.
The switch that controls the magical barriers is nearby. Guard.
Scratch finds digging spots? That's genius! There's a goblin, I just looked at this, you can find digging spots. I didn't even know he could do that. I've never summoned Scratch to come with me on an adventure because I'm so worried that he's gonna get killed in one hit by something in a combat.
The magic barriers
No.
vanish, releasing
Oh, thank God. I got it.
blood to the
Woo! Anyway, so I was worried about that. But there's one area in the game where there's, I'm so dead. I got deadified 100 times over. Holy crap. Is there a shrine in here? That was terrifying. Anyway, there's a spot where there's a goblin cache that I could never find because all my characters have bad perception. And so every time I'd walk over it, it would always be like, you need like a 10, and I'd fail every time. But I can bring Scratch, who can probably find it. Marinara pizza now only? I mean, that sounds good. If it's his owner was dead? Oh, yeah. I'm collecting all the aminals. Pizza was better? Yeah.
In the chamber ahead, a Sahagan wizard
Don't you dare spoil it.
of a smashed container. The planar fabric is not hidden.
Keep your 100 hours in 6 days to yourself. Act 3 in Baldur's Gate 3? What did we just talk about with spoilers? Jesus Christ. Do I gotta put up a fucking banner on the top of the screen?
You are unable to retrieve the planar fabric, and the Sahagan have taken the magical device back.
I didn't know you could get the Baldur's Gate 2 companions in Baldur's Gate 3, but now you can apparently. Jeez. Thanks, Gamer Cthulhu. Is it 1 week for movies? The game is 170 hours, or like, wasn't it like 170 hours of cutscenes or something? Hasn't even been that many hours since the game came out. Fuck. So yeah. I mean, it's hard to like, obviously we're gamers and we want to talk about things and we want to do things. But man, it's just like it just came out. Baldur's Gate 3 trailers? Well, yeah. If they drop spoilers? Yeah, we could probably do that. Already foreshadowed in the trailers. Well, it's not really clear in the game, because you meet them as characters, which happens all the time where you meet people as characters who, like, you know, it's like the old guard guiding the new guard. Make it less fun for people. Well, like, again, I think it's also fair to say that if you've already spent 80 hours on a video game, and then you know something that happens 80 hours into a video game that is meant to be story-driven, telling people about the events of a video game when you're 80 hours deep deep within the first, like, very short window of the game coming out. I think it's fair for people to not want to get that information before they've actually, like, been playing it, since the game is so story driven. Now, the other argument is don't go on the internet if you don't want to get spoiled, which, fair. That is a fair argument. You know, if you're going on the internet, you're likely going to get spoiled by stuff. But like, if you want to talk about what you did in Act 1, that's fine. I think Act 1 is not super long. I think it's fair game for people to discuss their experiences and stuff. But, like, Act 3, that's like 100 hours. Back in Act 73, Peter Pipega? He might not. I'm not sure. A bathroom break. BRB. Lost my virginity finally in Act 1. Nice, dude. Nice. That's what I'm talking about. Anyway, I'll be right back. I gotta use the washroom and get some water. Decided it's time to sit down. Mostly because I've been standing for 2 hours. Peter was a half-elf. That's why John is a half-drow, half-elf. Remember, system boss get 3 characters too quick to jump in the sack, and there's no friendship options either. It's like boner, I hate you. Yeah, I find that, I don't know if there is no friendship options because I haven't gotten that far yet, but I will say the way in which you get introduced to the characters and the way in which the romances are supposed to start is very, very obvious that there's like this, I don't know, it's this weird sense of urgency that feels like wrong. There's like 100 hours of gameplay to get to know these people, and the fact that I think they did it that way so that way they could put it in the early access and have like a good chunk of the romance in the early access. But I totally agree that it takes something away, I guess, from the actual characters. The fact that every single person in the Tri-City area is throwing themselves at you. What do I want to do now? I guess Lord Chain next. Although, yeah, true. They are all like a day away from death. Oh my god. I just drank some water. Okay, we're good. You've been in a bar and you notice? I've never been in a bar in the apocalypse. How do I get to Lords of Dust? It's over here. Start until the support gems get numbers. Well, the new support gems look really cool. So I looked at the support gems for the new Path of Exile League, and I was like, ooh, okay, cool. You've got was it Spellblade support? I love that. I love the idea of like a hybrid sort of melee caster sort of character doing something like you know, old school trickster or like an inquisitor who uses like you got a melee and then spellcast sort of thing. That's kind of cool. I love that idea. Also, the sacrifice support looks really cool with like maybe hide regen, maybe an occultist of some kind, or maybe you get something where you're getting like constant heals based off of ignites, which is then causing some of your spell damage to be healed. You get like chaos damage. Your chaos damage can ignite, and then every ignite you get health back. So then you're constantly healing the damage you're dealing. Stuff like that. I'm like, oh, there's a lot of cool synergy. And I'm like, you know what I'm gonna do? Armageddon brand. That's right. I want to play, but I watch too much. Want to watch stream too, and I've already established I can't do both. That's okay, dude. Just do whatever you want to do, man. Be insane for leveling. Oh yeah. Well, if it's probably not on a first character, but on a second character, it seems pretty good. Because Spellblade is basically better than any added damage support, which is pretty good. But again, you have to have it. Like in the private league, we won't have all that stuff, so we'll see.
The novice who accompanied Noman
There's so
lies
much
on the ground in the hall
to watch is
ahead.
DDO leveling on regular servers. Hey man, here you talking shit. You know what? I got nothing more to add. I don't even have it installed. Yeah, I know that feeling of wanting to uninstall DDO and then successfully uninstalling DDO. Yeah, so the Spellblade support works really, really well with Armageddon brand because Armageddon brand has very, very high effectiveness of added damage. The problem is it doesn't work well with Armageddon brand because you can't use Spellblade with brands.
A dank chill pervades the lower
That's I went to the patch notes and I literally did Control F brand, and the only time the word brand shows up is brands are not supported by Spellblade. And I'm like, okay, this is good.
She speaks Noman's name. Visitor himself replies.
This is good now because while I was not watching streams, doing something more productive with my time, like making music again for fun. Yeah. Also, I don't know if you yeah, if you like dropped Discord or anything, or like got rid of your account or whatever it was. But I just noticed you didn't have any of the roles I set for you before in the Discord as the god of Linux. So I have interim made Horse the new god of Linux. It's still an empty channel and no one asked any questions in it, but it was just, you know, it was something that was brought to my attention. Yeah, that's all good. So if I finished the game, credits are still rolling. Yeah, dude. The game was in early access for like 1,000 years. You know, people needed to make the game. Yes, if I'm still alive? Probably. Yeah, Discord is like my main communication platform. I used to connect with everybody, so I definitely wouldn't turn off Discord for any individual reason. But I do have several folders of different like actual Discords, like the channels, and those the folders are in and out of usefulness. Right, make them inflict corrupted blood on enemies affected by the war cry or by the attack that it exerts. Is the number of stacks based on the power, or I'll have to see the skill. You have to see what the skill does, because you can get a lot of power in your war cries.
the silver flame is powerless to stop it. So pray, shall we continue?
Yeah, I don't know if Corrupting Blood would work too well on a Juggernaut, because I don't know how you scale Bleed, but I also don't know how to play Juggernaut, which is huge. It's like the only thing I've never really played.
Stand aside. Let my minions...
So social media and watching a stream, etc. for a while. Yeah, but that's good. That's a level of self-control most people don't have. Of being like, oh, man, I really need to make a change. And then you make a change. For many, myself included, very, very difficult task. About tankiness? About tankiness? You don't use any? You say that, but you're on Twitch. It is a social media. This is media, and there are a lot of people being parasocial on here. Yeah, but presumably that's because things are more calm in whatever your life, whatever you're doing. Playing video games and watching streams is not a vice. So if you gotta take a break from it, you gotta take a break from it.
The silver flame of looking into cult activity.
Playing EU sort of every night? Oh, anyone play EU looking to get into this game? I'm not an EU guy. Sorry, NA player for me. But I'm just gonna play it. It's a good idea. For me, I'm definitely doing a league starter. That is actually good. Last league, doing the wand thing, it was fun, but man, trying to build a wander in like basically solo self-found is stupid and dumb, and I'm stupid and I'm dumb and stupid. Oh, I never got the skill gem, dude. I ran like almost 300 grand heists. Resist urge to get Diablo 4? Good. Because Diablo 4 is both not very good, and also people have stopped playing it already. So I'm very happy you resisted the urge to get Diablo 4. I know a lot of people that probably wish they had resisted the urge to get Diablo 4. Yeah, that Diablo 4. Yeah. It's a great emo. This is also not a situation where I'm like really excited. I'm like, yes, I feel vindicated because I said Diablo 4 wasn't going to be good. And then it turns out Diablo 4 is not very good. The game is seen by storm? Yeah. Because it's a good video game.
Hot, stale air blows into the chamber as the stone door slides open.
If Diablo 4 was made with the obvious love and care that Diablo, that Baldur's Gate 3 had, this would be a different discussion. Surprised you actually played it? Yeah, I played it. I did not play Season 1 because they didn't really make it. They didn't make any good changes to the game. They just nerfed everything and then also reduced the XP gains, so they made everything slower and take longer. They made like some good changes, right? So it's not fair. They made some like quality of life changes to the game, but they also like almost nerfed everything. But yeah, did all RPGs. I do like ARPGs. Plus, also, I didn't buy it. It was bought for me. So at that point, I felt like it would be only right to play it. And there are some good things going for Diablo 4. It's got a middling story, which is kind of entertaining, and it's very pretty. I think if you just play the Diablo 4 campaign and then turn the game off, it's probably not that bad of an experience. If you just play Diablo 4 campaign and then turn it off, you're probably going to have a good time. Granted, for $80, that's a tough sell. And you could probably just watch all the cutscenes on YouTube. And that's way less than $80. But by this time next year, it'll be on sale for less than $40. And they'll actually have balanced the classes and made stuff fun. And put in enough quality of life that people will be happy about it. So just give it time. Those games because you can play them without a whole lot of thinking. Yep, that is not insulting. That's the genre. Basically, action RPGs get to the state where you're kind of action RPGs are like knitting or sewing, if that makes sense. It is an activity you can kind of do without requiring a lot of focus, but it's like you're doing something with your hands, and it can be very relaxing to some. Shrimps are just cut back. What's the plan to build now? 32? I'm going to play it to 32. One of the aspects of the build doesn't work, but I'm doing shitloads of damage, so I'm going to keep leveling it. Answer the duel, I'm doing something else. Yeah, exactly. Like for me, I find it difficult to just watch TV. I usually like to play a game while I watch TV. I can go, I really want a chicken burrito bowl, but I don't have to cook in a converter and have it brought to you. Isn't that cool? As much as I dislike having food like delivered to my house because of like the cost of it, where like I just don't like it having, you know, for me, it's like, oh, I can get a meal that's like $12 if I go to the store that's nearby. But if I actually want to have it delivered to my house, it's like $35. That hurts my soul, and I don't like that. But I do like the fact that back in the day, not every restaurant, like most restaurants, didn't have delivery. You could get takeout anywhere, but if you wanted delivery, you'd have to go to like specific restaurants. And nowadays, thanks to the food delivery services just making it like a third-party system, you can get food delivery from pretty much any restaurant in your area, which is very, very cool and like a good service. I wish it cost less, but it is what it is. DDO can be mindless too. It can be, yeah. Yeah, I don't have to think about what I'm doing in this game. For sure. Cheat at the same time. After a while, I just have no idea what's happened in the video. Oh yeah, you're like somebody who's got to do like the singular focus sort of deal. Yeah, I've been there. Use DoorDash, get 20 years when I do it, and then boys lazy. Also, what an awesome time we live in. Yeah, it's a combination where you're like, damn, this guy's like really lazy. Really? He's ordered Mountain Dew, but then you realize, wait a minute. I can order anything I wanted. And it becomes nice because then you can have these situations where it's like, oh, I want to, you know, you've had like a few beers and you can't drive. But you know what? It'd be really good if you had something, McDonald's or like some other thing. Or you're like, man, I really want some Flamin' Hot Cheetos right now. What's 20 ounces? I have no idea. It's an amount of liquid. No, it's something you can. It's definitely something you can consume. So like, it's gonna be a plastic bottle. It's either like the mid-sized plastic bottles, like a liter, or maybe a 2-liter plastic bottle. I'm not sure. I'm not an expert in freedom units. Small note, I love D&D, or thanks to my cats or D&D pals, I love it. Oh, yeah, absolutely. They did that in Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 as well in the credits. They had, like, the developers would, like, write, like, little personal anecdotes. They put their nicknames, you know, thanks to whoever. Much like the production of movies also had, like, production babies and all that. A bit over half a liter. 16 ounces of pint? Oh, that size. Okay, gotcha. That size. Yep. Sorry, we don't do anything with fluids and ounces here, so I do not know. Yeah, but it's, as we talked about before, it's all about what you know. If you only know ounces and pints and other stuff like that, then even though there are obvious advantages to like learning the metric, like the fact that all the units convert, so it's really easy to describe the different quantities from one quantity to another, and any size. If you don't know it, it's still hard. Also, when you get to have one of the most powerful economies in the world, you can kind of just like make other people conform to your standard too. Half liter of beer or a pint? Yeah, it's when I go to a restaurant and I'm gonna, or like if I go to a bar and I'm gonna get a beer, I will order a pint of beer. I just don't know how much that is. Like, you go to the bar and they're like, oh, what can I get you? And you're like, yeah, I'll get a pint. I don't know what quantity that is though. I'm not sure. I just order it and then I get a quantity and I'm like, good, I'm fine. Look, I just wanted the beer. I don't care how much it comes in. Nice parts in memory of? Yeah. Get you buzzed? Like I said, I don't know. I am not a knower of these things. Oh, hold on. I gotta get the quest. I need to insult Cruiser. One sec. Oh, wait. 0473 is a pint? Oh, 0473. Yeah, that's the big cans. That makes sense. Reply. Sick. I can't wait to watch you walk around on empty hills for 20 minutes and then enter a minefield and eat a few mines, then find a truck and get an item to escape, only to enter an empty camp and then get shot by someone you didn't see and lose. I don't have a lot of experience with the video game Escape from Tarkov. I've only seen Cruiser Zero play it. And man, it's an experience, I tell you what.
Hey Strim, if you ever come to Michigan, I will buy you an entire chicken's worth of beer.
You can't make beer out of chicken. I might be stupid, but I'm not dumb. Storage performance seconds. We deal in milliseconds, microseconds, and nanoseconds. Display difference to customers. Measure in slow or it's not working. Yeah, that would be an issue. The nanosecond and a microsecond and a millisecond are all very, very, very different.
The spinner of shadow struggles against her weakening bonds, while below her, the spiders consume the last.
I don't know if they cheat you out of the beer. I mean, they maybe cheat you out of the beer.
The spinner of shadows has broken free.
Have you seen Dark and Darker? Oh yeah, I have played Dark and Darker. I'm waiting for other people. So I played Dark and Darker when it was on Steam. I'm either waiting for it to come back on Steam or for like the website that's being hosted on to be verified better, because I've just heard bad stories about people like having their credit card information and stuff stolen by the hosting website. So I'm just gonna wait until that stuff sort of like settles down before I click the button again. But it's a cool game.
Someone must witness my return and survive. Destroy these intruders, my lady.
One of the Rakshasas growls.
We will report your glorious release to the world.
Beer so many nice microbreweries. Yeah, probably. I've never been a big microbrewery guy.
Dang it. Bobby, I'll tell you what.
I'll tell you what. Damn. That's some good timing. God dang it, Bobby. You're not going to end up getting it yourself. It's not on Steam right now. It was on Steam, and then there was a major lawsuit between the publisher and, or like the people that are making it, and also the publishers of the company, or the publisher who the people that made it worked at before, and they're alleging that the people like basically left the company and took company assets to make the new game. And I don't know the truth of any of it because I'm not a lawyer, and also I don't really care. I just want the game. You know what I mean? So I'm just anyway. So because that stuff is going on and they're still litigating it, the game is no longer on Steam.
Of the silver flame that holds her here. If you can light the wards again, she will be imprisoned once more.
Yeah. Like they need to hash it out in court, and then somebody makes the game. I don't care who makes the game. Just figure it out in court. Send like 8 people to jail, and then the people that aren't in jail finish making the game, please. Thank you. This is the new cosmetic from the new Vecna Unleashed expansion that releases next week, because they did the cosmetics and stuff early. So this is the new Vecna armor. So you look like it's like lich wrappings.
Spiders have burrowed.
Yeah, $100. The big one.
Feel the spinner's pain.
They're blaming Dark and Darker of? Yeah, probably.
Drive them up.
Come to the light. You gotta stand on the light. The light. There you go. Because you can't damage them until it's in the light. Is it worth it to get the expensive this time, or is the base good enough? Honestly, in my opinion, for like 20 bucks, what the fuck? Thanks. For 20 bucks, it's a great deal. Yeah, it's pretty much borderline just cosmetics, so you gotta really, really want it for the $100. Which is why it's the ultimate fan bundle and not the like really good bang for your buck bundle, because I don't think it's a good bang for your buck. But it's a cool cosmetic, and again, I'm stupid and I buy Path of Exile cosmetics. So if that sounds interesting, you know, if you like the look of it, then go for it. But the expansion for 20 bucks is a good deal. Although true, the +1 universal tome, if you have 2 characters or you play Hardcore League, it's also a pretty good deal, because you do get the universal point tome on every character afterwards, which means every Hardcore League, I have 2 universal points to spend, which is kind of sick. Again, I can't wait till I get Charisma and damage for free. Another Rogue Hireling? Yep, Darling is level 18, and then, which is good for Sharn, and then level 32. Level 1. Well, you have to put it in a weapon, though. You can't do that from level 1. Such a sour taste in your mouth? How so? $80 for power? It is $80 for power. You can buy it with points. It's only 3,500 points for it. But, it's also, like, not important. I think the thing that gets me when it comes, like, so DDO is unequivocally, in my opinion, is definitely a pay-to-win video game. Right? But the difference, in my opinion, is that you, like, this is also not a hard video game, and you don't need to pay for any of the bonuses. And before you go, yeah, but Shrimp Tom, I don't think so. No, shut up. I play Hardcore League, and I don't spend money on my hardcore characters. Because it's a waste of time, because if they die, then I have to do it again, and I'm not doing that shit. And I do all the challenges in Hardcore League. And Hardcore League involves playing a bunch of Reaper mode, and we do raids and all sorts of other stuff. So, like, on the one hand, you definitely can buy power, and so you can definitely pay to win. But on the other hand, DDO is not very hard. And it's not really necessary. So it's like... It's one of the reasons why I don't really care. If I'm being honest, like, I don't really care, but, like, you know, is DDO pay to win? Yeah, probably, but you don't need it.
The spinner of shadows.
Thank the gods it's not DCOU pay to win. I've never played DC Universe Online. The only thing DDO's changed in their monetization strategies is basically that they now do the mini expansion stuff. Which I would not be surprised if that was motivated by Daybreak.
The spinner of shadows decides to change.
But also, I don't know.
Arise, my spiders.
But like a publisher's, you know, they control the money, so they're obviously going to be making, you know, decisions with regards to the money. I'm assuming this won't add more slots if you're already at max. But what will sell me on the Elven Side Portals do you get more bank slots? You get more universal, or more shared bank, 10 shared bank, and 20 character bank for one character, if I recall correctly. I don't know why it's one character. I really think it should be like one character per server, but it is what it is. Try to increase the comparison piece online. Tied to separate currencies you earn through years or hundreds of dollars, and that's per character? Whoa. $100 ones come with the other outfit too. Yep. Yeah, if you buy the bigger bundle, you get everything in the lower ones. You can also do it incrementally as well. So if you just want to buy the $20 expansion and then you're not sure if you want to upgrade it or get the other things, you also don't have to do it right away. Because you just pay the difference. If you had max before, does it get 10 more? Does it do nothing? It gives you 10 more. I have 20 over the maximum. Whoops. Baroque. It's okay, dude. It'll be on sale, too, and you can buy it in the future. Yeah, so you can just, like, buy the $20 expansion now, and then in, like, a year, they'll have it on sale for, like, 75% off or 50% off or whatever, and then you just pay the difference for the upgrade on the 50% off. Yep. Yep, that's how it works.
The swarm of spiders subsides, and the Guardian is once again...
As I've said before, as a
the
the biggest content creator for Dungeons & Dragons Online, and also as somebody who got the expansion for free, I didn't pay for it. SSG gave me a free copy. In fact, they gave me a free copy of a lot of expansions for a long time. And they've been very good to me. I'm still going to recommend that if you don't... Like, the content is really, really good. The expansion itself, the quests, the story, all that stuff is really cool. The new monsters, the new locations, the actual quests are, like, really, really, really good. $20 is a fair deal for some new content, and I would really only buy, like, recommend buying the cosmetic packs. As I said, if you're somebody who DDO's your main game, and you want to have, like, either a mount that you don't have starting on every server, or you want the actual visuals, or you're somebody who plays hardcore every time, and the +1 tome is really nice. But even then, outside of that, you don't really need it for anything. And I can't even recommend playing this build, because this effect doesn't work. So I waited to play this because I wanted the extra +1 tome, so I didn't have a 30-second Divine Might. Turns out, even with the 30-second Divine Might, doesn't matter, because this ability doesn't work. So you can just cut a bunch of points out of here, and then get rid of this, and you can take the whole Divine Might anyway. Got him, nice. So that's why I'm like, I know I'm an advocate for the game, but I guess on some level, like, I'm critical of the game, but yeah, I'm not like, you gotta buy that $100 expansion. Probably buy the $20 expansion, because it's very good. And if you can't afford it, you can just wait 6 months and the shit's gonna be on sale. I think it's like February is when you can buy it for points, because August to February sounds right. It's gonna be to stay in business, unfortunately. For that kind of sucker. Hell yeah, dude. It's that moment where you're like, wait a minute. I'm a sucker.
Light fills the cavern. The spinner of shadows shouts.
Wait, can I free myself? No, I can't.
A shout of triumph, not defeat.
But you know it. That's what matters.
Once again, you are held in an irresistible web of force.
Oh yeah, you also get 10% off if you're a VIP. Absolutely. I also love Dispel Magic. Yuan-Ti armor? Here we go, 20 AC and no shield. Yeah, the Yuan-Ti armor is, like, kind of sick. I want to buy it. But I don't know anyone that I would put it on. I could put it on Shadowheart, but I'd want to retool her deck so she has more decks. And then I had the second problem of I made the... I used I got the adamantine armor, and I made the medium one, and I'm like, oh, I already made it. you sometimes. Yeah. Come back to be more active in the game. And that's the other thing too, like the thing about DDO content is you can play it pretty quick, but if you take a break from Dungeons and Dragons Online, then you get kind of rewarded because the quest meta and the things that you do, you get come back and you have like a whole bunch of quests that you can run through and play around in. And it's like a little, and your characters are still relevant because again, people get upset about nerfs all the time in DDO, but as somebody who's played a lot of MMORPGs, there are way more nerfs that happen in games that are not, like DDO does not nerf things nearly as much as other video games do. But that's largely assumed to the fact that DDO doesn't really do a lot of balance changes just in general. But yeah. So the Adamant one to Shadowheart. Yeah. I have an LFM up? Oh. I didn't know I had an LFM. Whoops. We're gonna do Beyond the Rift. Okay. I don't know if this person's flagged. I'll invite them, but we're about to do Beyond the Rift. Beyond Rift. I actually didn't know I had an LFM up, so that was entirely confusing to me. Beyond the Rift. Please don't ban me. DDO does not nerf things. Also, stream is the reason why they nerfed Sonic Blast. Yeah, everybody knows that shit. Like, it feels like PoE, the MMO in terms of build creation. That's just it. Dungeons & Dragons Online, it gives you basically this crazy toolbox to make so many different characters. And a lot of your characters, like, there's obviously the better stuff, right? And so you can find and just play the best stuff. But again, DDO is not that hard, and it gives you 13 difficulties, which means you can just play other stuff. So, like, I decided to do this Sonic Boom Bard. Is this the best Inquisitive? No. Is this the best Bard? No. But it's cool, and it's fun, and it works. And I can play it on the difficulties I want to play. Yeah, but Stream likes Oathbreaker Paladin? I do like Oathbreaker Paladin. True fact. Did I already tell that story today? About how I keep breaking my oath because it's impossible to maintain your oath in Baldur's Gate 3? Up here, we farm the same fucking map 100 million times because TR. Whoa, Kentos. You don't farm the same map. You farm like 2 or 3 or 4 maps. Okay? I don't want to hear this blasphemy. Farm 1 map.
Perhaps ye have come to mend it.
Maybe not 4. Sometimes it's 2. Last league I did 2.
It will not be easy. Come with me.
I did 2 different. Yeah.
We are in the realm of the vile goddess Loth. She and her sister.
Yeah, I did Crimson Temple and what was the other one? Coral Ruins.
Okay, real talk chat. Especially for those who know older D&D, Oathbreaker Paladin versus Fallen Paladin, which do you prefer?
For me, I like paddle in the school canoe.
This rift, her sister.
I think you added a few zeros there, Kentos. So good job. Yeah, that's correct. I've never played an Oathbreaker or a Fallen Paladin, but they're both good ideas. I would like the Oathbreaker in 5, or at least how it is in Baldur's Gate 3, if instead of it was like there was an alternative class that was like similar, where it was like you lose some of your powers but they change, as opposed to like you are now a murderer and necromancer. It's like, dude, I broke my oath because I told somebody like hey, don't touch my ham sandwich, and I lost my oath. Now I gotta be a necromancer? What the hell is this? So yeah, there's that. FS fighter? Yeah. Good. To be fair, I didn't realize how good fighters were in 2nd edition until in Baldur's Gate. I got in Throne of Bale or Ball. Let me keep saying Bale. Throne of Ball. I got Saravok, and then Saravok is just a machine. I was like, oh, fighters are really good. I was get that layout. Oh, not the organization, but if you want the like the visuals, yes, you can download the visuals. !UI in the chat, and you can download the visuals. They're made by Tormented Gothic Princess.
In the distance, the spinner of shadows scuttles along the demon web.
In players playing MMO, just wow, some cutting edge content and refreshing not to find your work useless chase the next meta. Yep. Well, again, the thing about Dungeons & Dragons Online is it's meant to appeal to kind of everybody thanks to all the different difficulty systems that are in the game. And so, like, if you play a game like World of Warcraft, you do the campaign or the story, and you start grinding rep for all the different factions that you can grind rep for, and doing whatever the equivalent war table mechanic is for that new expansion. And then you do dungeons, and you do raids. And what gear do you need? I don't know, but I went on Icy Veins or whatever, or whatever website you go to, and there's a guide of what items to get that have been simmed by some dude. And then you go get the gear, and then you're done. But DDO has the customization element. Now, to be fair, I'm not saying that, you know, the way that World of Warcraft does it is necessarily bad. It's just different, you know. Some people don't want to have to think about their builds or what they're creating or what items they need. And some people do want to do that. And having both experiences for different people is great. Like, one of the things that people stress out a lot about is how to put their gear together in DDO. And that is a stressful experience because there's 100 million ways to put your character together in terms of the gear. And the next expansion coming out next week is going to make it even harder because there's more new things. And so that can also be overwhelming for many. So having some like different options is good. Also, Yasukai, how you doing? It is the new push server? Yeah. Oh, did you miss the mass exodus of Galanda? Yeah, so they made transfers to Orion and Sarlona free because there was an issue with transfers on like after a hardcore league. And so when they made the transfers free, Galanda, like there was on DDOaudit.com, they actually tracked the transfers because so many people were transferring, and it was just a fun little point to look at. And it was like every other server was like kind of hovering near the bottom of the list, and you had Galanda where like straight up half of the server transferred away to Orion. It's crazy. UI mod rescale? UI is tiny? There is no UI scaling in DDO. The way you scale your UI is you go to options and you turn your resolution down. Yeah, World of Warcraft is usually pretty balanced when it comes to the endgame. Usually the top and the bottom are like within 10%.
Ahead lies a glimmering
At least when I used to play WoW, it was pretty good.
No way of knowing what strange new world it leads to.
Not including like secondary effects and stuff like that. Different types of utility. In terms of just like the numbers you put out. As long as they don't make the former stuff obsolete or useless, it can actually be fun to have a bunch of mechanics like Path of Exile. Yeah, but even Path of Exile suffers from the same problem that DDO has, which is just like, you know, is power creep the right word? I use it as, the word I like is progression over power creep, because as you progress, you get higher level stuff and new mechanics and new things that happen over time, but it's a little bit of both. It's a little bit of power creep, a little bit of progression, and that's just going to happen. Like, people don't use Ravenloft gear anymore, really, just because it's not that the numbers are that much lower, it's just the stats are less efficient for the time. The set bonuses aren't as strong. Although, even though the Mist set is pretty good, the different items you need to use are kind of rough. So yeah, it's just different. Just stance on mods like visual mods. As far as I know, you can't do anything. You can modify the UI in here, because it's possible, but as far as I know, you can't actually do anything like that. Like, there's no add-ons for this game, because you can't. Maybe you can, I don't know. Damn. Look at where we are. Yeah. I remember when his Uber Elder was supposed to be so hard, dude. Creating an Uber Elder so difficult, so challenging. I remember watching videos of people doing Uber Elder and thinking it was so cool, and I was like, damn, Uber Elder, this is crazy, dude. Wow. And I never got there because, I don't know, the game was just like, it was hard and it required so much time to actually get up to tier 16s and get prepped for it. And then I did my first Uber Elder and I one-shot it. Because, one, I knew the mechanics ahead of time because I watched the videos. But two, I just had so much damage. See, I'm happy they nerfed the Ravenloft belts, because if they hadn't nerfed the Ravenloft belts, we would still be using them today. We would never put anything else into a belt slot. If they hadn't changed it. There is Dungeon Helper for DDO, which is like it's like an add-on that gives you, or it's like a third-party program that gives you a couple extra features for DDO. So if you're not familiar, you can always look that one up. The Ravenloft belt? The spell power used to be stack. So it was a stacking form of spell power. It was enhanced spell power. In fact, lower level gameplay that much. I mean, being level 1 with over 100 spell power and all your spell schools, it's pretty good. Yeah, it was 200 stacking spell power. Yeah, it was kind of good. Back when you could have, like, in character sheet 1200 spell power. It's like a regular thing. I have to try Ubers sometimes. Yeah, the problem is you played RF Jug, which is, you can't do Ubers. I mean, maybe you can, but it would take so long. You really want to get a lot more damage. Oh yeah, didn't you play Tornado Shot at the end? It's not bad. 5 million is a lot. It's good. I'm extremely happy it not got nerfed. Like I said, for me, it was just the spell power when it comes to like the stacking nature of it. I'm not against stacking items or items being interesting, but when items are so good that there's nothing else for that slot, either you power creep everything so that there's multiple versions of that thing, or you nerf it. And I'm happy they went with the nerf route. Something else for the grind? I don't think the perfected cinder fingers are good, but let me look it up. Perfected cinder fingers. I admit I did not know this was a perfected artifact. Fire attunement plus evocation focus, resistance, combustion, spell power. I don't think I would perfect this, largely because evocation focus can be augmented, resistance can be augmented, web immunity is the same as freedom of movement, which comes on many items. Combustion can be augmented. So the only things that can't be augmented are fire augmentation and fire lore, but fire lore is good. It's very good to have crit, but your weapon is usually going to have crit on it, so it's not going to come in handy that often. And fire attunement, it's okay. Honestly, it's an okay item, but it's stat, but it's not great. I probably wouldn't perfect that. I would probably perfect something else. For speed clearing maps? Oh yeah. You gotta get the controller for Righteous Fire. I feel like controller would be good for it. Okay, well, shard some crafting pieces. Yeah, a lot of people are using Isla Dread now because Isla Dread is also very good. So it depends. Because like I said, Isla Dread really gets the job done.
These Drow fought with military
when it comes to like the leveling stuff, in terms of leveling speed or making stuff faster, I can't really argue against, or like, you know, the idea it's like, well, nerfing it just makes the leveling process slower. Like, yeah, that's true. That's just right. I hit the wrong button. Don't take the detour. I'm actually gonna move away from the detour so people don't accidentally take the detour. You know if there's any builds that weren't 70% Isle of Dread? Oh, yeah. You don't need Isle of Dread to make, like, the current gear sets or whatever. But the Cinder Fingers is not my favorite. Especially considering there's, like, better items for fire spell power that you can get that don't even come from, like, expansions. You know, whether it's, like, some of the Temple of Elemental Evil rings for the fire spell power, or the Summer Ring, the Ring of Summer's Heat, or...
The people here know
there's just lots of items that don't need Isle of Dread. Like, Isle of Dread's good, for sure. And it's one of the reasons why a lot of people are using it, but you can still make really good gear sets with Isle of Dread. But Perfected Cinder Fingers is a tough one. We would use it at camp. If it gave 80 spell power, it would probably still be used at camp. That is correct, yeah. So, Tabaxi Iconic at 15 and Ravenloft in. Tabaxi Iconic, eh? Are you a rogue or a monk, or did you multi-class? Is very wrong. It would probably still be best in slot, actually, though. If it was there, it would probably still be best in slot in both the builds. I would sack my build for 80 stacking spell power. Absolutely, no question about it. Yo, what's up, Scataminky? How are you doing today? How are ya? Flag is still there? Oh, yeah. Apparently there's some, there's another performance update coming in the next patch, which is nice. Rick, how is everybody? Dude, I'm doing pretty good. It's a beautiful day, you know? It's a beautiful sunny day outside. It's not warm anymore. I don't know what happened, but they, like, the weather was like, no, it just turned itself off. So it's just, it's like, well, it's like warm, but it's not hot. So there's just like a cool breeze coming in through my window. It's kind of cool. All right, let's do E star chain 1, starting with, possible demands. There we go. Raid happens all the time, but it's not all that happens. The thing is, though, it's not like it would be like an exception, if that makes sense. Like, if there's a weird item from an old part of the game, like when you say trinket, like, usually that would be an item with a unique effect, or something that is different, that'll do something that you really want, even though it's lower level. In this case, if you cast any of the primary elements, it's best in slot. And it turns out primary element casters is basically every caster in the game. By primary element, I mean like fire, lightning, cold. You know, the ones that show up on every spell. So that's the main issue. I don't find the lag to be worse. But I also can't tell you it's definitely better. In fact, I can't tell you it's at all better, but yeah. Oh, oh! I failed. Save the villager from the bandits. Rip villager.
The Midler farmhouse has seen better days.
You don't have this pack?
In the middle of the room, a drow priest.
Oh yeah, this is Menace of the Underdark. Sorry, dude.
An injured purple dragon knight.
Yeah, Menace of the Underdark. It was on sale for like 100 points for a while. They'll probably bring that sale back. I always do Menace of the Underdark. It's good stuff. If it makes you feel any better, this is probably like, this is close to the end of the the train here. All here, we're good.
Where is it? The priestess demands. Do not
Because I'm probably gonna swap to some Baldur Gate 3 once I finish this here quest chain. Defense slot cap for casters means the game is broken. Yeah, it's a bit of an issue. Because it's not like a niche item. It just becomes one of those things where like you can sack an item slot. There you go. With the modern augment system, you can sack an item slot.
If I see you again, I will sacrifice every last hostage. Stealth will be required if I wish to ignore this bloodshed.
Get them all. Get them. Eat them. DDO store? Yep. Yeah, they updated the DDO store. Oh, where did that guy come from? Yeah, they updated the DDO store, so now it's prettier and faster, and the searching is way better, in my opinion. Searching is way better. It's still full of garbage and has loaded with problems, but it is prettier, and as I said, it is faster. And if you actually use the external store, it is lightning fast. The in-game store is like whatever. You know, you load it up, it takes a while, you know, and it doesn't load. But if you actually load it as an external web browser, bro, it's like so fast, it's crazy. The web page is fantastic. I can't load anymore, apparently too many requests. Slow down. I just want to open the store. Back to the fact that you get to buy the coupons they missed out on. Oh yeah, there was the coupons where you could get 30% off whatever you want. Yeah, some people were putting 30% off DDO expansions. Where they were like, yeah, buy an expansion 30% off. I heard some people got like, it bugged out, so they got to use the coupon like 2 or 3 times. So it's not too bad. In terms of speed, but again, I like the fact that I can just type in like EXP.
Hello, Epic Boomer Man. Happy
and then it like
3
filters
years of
down based
lurking
on
and
speed.
shit posting very podgers. Strimpog _HF Strimpipega2 _HF Strim Wolfipede.
Yo, welcome back to the stream, Team Cruiser. Appreciate the support with that tier 2 sub for 36 months. That's 3 calendar years. Oh my god, dude. That's such a long time to be subscribed to somebody. It's crazy. And you've done it. You've been subscribed for 3 years, which means you're part of the 3-year club. Right? And do you know what that means? Because if you do, if you could let me know, that would be great. Please send me an email. I don't know what that means. It's a complete mystery to me. I'm lost. So thank you. 3-year club, that's right. The 3-year Giga Club of Hell. Damn it. It's a mystery. Alright, I'll just farm it out to scientists. Joy comment, forgot how OP the Essence Craft was. Oh, also, Cruiser, because we didn't talk about it, because I don't know if you were here when we talked about it. Did you hear that you can now play Dark and Darker by downloading it off of some sketchy third-party website that's nothing to do with Steam? And you can play the game again? It's back.
An unnatural chill hangs in the air. Something is very wrong here.
G3 with Shrim Tom? He's busy. Oh yeah, you didn't hear. Cruiser's a dad now. He's now dad or 0. A virus downloading off a torrent. That's exactly it. That's exactly it.
A lone drow seems uninterested by your presence.
Oh, levels are just split up in 4 ranks. Or 5 ranks. So each time you get a new rank, you get a point to spend in the tree. So I'm rank 12, right? So that's where my points come from. I have 7 points to spend? Oh, whatever. Papa Cruiser? Papa Cruiser it is. Yes, sir.
For more than just supplies. You must not allow them to bolster their ranks. trees have been uprooted.
I was to say, you prefer Papa Cruiser to Daddy Cruiser. I get it.
In the words of Bernie Mac in the movie Life, I be the pappy.
Here you go. I have never seen the movie Life. I apologize.
Crush the rest.
I haven't seen any of these movies, you guys. I'm just behind on the times, okay? I don't know, when you get to Baldur's Gate 3, yeah. Honestly, Baldur's Gate 3 does seem like it's not too bad for, like, those nights where you gotta, like, stay up all night with the kiddo. Because then you can have, like, you know, the kiddo, like, on your lap or whatever, and you're, like, shaking them as they're trying to make sure they fall asleep. Not, like, shaking them, but, like, rocking them to sleep, you know, doing the old kid bounce or whatever, how they do with the kids. And then you can one-hand the other game.
Once more, Evening Star will want word of these ill tidings.
Shaking babies? No. I'm just not a kid person. You know what I'm talking about? Where you got like the kid and you're like rocking him to sleep. My brain just used the term shake because I don't have children. The other night we couldn't sleep armed and played the ship intro. Yeah, dude, that's awesome. Don't slip of the tongue all the time. Again, this is one of the many reasons why I both don't have and also try and or don't want to be around children. I'm not good at communicating with children or communicating near children, and I also don't ever want to have them or be near them at any time ever. Makes it easier that way. Tell them to find their parents. Super easy. Yeah, no, I want to keep the candy for myself. Junior Hooters, by the way, they're amazing for farts and poop noises. Very keck W. Ah, good to know. Oh yeah, how are you? I was gonna say, you know, you must be enjoying the having a lot of fun being like a brand new father. You must be excited about that. No sleep whatsoever, stressing about every little moment because you don't really know anything about babies. So you're like, oh my god, are things going good or bad? Like, dude, I don't even know. Oh my god. It's got to be a great time. And then also after like a month and a half, when you're like month and a half to two years, or 2 months, you're like just exhausted and you're like, oh my god, this is crazy. I don't know if I'm ever gonna want to do this. Like, I don't want to do this ever again. Oh my god, as you're exhausted trying to figure stuff out. And then like 3 months after that, you're like talking to your wife and you're like, you know what if we had another one? You know, like that was actually pretty good. Games that phonic about life. Oh, that's cool, dude. That's awesome. Everything changes. Everything changed when the baby nation attacked. You're sleeping with their tiny hand, they squeeze your finger. It's like the best feeling until 3 hours later when you're trying to sleep and they're crying. I can imagine that. The conflict. I just know a lot of people that I'm talking to them when they had kids. They were like, yeah, we're going to have 2 kids. And they're like, well, I'm not going through this again. This is ridiculous. We'll stop at 1 kid. And then like 3 months later, they're like, we're having another kid. Because they're like, everything changes. Hormones. Make a spit up t-shirt. I don't really want to do a spit up t-shirt. Like I said, I think next year I'm going to be traveling to the States, going to like some conventions and stuff. And we can do like an actual meet and greet. So you guys can meet the one and true illustrious Strim Tom. But like around a convention or another thing. So that way it's like, I don't want a single human being to pay any amount of money to see me. That's stupid. But like if we're at the same place, then you can do a thing. And it'll be in America, because a lot of you guys are Americans. And then I can fill out that dream. I can do a spit up shirt where I can just spit up on you, if that works. While we're like in the same place.
Perhaps Anna was one of them. There are humans.
So, because I don't want to like sell a spit up T-shirt, but I could, if you want to have the dream, just like get really like drink a lot and get really sick, and then just like throw up on your clothes. I mean, people be into whatever, you know what I mean? Is that bad? Time seems to fly by. Dude, that's just, honestly, I don't know if that's kids, but that is definitely something I've noticed about age, is that as I've gotten older, time moves so much faster now. It's crazy. It's like unreal how fast time moves. Hey, Dorak and Co. Go to Europe? Why would I go to Europe? You guys don't have any Pop-Tarts. Stupid. Being a caster druid, been finding long raids a pain. Wondering what I could do, or should I roll something deeper SP pool? If you want to raid, don't play a spellcaster. Play a ranged character like a Shuriken or Archer, or play a melee. Raiding on spellcasters blows. That's just like literally what it is. Like you can't just spam cast in raids. So for example, let's say you're doing what's the skeletons in the closet, right? On a caster. So what you want to do with skeletons in the closet is you just want to sit there and just like whenever like the guys are on the edges, you don't want to do any damage to them because they have, you know, 5 million health each, the skeletons. So you're gonna run out of mana just trying to do damage to them. So you don't, instead of actually trying to do damage to them, you don't. You just ignore them entirely and let the melee and range take care of that, and then only take care of some of the smaller stuff. Kill some ads that pop up, do some spot heals, and kind of just like stand around. And then your time to shine comes when the secrets pop up. So you really got to change your like approach. How about Warlock? You can do Warlock. You just have to remember it does a lot less damage. Yeah, sounds about right. Gen Con? I'm probably going to go to PAX East next year. If you're wondering. So I'll probably do it in PAX East. So I'll be, you know, near the city of Boston. For 2 reasons. 1, it's a cool convention. Actually, 3 reasons. 1, it's a cool convention. 2, it's not that far away. And 3, I have a lot of friends that live in the area, so it'd be nice to just hop by and be like, yo, what's up, everybody? It's me, boys from Tom. Negative item lawful. Oh, I ran out of crossbow bolts, so I'm now equipping lawful bolts. Yeah, I can't drive to Boston weekends.
There's Anna, but you may be too late.
No more of your tricks.
They fully cry out of sync always. Oh, that sounds horrific.
No ordinary spell.
Oh, that's horrible.
I don't know.
But plane tickets are crazy expensive. Yeah. That's why you gotta be luggage. Just be someone else's luggage and get yourself shoved into the plane, so then you guys can split the ticket. Obviously, the person who has to take the luggage ride pays less.
No. What am I doing? I can't stop myself.
Yep. Yeah, Warlock does solve the problem of running out of mana, and you can constantly act. Which is nice. It's one of the heavy benefits of Warlock, and one of the reasons why I raided on Warlock for a long time is because you can always act in raids, but you will notice how much less damage you do than other casters, because in the raid, the Legendary Lord of Blades, someone has to break the pillars, and the problem with the pillars is they have a lot of hit points, and if you're a solo Warlock trying to take them down, God, does it take forever. Mostly because about 50% of the time, the tops of the pillars are out of range. For some reason, like, the range on the Eldritch Blast is, like, variable, where sometimes it hits and sometimes it doesn't. You have to, like, fiddle around with it. If there was, like, 5 more feet on the range of Eldritch Blast, it'd be so nice. You can hit them, yeah, you can. This guy needs to die. Sorry, dude. Who's the NPC you get the new X-Pack stuff from? It's in Sharn, so it's some Dragonborn who is near where you go to the university. He's like across the street.
It's brave of you to stay so close. This magic could misfire.
That'll help you a lot.
The drow ambushed us.
With Primal Mantle and swap from Draconic? Yes. If you aren't using Evergreen, that will solve a lot of your raid problems. And it's not too bad to swap before you go into raid. Slow, clunky gameplay? There isn't. Are you using Evergreen, Hive Seer? I assume you are. If you're not using Evergreen, that'll help out a lot. Visanium having a blast? Nice, I'm glad to hear that. I really like that build. I really like the melee Visanium Warlock. That was a lot of fun. So sad I'm not playing it anymore. But yeah, I'm just not somebody who can sit on characters at the end game. I just like reincarnating more than anything else. I just love reincarnating and new build and new build and new build. It's one of the reasons why I enjoy hardcore a lot. And I'd much rather reincarnate than just sit on a character and fully grind it out. Solution to casters raises to play healers. That also works. I'm being pinged more.
At the back of the ruined banquet hall stands a strange creature, part drow and part spider. The monster doesn't seem the least bit disturbed by your arrival.
Anyone tried beyond that? They updated Harper Agent in a very, very, very minor way.
In front of the Drider.
They just added a couple points of damage to it. Like literally like +2 to hit and damage in the tree. And like I think the capstone neg is +2 to all ability scores. Or on the preview. It's still the same tree. It's not. It doesn't have an identity. It doesn't do anything in particular. More balance changes than Path of Exile. I did. That was really funny. The thread or whatever that Ludicrous linked, where it was like Control F Ruthless, and then the 133 changes. Funny. Nerfs all the time? No, it's 50-50 buffs nerfs. Well, okay, so it's 50-50. I would say that it is actually probably like 60-40 buffs to nerfs, but it's not really. It's actually kind of like 70-30 because there's buffs in the forms of new skills and new skill gems and new uniques that buff up the game. First reincarnation doing a new character is a good base. Oh, Paladin. Paladin past life gives you +10 healing amp, which means you heal for 10% more. So if you have 3 healing amp past lives, that means potions heal you for 30% more, which is just so convenient. Everything heals you for 30% more. Three seasons in the making? Oh yeah, for sure.
Dusk has long since faded into night.
Your points with 0 pally lives too? Yeah, I know that, because it sounds like you did it.
As the villagers anxiously wait for the attack they know is coming. Anna gives you a nerve. The fence collapses with a crash as a horde of trolls swarm into the village.
It's pretty fast with pace boost, but it's not as fast as you probably want it. Yeah, usually what I recommend is if you're getting started is Paladin's pretty good to do early, but all the past lives are fairly good. But in my opinion, I would definitely recommend if you're gonna like do a reincarnation like series, you know, you're gonna do like one of the completionists that exist in this game. I tell this to everybody, and I'm gonna continue to tell it to everybody. I highly recommend you do heroic completionist first before anything else, and then you do racial completionist later. Heroic completionist is one of each of the classes, and the reason why I recommend it is because you get the experience to try out all of the classes and see which ones you like more than the others, which is really, really good. So then if you decide to do more, you can know, oh, okay, I don't really like alchemist. Okay, I do like cleric. Okay, I don't like sorcerer. Okay, I do like bard. I don't know, whatever it is. Plus you get a higher yield. It's a better bonus anyway. And then you just get to play different builds all the time. And that, to me, that's interesting. Using an XP pot? No, not currently. Yeah, cosmetic bank would be great. Agree. But the thing is, at least with the new expansions, what they've done is now you can just reacquire the cosmetics whenever you want from each of the expansions, which is so nice. Because it means if I want the, if I want to look like the, the Vecna guy, I can just like get the Vecna expansion or the cosmetic from the guy in town. I don't have to worry about it, which I actually deeply like. Yeah, completionist didn't used to be free, but it is free now. That change was so awesome, by the way. It was so good. 2 times right off the bat? No, I wouldn't. I can't play the same thing twice in a row. I have to play different things. So I would not. I would do one of everything and then go back to Paladin. I can't play the same thing back to back. I gotta change it up every time. Which I find really, really funny, because in almost every other element of my life, I can do the same thing every fucking day. Dude, I can eat the same shit for breakfast, lunch, and dinner every day. I don't have like any art or anything like that on my walls in my house, because I can stare at white walls all day. I can keep my schedule the same every day. But for some reason, which I do not understand, I can't play the same thing twice in DDO. It just doesn't work. Under stick builds? Nothing, man. Nothing's wrong with that. Stick it to him if anyone tells you that you shouldn't do that. Know that to be weird? Good. Good. You can throw it away and he'll give it back? Yeah, yeah. You don't have to collect it one time. If it's from the guy, so from the Saltmarsh guy, the Isle of Dread guy, or the Vecna guy, yeah, you can just throw it away. The only exception is the thing that you only get one time, which is the what do you call it? This personal storage, the 20 character spaces. You only get it one time. But the cosmetics, yeah, you can just throw them away. Also, the mounts now automatically apply to your account. So you have to log out and log in, the mounts will automatically apply. Yeah. So they did that with the Panther, when they added the Panther. The Underdark Panther mount. And the Underdark armor set. It just auto-applies, which is nice. Road DDO, delete the game permanently from a computer, change the password, random string, and forget your email. Nice. Yeah. Not a bad way to do it, too. I mean, the real solution at that point is just start posting on the DDO forums.
You know, I asked the soldiers not to damage my specimens too much. I like them to be
The inventory server? I don't know. But yeah, it's a change. I said there's been a lot of like pretty good quality of life changes over the past year. And they've made some attempts at fixing the lag. They had this amazing lag patch that was so good. It didn't go anywhere, but it was really good for like a day. The game was like lag free for like a single day, and then the lag came back. Yeah, no more DDO, only 4M PvP is left. It's the only thing you've got going for you. Freaking dance thing. The Panther has a dance. Actually, so do the Raptors. The Raptors and the Panthers have dances. The Panther dance is the Lion King dance. And the Raptor dance is very cool. I don't know what it is, but it's very cool. Definitely, but it's to be added. Yep, I hate that shit. I was very upset. I was like, because the Panther mount was expensive, and I was like, charging people for something that isn't even done is very annoying. Like, if you're gonna sell somebody a cosmetic, the cosmetic should be done before you sell it to them. It's a lot to ask, but capoeira fighting. Okay, so yes, of course, capoeira. I don't know what that is, but yeah. Okay, we're good. That is SSG in a nutshell, yeah. All right, that's this quest basically done. Nice. I gotta level up. Could take 23. Keep forgetting to level up every time I'm in town. You know what? I'm just gonna send some. This. Hey, bastard. Where am I at? Dodge 74. American dance fighting? I don't know tech. You said, boy, anyway, if you're gonna charge a lot of money for a cosmetic, just finish the cosmetic. Like, the Path of Exile cosmetics are expensive, but they're dope as hell. Yeah. Well, you're about to see, because I'm about to turn that game on in just a few minutes here. But I got to the shadow area, and then I went to the inn, then I did the fight, and then I got a lamp, and now I'm exploring. Because apparently I was told that going to the tower pushes me to the next act, so I was like, well, I want to explore, so I'm going to go explore instead. I'm going to go explore first, and then I'll get to it later. Me too. When it actually opens, we can. You did things differently than I did? Yeah, probably. Look here. Crucible League. I don't know if we can actually make a league yet. Usually it's like a couple days before it launches. Everyone in the inn died when you did the fight? Yeah, I kicked everybody's ass. I'm also playing on the normal difficulty too, though, so like that's probably a part of it. True Soul and part of the Absolute, and I didn't go to any inn? Interesting. Well, there you go. Yeah, I did not have that experience. Level 23, level 23, level 23. Call. Good call. 3. So now I can get all of these things. So I can pick up Vision, so I get 5% dodge and fortification bypass, and it's doubled, so it's 10% dodge bypass, which is great. And Armored Augmentation, which is pretty good, because it gives me Healing Amp. Which is funny, because I can actually use that. Intoxicating Presence. I guess this is better than nothing. And I have 5 points. So, Strahdi's not amazing, but 3 Imbue Dice is pretty good. What was I supposed to take? Oh, I didn't take the Imbue Dice in my build. Oh no, I banked the points for the Imbue Dice. So I think I am going to take 3 Imbue Dice, because that's super duper strong. And then we're going to go probably with double Rainbow, because that's pretty good. So now I just gained an extra 15 range power for kicking it, and then 3 extra Imbue Dice, plus this stat, this stat, this stat. Do you like me already? Yeah, he's done. He finished it. The guy from the Midship is amazing. 3 was kind of busted. Yeah, it's pretty good. What do you get further? I want to see if you get strong DDO vibes too. Yeah, we'll see. But I'm a bit wiped even while drinking a monster. Drinking rogue energy, right, Cruiser? You're talking about you're drinking rogue energy, right? That's what we're talking about? Like a monstrous rogue energy? Like it's so large, right? That's what we're talking about. Also, that was... Oh, for people wondering, yesterday when I got mad at the postal service for not delivering my package and then refusing to let me know about my package, it was my rogue energy. That's what they didn't deliver to me. And then I was like, give me my product. And they were like, oh, I'll tell you how the whole story went. So basically, I kept fighting them because they didn't deliver my product to me. and they were like, well, you know, there was a refusal at the address, and so to start the story over, I ordered a product. It never showed up by my door, and I didn't get any notifications or anything. I checked the tracking, and the tracker sent me to Canada Post, and the Canada Post tracker said that they couldn't deliver it, and they are returning it to sender. And I don't know what's going on. So I get in contact with the people, and I'm very, very direct. And I'm like, hey, I didn't receive my package, and it's being returned to sender. What happened? I don't know what's going on. And so they were like, oh, it says that the delivery was refused. And I'm like, okay, I never received the package. So can you please give me the date that that it was refused, the time, who authorized the refusal, what was the name of the person who refused it, and also the date and times of every time you reached out to contact me about the refusal. And they're like, well, here's the exact time, but we can't give you the names because that's personal information or whatever. And I was like, okay, well, here's my information. Like, well, this is like, here's my information. This is where I live. And they're like, yep, that's correct. That's where we delivered to, and it got refused. They're like, do you have like a spouse or somebody else? I'm like, I work from home. I would know. And so then I was like, okay, well, you couldn't do that. So how, at what time did you contact me? So what are the dates that you called me or sent me emails about my package that was supposed to be delivered? When did you do that? And they were like, well, we didn't do that. No emails, no contact, no nothing. And I'm like, so to make sure I understand, you delivered a package, you brought it to my house, you refused, apparently there was some type of refusal, and never made any effort to contact me, and then a week later returned this package? Anyway, I just kept bitching and complaining because that's so dumb. I don't even know how that even happens. Anyway, so now it's being resent to my house, and I don't have to do anything. So, my package is coming back. Because I'm like, I just don't want to pay the $14 to get my package back. You get an attempted receipt here. If the postal service can't do it, they go like, sorry, we tried, and they give you like a ticket that just says go to X location after whatever time to go get it. So it'll be like, oh, like tomorrow after 5, you can pick up your package at this location. And I was like, okay, great. This was literally the tutorial area. Oh, can you? Because I know you can get the sword off of the guy. But yeah. You take it to the post office and say, yeah, that's it. That's exactly how it works here. It's exactly the same thing, Scott Mickey. They just didn't leave a ticket on my door because they said it was refused by somebody at the address, but they couldn't tell me who refused it. And I'm like, I didn't refuse it. I want my package. So we could walk up and stick it to speed up their route. Yeah, but they just didn't do that. I just didn't get my package, and so that's why I was mad. That's why I was mad. I was like, just give me my package. Anyway, so they're sending it to me. They're resending it. The problem is they already shipped it back to the sender, so they're gonna get it back from the sender, then properly deliver it to me. So I still have to wait like 2 weeks, but at least I'm gonna get my package, and I'm mad. But like, I tried not to do any yelling. I was just very direct. I was like, give me the date and time you did this. They're like, oh shit. Oh, rogue flavor? What did I buy? Give me a sec. Rogue. I bought more Rocket Pop, and I bought Strawberry Kiwi as well. I don't know how it tastes yet, because I didn't get it. Times Canada Post isn't on strike. It is true. It's one of the times they're not on strike. Yeah, the Rocket Pop is really, really, really good. Yeah, I bought the watermelon, and I drank half of it, and then I was like, man, that's so much watermelon flavor. I don't like watermelon that much. Big mistake on my part. But the Rocket Pop, I could drink that all day, like it's water. So yeah. Oh, prediction about whether I actually get the product? That's funny. Yeah, get the sour candy. Because, yeah, they got sour candy. I'm not a big sour candy guy, but man, the Rocket Pop is so good. You should get it. Would recommend. And remember to use coupon code STRIM at checkout for 20% off. I'm not going to, like, here's the thing. Rogue Energy here. This product. Okay. I have the shirt. I like it. I drink caffeine. It is caffeinated. So if you're somebody who also drinks energy drinks, I'm going to sell you Rogue Energy right now. You might not know anything about it. Here's why I like Rogue Energy. Number one, it's just cheaper than buying energy drinks. Energy drinks are really expensive, right? So if I would go to the store and I want to buy a pack of 4 energy drinks, it's like $8.50 on sale, or like $9 for 4 energy drinks. That's crazy to me. Whereas the Rocket Pop is 30 drinks for $35. It comes in a little powder, so you gotta like take a little. It comes in a scoop, so you take a scoop and you put it in. You gotta mix it, but like that's much better. So just price wise, immediate green flag. Also, you save 20% with coupon code STRIMP at checkout, so that's kind of cool. But then the second part of that is it's also no sugar as well. So if you're somebody who is like, you got like diabetes, or you got like a thing where you can't take too much sugar or whatever, it's good. And then the third thing is that the Rocket Pop Rogue Energy is like literally the best tasting energy drink I've ever had. It's so good. It just tastes like those popsicles, like those 3-color rocket popsicles that you get at the store. I don't buy popsicles anymore because I'm a big man. I don't buy popsicles. But it's like delicious and it owns. I will admit, the entire reason why I took the Rogue Energy sponsorship in the first place was because they originally sold these Rogue Energy shakes, which you would mix them into milk instead, and it would basically be like caffeine but in the milk. So it was good for me when I'm streaming because sometimes I just forget to eat during the day, like today actually, and so I can just like throw it in, and it's like coffee and you got a drink, or like some like sustenance at the same time, because you just throw it in some oat milk. And I'm like, oh, it's the perfect thing. And literally the week after I take the sponsorship, they discontinue the product and they haven't brought it back. So I just start liking the other stuff, which I don't regret, because I like the Rocket Pop and it's really good. But I was very upset about that. It gets worse. It basically bounces to hit and get hit. Estimates an over 400% damage increase. Oh my god. And Postal Service is also government owned. Important. I also want to say, I didn't have a bad experience with most other times with the Postal Service. Usually the Postal Service is very good, and everyone on the phone with the Postal Service helped me out. So I'm not going to be like, screw the Postal Service in terms of like long-term screw the Postal Service, but short-term screw the Postal Service. You know what I mean? Like, I'm mad. This specific instance was very annoying. But like, they fixed it, so it's whatever. It is what it is. Rogue Black Cherry. Big jar Rogue Black Cherry because I liked the sample, then I realized I didn't like it. Oh no. Isn't that the worst? That's what happened to me with the watermelon. Is like I said, I drank half the watermelon. Then I was like, man, I really don't want to have more watermelon, you know? That's the only downside. But the thing is, even though I only drank half of it, actually, I'm almost done it. I kept drinking it. But even if I had stopped drinking half of it, that's still literally just cheaper than buying energy drinks at the store. And that's why it's a good deal for me. I think of Power Thirst. Power Thirst. What a good product. Did you know that commercial was made by Canadians? That's right. Even though it was on College Humor, that was made by the Canadian comedy sketch group Picnic Face. They're classic. They don't make content anymore, but yeah. Yeah, the starter pack is also a good recommendation. Anyway, I'm not here to sell you products, okay? But if I was to sell you products, Rogue's pretty good. Not just because I get a cut, but also I genuinely like the product. I don't ever want to represent a product that is not, that I don't think is good or that I wouldn't use. You need an S. I should just do shirt. Wait, it did the command with the question mark in it at the same time? Actually impressive. You make like chocolate now, but a jug later you come back to me. At least cookies and cream. You can different juices and change it up. Yep. That's true. Anyway. I will be right back. Or buy stuff. What's this kind of 2-bit operation is this? This is the Shrimp Stream, dude. It's been a 2-bit operation since day one. Where's that astronaut comic where the astronaut's like staring at the planet? It's like, what? It was a 2-bit operation the whole time? And then there's the other astronaut behind him with the handgun, be like, always has been. Okay, bye, Kentos. Sleep well. Enjoy Pizza Friday. Come back. Where'd he go? Oh, I came back. I went to grab a snack real quick because you gotta get a snackage going on, and I have another bowl of cinnamon roll crunch. The picture's not good. Yeah, I got the delicious cinnamon roll crunch. It's like cinnamon toast crunch, but cinnamon roll instead, and it's so good.